Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Utility Sports. Really excited for another day here of trade deadline coverage. We are just a little bit over 29 hours away from the NBA trade deadline. Of course, that is tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern time. Really do appreciate each and every one of you stopping in here for the stream once again today. It's great. I saw before the stream we had over 50 people even waiting for the stream to start, which is so cool to me. And I always appreciate seeing your guys' messages in here as well. Obviously, a beam like you're talking about here, the Clippers did make a big move last night, trading away James Harden. We are going to talk about that right here. Now, it's a little bit of a catch-up. Obviously, I was not able to stream last night on it, but I did want to cover it here to start today in the trade deadline coverage, especially with a little bit of catch-up that we have to do. And my grades here, I give the Clippers an A. I think this is a very sensible decision for the Los Angeles Clippers because you are getting a decade younger at your point guard spot for a team that I do think many people had concerns about how they would bridge toward their future with a very old roster. Not a lot of draft pick control. They do have some of their far-out future picks, but it's going to be difficult for them to build up in the short term. Getting Darius Garland does make a lot of sense. They were also able to accrue a second-round pick in the trade as well. And then for the Cavaliers, some YouTubers are going to tell you it was an F grade. I don't really understand that perspective. There's a reason the Cavaliers were willing to move off of Garland. Now, could it end up backfiring on them if Garland's able to stay healthy and compete at a high level for the next 8 to 10 years? Definitely. But given his cap hit, his lack of availability for 3 of the last 4 years, he only has one season in the last 3 years where he played more than 70 games, and a lot of the other seasons he's sub 60 games. So the Cavs here in Harden got a guy that is constantly available. He plays through minor injuries. He plays through wear and tear. He plays high minutes, and you put the ball in his hands. I think he's going to be a great fit next to Evan Mobley and Jared Allen. Now, I do think, again, you're getting a decade older here for Cleveland, but they also get out of the commitment to Garland's long-term money. So even though some other YouTubers, some other people's perspective might be that the Cavaliers did really bad in that, and I know a lot of people dislike James Harden as well, but I think it's still a very solid trade. I think it's very sensible for both sides. There's money reasons for why the Cavaliers did that trade as well. So I gave them an A-. Gabe, welcome back to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Love seeing everyone say good morning to each other. Or for our European folk, good afternoon to you. For people watching the Philippines, good night to you. But I appreciate everyone in here. Wake Up says Pistons trade grade F. Going back over to Detroit, let's go cover what I thought. Actually, I did want to share this too. Ramona Shelburne said she spoke with James Harden last night. Harden denied asking for a trade, but did thank the Clippers for the opportunity to play the last 2.5 years in his hometown. He said, in life, not even just basketball, when things don't work out, there are ways to end things in relationships without having to, I'm going to say, turn on each other. Okay, maybe we just don't see a future with each other. Maybe we just outgrew each other. Whatever the case may be, I feel like the other situations weren't like that, talking about Philadelphia, talking about Brooklyn. And that's why I can respect Steve and Lawrence and T. Lou, because they didn't put me in a weird position as much as everybody tried to make it like that. So very clearly, Harden's very happy. I do believe this is my perspective on it too. I think this was a pretty mature way for the Clippers and Harden to go about it. The Cavaliers are just better than the Clippers right now. This puts Harden in a better situation to potentially go deep in the playoffs, maybe win a couple of playoff series, maybe even try and compete for an NBA Finals if everything clicks and goes right for the Cavaliers. And for the Clippers, again, it helps bridge toward their future. There's better playoff equity in Cleveland currently, but the Clippers now get a real olive branch type of extension to them of getting a nice young player who can be a core piece of their franchise moving forward. So all in all, I thought it was a really solid opportunity and a really great chance for the Cavaliers to improve their roster and for the Clippers to kind of reshift the direction of their team. Now, when it comes to this Pistons trade, I was actually a little bit softer on the Pistons. I do hate them giving up Jaden Ivey in the way that they did. I really like Jaden Ivey. I love this for the Chicago Bulls. But I do think Huerter, I know he's not shooting the ball well from three this year, like 31%, but the way he gets defended, he's got so much gravity. This is going to be a really nice add into JB Bickerstaff's roster and rotation. I really do believe he will be a positive player for them on the offensive end of the floor specifically. And then without that pick swap, I would have been much harsher. But the fact that they got that swap option with Minnesota in 2026 gives them a bit of upside in the draft to move up from, say, pick 29, maybe up until pick 18, pick 19-ish. If they move up 10 spots in the draft, that is a drastic change for them and one that will definitely pay dividends when it comes to draft night in terms of just having more options available for you, whether that's a potential trade later or just drafting a player who wouldn't have been available to you at 29. Mr. Ray here says, hit that like button as you make your way in, kind folks. Hope you and your families are all doing well today. Appreciate you, Mr. Ray, for being in here. We've almost got 400 people watching live already. Shout out to all of you. Josh here says, Conley is rumored to get bought out, so the Clippers could potentially sign him as a backup. Yes, Conley would be a really nice buyout candidate. I definitely would expect him to want to go to a really good playoff caliber team. So if the Clippers keep winning, maybe within the next week, maybe they can sway him to go there. Ethan here says, hey, Sheldon, how did coaching go yesterday? Big trades happened right when you had to go. I know, of course, as soon as I end the stream, Nikola Vucevic traded. And then, of course, last night we saw the big James Harden trade. But coaching went okay. Our team didn't play quite as well as I would have liked. A few things to kind of address in practice today. But all in all, pretty decent. And Ethan, glad to see you back in here. Karen says, hi, welcome to the stream, Karen. Shade says, Bulls got a big trade coming. They definitely have a lot of pieces. If we go over to the Chicago Bulls cap table, and I will share this tab now instead with you guys. Notice how many guards this team has, right? They traded Vucevic. So you've got Simons, Giddey. Collins is really your lone center left on the roster at this point. Then you've got Patrick Williams, Kobe White, Isaac Okoro, Conley, Ivey. Jalen Smith, I guess, is kind of a center, more of a 4, but yeah. Trey Jones, I would assume this team is just loaded with guards. They're definitely going to make another move if I had to guess. ATG Rico says, who do you see the Pacers getting or trading away? Benedict Mathurin would be the guy they trade if they do make a move. Twig Gaming here says, morning, Sheldon. Hope my Spurs can snag a Minnesota forward in a Giannis trade. This will be one of our main discussion points today. We are going to spend a lot of time talking about Giannis, specifically the possibility of Giannis to Minnesota. It does sound like that has been heating up this week. David says, breaking news, Raptors have not yet traded for Sabonis. They don't want to give up a first-round pick. We'll see how everything materializes there. Charles says, will the Rockets get Kobe White? I do think that they should be considered the likely leader to land Kobe White. However, they have not been active up to this point based on the reporting. So could they possibly start really canvassing the league, making calls today and tomorrow? Definitely you don't want to rule them out just because they've been inactive so far. But as of right now, nothing on the immediate horizon for Houston within the next couple hours, I would have to guess. The General says, I'm hoping my Spurs make some type of move today. I do think that they will be active. If not today, tomorrow. I do think they will make at least 1 or 2 trades. Jonas says, could the Mavs get crafty and package Kyrie and Anthony Davis to the Raptors for quickly, Pirtle picks, etc.? So the salary combination there is mighty large. There would have to be another player in that Raptors deal. I think more likely than not, if Dallas did trade Anthony Davis to Toronto, it would just be Anthony Davis going by himself, no Kyrie Irving involvement. Josh says, will there be a surprise team to get Giannis? I would say probably not. I think our reporting on is pretty good, but if there is a team that comes out of nowhere, maybe the Utah Jazz could shock us once again. They still have a lot of assets and young players and salaries that they could put together to make a deal work. Josh says, who will Detroit trade for next before the trade deadline tomorrow? They still have to – the trade that they made with the Chicago Bulls is not technically legal. So there's going to be something else involved here. And my guess would be something around Karis LeVert. and his $14 million salary. But we'll see, because they did have their $14.1 million trade exception. So Mr. Ray says Harden and Mitchell is the best backcourt in the Eastern Conference. It's an elite one for sure. So they're going to definitely be in the conversation. They have a really great front court as well. Jalen Tyson's playing great this year, so they got some awesome stuff. Tyler here says T-Wolf shedding money for something big, either Ja or Greek Freak, right? That would be the idea, and if the Wolves strike out, they could technically get below the tax as well, which would be an interesting outcome for them either way. Halo Dreamer says, I think the Bulls and Celtics trade both but Bulls got rid of Kobe White, get wing and or a center. It'll be interesting to see how Chicago goes about it. The thing is, I'm not sure if they're really committed to winning anyway, so we'll see how they try and build their team. But if they're not going to try and win this year, maybe they play small on purpose, lose because they can't rebound, and then they can go from there in the offseason. John says Harden and Mitchell play no defense. Good luck. I mean, that's kind of like a misnomer. I don't know. It's not like Harden's just standing at half court. I don't know. Christ Got Me here says, good morning. God bless everyone. Good morning to you as well, my good sir. Glad to have you in here. Chase Strickland says, back for day 2. Appreciate you, Chase. Nate Next Door says, what percentage is Ja to Miami? I'd say probably like 10% chance of that. I think Miami is probably going to maintain their flexibility for Giannis pursuit, unless Giannis does get traded today or tomorrow. Then that percentage ramps up. Taquan here says Ja Morant to Brooklyn. I could genuinely see that happening, to be honest. Gabriel Ridley says, good morning, my boy. Let's go Rockets. Appreciate you for being in here. Jack says, do you think the Cavs are done making moves? I would assume for the most part they are, besides maybe some salary dump. Because if you look at where Cleveland's at right now, as we'll pull up their cap table, their second apron space, they're still about $13 million away from getting out of the second apron. And that's with James Harden on the books, obviously. So what they could do here is if they salary dump one of Strus or Schroder into cap space or into a trade exception, which they could work with Brooklyn, for example, as an option. A few other teams have some trade exceptions too. Or if they move Lonzo Ball and something small, like if they do Lonzo and Dean Wade, for example, and they keep their guard play, they could get out of the second apron altogether, which would be very advisable for them. Jared says the NBA betrayed me and had big trades while you weren't here. How dare they? That's what they do, man. I swear they just wait. They just wait until I have to end the stream, and then immediately it's a big trade. Damo says, what would Ja Morant to Golden State look like? Could Aldama be included in this kind of deal? We can go over to Fanspo. I haven't really looked at I've thought about a Warriors Ja Morant trade, but I have not really looked at it because, again, I think they're going to still be trying to line up for Giannis Antetokounmpo. But if Giannis were to go to one of Miami or Minnesota, or on the off chance Portland, could Ja be headed toward the Golden State Warriors? They could do something around Draymond Green's salary, plus like Moses Moody, for example. This financially starts to check out. Otherwise, you could do Kuminga in here if that's who the Grizzlies really wanted. And then if you are trying to aim to get Aldama as well, then you're looking at a $9 million salary being in here. So you could do something around Horford potentially, and then maybe a first round pick. I don't know. It's an interesting proposition. This won't work because of the hard cap here for the Warriors, but you would just have to add a little bit more salary. So something like that still won't work actually. But basically the idea is you're able to get into the ballpark. Probably would not see Aldama just given those hard cap issues. It just would be kind of difficult for the Warriors to make that work. Maybe Ty Jerome could be a guy, though, that would be sensible. Another guard who can really handle it. I mean, I don't know. I don't love this, but it's something to consider at the very least. League Bound says, good morning, bro. Do you think the Wizards should make the mock trade for Domantas Sabonis? Have a good day. I mean, Sabonis, to Washington, I just don't know if that's necessarily the fit I would go for if I was the Wizards. I do think a defensive backbone type of center like a Walker Kessler would be a little bit more sensible for them if they do go get a big man. I do like Sabonis a lot as a player. They could obviously center something around Chris Middleton's contract, and then maybe like Bilal Coulibaly and Malachi Branham are in here. Like this sort of deal does work. I don't know. I don't like hate it, I guess, but I don't know. I would prefer for them to get someone who's a little bit more defensive oriented in their front court because I think Brian Keefe specifically needs a really dominant defensive front court for him to find success as a coach. So Lucas here says, do you think that the Hornets make a move in this trade deadline? I do think they will be involved in at least one trade for sure. Sam Gallimore, thank you for the 2, says Giannis not getting traded. Trust. Appreciate you, Sam. Thank you for the super chat here. I'm going to get you added to the list of super chatters. Thank you so much, Sam. I'm going to put those down on the bottom here. Remember, Michael Orlando with the highest super chat of the trade deadline so far with $25, which is awesome. Appreciate everybody down there on that list. Thank you all for all of the super chats and everything. There's a chance Giannis doesn't get traded, but I think that would be a mistake for Milwaukee, just given the fact that he could try and corner his market in the offseason pretty easily. One package I do want to talk about, I think we should talk about the trade between the Minnesota Timberwolves and Milwaukee Bucks. I think, is that Henry asking? I know I'm a little bit behind on the comments already, but you guys are awesome, asking some really great questions and everything. So I will get there as soon as I can. Let's get the Portland Trailblazers on the phone. And we do have, remember, Mike Conley got dumped, so I'm just going to use the Nets right now because it's easier for just showing the trade machine, right? Mike Conley got salary dumped, so he's just going to go to Brooklyn. This is just salary dump central right now, okay? Giannis goes to the Minnesota Timberwolves. And then how do we get there? Jeremy Grant is a Milwaukee Buck. And then the Wolves trade Jaden McDaniels to Portland. They trade Naz Reid to Portland. The Blazers get 2 really awesome players. And they give up, which again, I would have some real hesitancy doing this if I'm Portland. But they give up 3 picks, 3 of Milwaukee's picks back to them. The Timberwolves, who I think is very pointed that they gave up this swap, keep their flexibility open to trade a bunch of second-round picks. They didn't use seconds to salary dump Mike Conley, which I think is very telling about what their intentions are here with some of these second-round picks. They offer all of them to Milwaukee, essentially, and then they also offer Milwaukee swap rights on their own picks. So there's that swap. There's a swap here in 2030 to Milwaukee. And all of a sudden, once we get some salary from Portland here back out, Robert Williams goes to the Milwaukee Bucks in this. Financially, I think everything is in order here. Boom. Deal is done. Let me see. Are we still recently traded player salary? I think they're counting Conley's salary as like recently traded, which if we just take out the Nets, I wonder what this will say. I don't know why this isn't working now. Trade to Bucks. We'll just include him there. It's still, yeah. There's an issue here. Let me message the Fanspo guy. Seeing an issue with Mike Conley's salary slot in the trade machine for Minnesota. There we go. That should address it. Appreciate all of the super chats coming in. Bowden Gibbs says, Cavs done making deals. If not, what will they be? Appreciate you, Bowden, for the super chat. Let's get you added to the list as well. Appreciate you, my man. Bowden Gibb with the $2. Appreciate you. I do think the Cavs are done making deals relatively, other than a salary dump. So whether it's trading away Lonzo Ball, Dennis Schroder, or Max Strus, I think one or two of those guys will get traded yet in an effort to remove salary from their roster, essentially. Bowden, appreciate you. Chris Chad, thank you for the 5. Says, do the Thunder get a big? If so, who's your favorite fit in an outsider trade? This is a great question, Crispo. I appreciate you asking this. When it comes to my favorite fit, there's a couple of different ways that they could go. I've been long in the camp that I think the Thunder could use a little bit more shooting. The issue is, how do you get to that type of player? What player is it? Is it a trade with Milwaukee, for example? Could you line up here and say that, hey, Miles Turner would be a guy that we want? Now, the issue with that is he is on an ascending contract, and part of the reason why you'd be trading away Isaiah Hartenstein is because he is a salary you're not sure you want to commit to long term. So if you want to look at it that way, we can maybe look at Nick Claxton, who is on a descending contract. This could be maybe more sensible for the long-term cap table for the Oklahoma City Thunder. Do you do something like a Hartenstein for Claxton and give up a first-round pick this year and, a couple of seconds or something, right? Like whatever Brooklyn would want for him, maybe it's 2 first-round picks or something. Like, this is a guy that makes sense. Now, this doesn't address the shooting, but it does give you a center who's under contract long-term, which is definitely an interesting possibility. They missed out on Vucevic. Otherwise, could you look at Orlando, who has, a couple of different salaries in here? Like Goga Bitadze would be, I think, a tremendous fit for Oklahoma City. You could center something around Ousmane Dieng's contract, and then also using, someone else in here if you wanted to try and financially get there. Now, the issue is if they do this, they would become a tax team. Right now, they are out of the tax, so they probably want to stay below the tax as well. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the Magic would be super likely given the tax situation there. So then you could look at like Atlanta with Porzingis, but that's probably just not a situation that OKC would do. So then you're looking at other possibilities. Like, would Dallas be willing to give up a big man? Gafford, if you look at his contract, again, he's quite a bit cheaper moving forward. So would Hartenstein, like for Gafford, be something that they could consider? I don't know. There's give and take with every little part of it here, but it's a great question for sure, Crispo. And then going back over here to DM, appreciate you, DM, for the $10 super chat. Let's get some W's flying in for our recent super chatters as well. How would you try to fix the Magic's issues? Upgrade the backup point guard and backup power forward slots from Tyus Jones and Jonathan Isaac. Find a way to get a better center than Wendell Carter Jr. So I think Orlando's in a tricky spot because, first of all, they are a tax team right now, and I don't anticipate them wanting to be a tax team. So one thing that I see possible here is them just flat out salary dumping Jonathan Isaac or trading him in a small move, like with a team like Memphis now. Remember, Memphis just made that huge trade. Now it's not updated here quite yet on the site, but the trade machine, like you're looking at. Hold on one second. Let's see if this would work. I'm going over to a different site. Okay. Okay, this is updated by the looks of it. So let's go over here. The Spot Track trade machine. What we're going to do is they now have the one thing I don't like about this is they don't show the trade exceptions. So you can't really point it out as easily. But what we could do is we could trade Jonathan Isaac to Memphis. We could also do someone like Tyus Jones to Memphis. And in return from the Grizzlies, you could maybe get someone like Ty Jerome, which would be a very significant upgrade. And then from Orlando, you'd maybe be willing to give up some form of draft pick control down the road. depending on how you want to get there. So you could do, like this pick to Memphis, this pick to Memphis, this pick to Memphis, something like this. It's going to say it fails, but it's not true because the Grizzlies have a $28 million trade exception now. So this trade does not fail. Again, this is part of why I haven't been using Spot Track, because Spot Track, like the Grizzlies opened up a $28 million trade exception. So this would work. I know it says it doesn't, but it would. And you would get Orlando Ty Jerome. This would be a huge upgrade for their guard spot on a team-friendly contract. And then it also gets the Magic out of the tax. So that would kind of accomplish all of Orlando's goals. Alt Rock, thank you for the 5, says, what are your top 3 trades you think are likely or very possible to happen that aren't being reported right now? No need to go into heavy detail. Good question. I think Bobby Portis trade to one of Detroit or San Antonio would be possible. I think you're looking at a Santi Aldama trade being very possible now that the Grizzlies are selling. And then just John Morant. There hasn't been a lot of coverage on John Morant, surprisingly. But I do think that would be a real possibility. So appreciate you, Alt Rock, for the super chat. Obviously, I'm trying to get to everyone's comments, but you guys are asking a lot of great questions. I'm trying to give good, detailed answers. So I appreciate you a ton for all your guys' patience today and everything as well. And then DM again, I just want to, again, thank you for the $10 super chat. Appreciate you guys. The super chats go a really long way in actually helping support the channel. Supporting what I do, especially. So DM EQT2XE, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm going to put the donors back down on the bottom. Appreciate you guys all so much. Dumb says, thanks for starting us up early. Claytron says, watching from Australia, enjoying the stream. Sheldon, appreciate you. Nate says, how likely is Ja to Miami? I'd say getting about 10%. SC Arisen here says, good morning. A lot of Giannis talk about the Timberwolves. If he goes there, would the Blazers throw picks in for McDaniels, trying to get McDaniels or Dante to Detroit and Giannis out of the East? I think that most likely, if we were to see a trade between Minnesota and Milwaukee, my guess is that it is going to be centered around Jaden McDaniels to the Portland Trailblazers. That would be my kind of first inkling. I am going to start the trade here. This the nice thing is Spot Track should be updated on the current situation. Scott, I see your message there on the screen as well, saying I put on better trade shows than ESPN. Appreciate you guys. Try my hardest, and I'm glad that you guys always hop in here. When it comes to Giannis, because Giannis is going to be one of those main discussion points, right? Everyone wants to know about Giannis. I do think we need to do a better job talking more about Giannis today, just because it is such a huge deal. So if we are sending this big $54 million contract over to Minnesota, there's a lot of little details here. First of all, the Bucks are a non-tax team, and they actually have room away from the tax right now. So the Bucks can eat a little bit more salary in return, which is important to note. Minnesota would probably then send Jaden McDaniels to Portland in this deal, as well as Naz Reid to Portland. That is a salary mechanism, including the trade of Mike Conley, that could get the Minnesota Timberwolves into position here, as well as sending Dillingham and, say, Terrence Shannon Jr. Into Milwaukee's roster, okay? So you're looking at a very huge trade, sending multiple players out the door, but it is obviously a big, aggressive move. Now, you have to ask yourself, yesterday, why would the Minnesota Timberwolves trade their 2026 first-round swap to salary dump Mike Conley's contract, and not all of these second-rounders? They have all of these seconds. Why would they not use those to salary dump Mike Conley? Why would they do a 2026 pick swap? Oh, maybe because Milwaukee wouldn't have any interest in this 2026 pick swap anyway, because Milwaukee's swap worst between them and New Orleans will be a higher pick anyway than Minnesota, so that swap option doesn't do them any good. It does help Detroit. So if Minnesota is not offering, or if Minnesota offered that to Detroit, clearly they view these as valuable in some regard. So what would they be valuable? Oh, they'd be valuable to Milwaukee. Hey, Bucks, you want all of these second-round picks? Yeah, sure. Let's reload your cabinet. You traded 5 second-round picks a few years ago for Jay Crowder. let's give you some second round picks, right? A whole bunch of seconds in here. Then you can offer these as swaps to Milwaukee as well. So we have a swap here to Milwaukee. We have a swap in 2028 to Milwaukee. All of a sudden you're seeing, wow, there is a lot of things going on in this deal. Some really solid players going to Portland, McDaniels and Naz Reid, Dillingham and Terrence Shannon Jr., a couple young players going to the Milwaukee Bucks in this. And then Portland would send Jeremy Grant, a salary that they should want to get out of, to Milwaukee, as well as Time Lord to Milwaukee. You're looking at the financial impact here. The Blazers, all three teams here pass from a financial perspective. And now the issue is Minnesota would need to sign a couple of guys. They would have room to do that, though. They'd be able to fill their roster out a little bit. But in here, the draft picks, specifically the ones that they have from Milwaukee, which they have this Milwaukee pick in 2029, which would get returned to Milwaukee. They have this 2030 swap, which could be returned to Milwaukee. And then they also have this 2028 Milwaukee pick, which they could return to Milwaukee as well. So in this deal, you're looking at a significant return package. By the way, this doesn't necessarily just have to be a swap. This could just be sent to Milwaukee as is, which I think would be the most likely outcome. So when we try this trade, the impact here is, first of all, the trade is successful. The Bucks would walk away with Dillingham, Terrence Shannon Jr., Jeremy Grant, Robert Williams, and a plethora of draft capital, right? You're looking at their future swaps with Minnesota. You're looking at getting their own future first-round picks back as well in this deal in 2028, 2029, and 2030. And then also in this deal, you're seeing a plethora of seconds. Then the Wolves get Giannis Antetokounmpo. They actually shave off $1 million of salary as well here. And then they would have to fill up their roster up until the apron hard cap that they're at. And then the Blazers would get would take in a little bit of extra money, but they would significantly improve their team with Jaden McDaniels and Naz Reid. So definitely an interesting package, one that we did need to talk about. Chase here says, hoping for Anthony Davis trade news, MFFL, Mavs fan for life. Appreciate you, my man. We'll see what happens with AD. Hendricks says, Sheldon, you look like you're one of those students in school who bully. I never bullied anybody, to be honest. I actually, I was really not in any cliques. I just kind of hung out with everybody when I was in school. So hopefully I don't give bully vibes. I don't want to be thought of that way. Do I think Sohan is getting traded? Wants to know DeBalde? Yes, I do. Slick Sophistication says, what would Cleveland Cavaliers do to get Anthony Davis? Would they use a combination of Jared Allen, Max Strus, or Lonzo Ball? Expiring contract with picks, maybe a third team. I don't think that they're going to get Anthony Davis, to be completely honest with you. Pablo Burgos says, yo, welcome to the stream, Pablo. Paper Route Don here says it's about to get real spicy today. I do think so. We're obviously going to watch for big news. Keep our eyes on every single possible outcome here. There's going to be a lot of stuff to watch for. Gabe says that the Pistons have 16 roster spots and planning on signing Dennis Jenkins. Guess we'll just waive Saric and Jones, assuming we can't find a suitor for LeVert. Like I said, nobody valued Ivey, unfortunately. Do agree with you. I wish they would have just kept Ivey, but unfortunately they did not. Griffin here says, Pistons use their trade player exception on Saric. Do you predict any more moves for them? So we don't definitively know how the trade mechanism has played out yet. At least at this point, I am not aware of that. So they could still have their TPE. Teams sometimes, like, deals come in and then it looks like, oh, this deal doesn't financially work. Teams have very creative ways of breaking these deals into multi-team trades and including deals with other deals so that everything financially works. So I'd be patient on locking everything into what has already happened. King Daly wants to know if I think Giannis to the Warriors happens. Based on the reporting right now, it seems like no, although I do think if I was Milwaukee, I would strongly consider sending him there. MP says, you think there's a world where Kawhi wants out now and is moved before the trade deadline? No. I don't think so. Jay Kelkana says, do you see the Rockets making a move today? There's a lot of conflicting info. I think more likely than not, they'll make a trade tomorrow. I could be wrong. That's just kind of my gut feeling, but that's where I'm at. Speaker says they need to get Giannis done. I've been hearing about a potential trade for years, and I'm sick of it at this point. Me too. And it's just best for Milwaukee if they trade him. It really is. Chase says chances Anthony Davis' move before the deadline doesn't seem likely. MFFL. I think there's a pretty decent chance, actually. I'd say about 70% chance. Ohio says, good morning, boss. Please tell me Lakers would get some defenders, please. I do think that is a real possibility. Let's go back over to the trade machine here using Spot Track today. We'll work with the Los Angeles Lakers. And who's a good team for them to work with? Let's take a look at the trade with the Kings. Why not? And what we'll do here, really the only point I want to make here is they have these 2 expiring contracts. I know I've talked about it the last couple days already, but for everyone tuning in now, we have 700 people watching live, by the way. Appreciate everyone for being in here. When it comes to a trade here for the Los Angeles Lakers, like they have these salary slots, Gabe Vincent expiring, Maxi Kleber expiring, and then they also have DeAndre Ayton's contract. $8.1 million. They have Marcus Smart's contract, and they have Dalton Connect's contract. Connect is probably one of their more valuable trade chips from a player perspective because he's on a rookie deal yet, making a small amount of money, and he can really shoot the basketball. And shooting should always be valued. Shooting is a valuable tool, and it can help teams big time. He would have been a guy I would have liked for Detroit to try and get. Now, unfortunately, they went a different direction. Huerter will fit them. It's fine. But then they also have Hachimura's expiring. So there's a lot of ways for the Lakers to make something happen. And for example, if they were to work with the Kings, someone like Malik Monk, now this doesn't address their team defense much. Now maybe they could do something around Devin Carter. I would like Devin Carter for them because he is a little bit more defensively oriented. Maybe we do a connect for Carter swap straight up, right? Something like this where the Kings get a different young guy. And then the Lakers get a different young guy in return for him. So kind of a fun little trade there. Jimmy Go Outside says, someone give the Wizards some draft picks, please. The Wizards are in a great spot. But Kadri here says, Giannis to Toronto, discuss possible trades. I don't think Giannis will be a Raptor, to be completely transparent with you. I think it's more likely he stays in the United States and goes to one of Minnesota, Miami, or Golden State. Loner Man says, I'm doubting Giannis is going anywhere, to be honest. Bucks got no reason to rush. I do think they have a reason to rush. I will, let me go find my tweet on this quick. Again, follow me over on Twitter. We hit over 6,000 followers yesterday, by the way, so make sure to go follow over there. Link is in the description for that. But I want to talk about this Giannis situation and why waiting is actually a terrible possible outcome for them. The longer they wait, there's more possibilities that this stuff happens. If they wait until the offseason, Giannis could just say, I only want to re-sign with this team. I'm an expiring salary. Trade me to the New York Knicks, or trade me to the Miami Heat, or trade me to the Golden State Warriors, or trade me to only the Minnesota Timberwolves. And when that happens, now Minnesota can go about their trade and say, hey, maybe we don't need to get you those Milwaukee future picks. He wants to be here. Why would we force something happening? We maybe don't have to give up Jaden McDaniels anymore. Maybe we can structure something around Naz Reid and other salary, or Julius Randle and other salary. And all of a sudden, your offer got 75% or became 75% of what it was. So I would say that there's a real reason for Milwaukee to actually act quickly in a trade. So that's how I feel about it. Nick here says, Goga from Orlando for Trey Mann about to go down. I like Batadze a lot. I think he'll definitely help a team if he does get traded. It's Veracity says, do you think Kobe for Gafford makes sense for both teams, especially since the Bulls don't have a center and Mavs need some shooting and shot creation? Obviously, Gafford back, a return to Chicago would be awesome for the Bulls. I don't think Dallas should do that. Daniel Gafford's a better player than Kobe White, and I think the Mavericks would be making a mistake doing that. But Steve wants to know where I think Giannis is going and what is Draymond's trade value. The only value for Draymond in a trade is his salary slot. No team is trading for Draymond Green, especially with the rumors that he would want to opt out of his player option and return to Golden State. No team is trading for Draymond Green because he's Draymond Green. Like, they would be trading for him because the Warriors are giving them something else. So if we did, again, a trade for John Morant, for example, Draymond Green's salary slot could be in there. Maybe Kuminga would be in there. That's $48-ish million. And then in this deal, we'd have to take back some other salary. So something like this, and then a draft pick from Golden State to Memphis. So this would be if they strike out on a Giannis trade. Maybe the Warriors pivot. They try and get Ja and Ty Jerome. It costs them Draymond and Kuminga. Now, the Warriors would be very small if they do this, but the idea would be they would try and re-sign Draymond Green back in the offseason after he opts out of his player option. And the Grizzlies get a pick for Morant and Jerome. So David here says, could the Cavaliers trade for Bobby Portis? They need another big. Dean Wade is much better at the 3 than the 4. That would be a possibility for sure. I think that's actually not a bad one to look at. We've obviously talked about the Pistons and the Spurs, a few other teams for Bobby Portis, but in the world where it is actually Cleveland trading for Bobby Portis. Now, there are some financial reasons why this could make some sense. There's also some financial reasons why they wouldn't do this, because they would probably be committed then to staying in the second apron. So they cannot aggregate Dennis Schroder. So they cannot trade him with another salary at this point. But if they are looking at getting bigger, you could either do Dennis Schroder or you could do Max Strus, who is making a pretty large amount of money next year, $16.6 million. You trade him for Bobby Portis, who is making substantially less than $16 million. Not like a ton less, but a meaningful amount. And then on top of this, maybe you give them a couple of second-round picks for this type of move. So it ends up being Bobby Portis for Strus in a couple seconds. It gives you another front court member. After getting Harden yesterday, this would be a way to add a little bit more size back into the rotation. And then again, you're insulating those Dean Wade minutes as playing him more as a 3 than a 4. King Daly here says, does Kuminga go to the Heat and someone else from the Warriors for Norman Powell out of nowhere? No, I would be very surprised by that. I think the Heat view Norman Powell as a key part of their future. Appreciate you, Steve. Thank you. Alonzo here says, not sure I understand what the Cavs did. You brought in a 10-year-older guard for maybe a 1 to 2 year window and lost your best point of attack defender in DeAndre Hunter. Weird moves to me. DeAndre Hunter was overrated defensively. That's part of it. And then the other thing is, if we go over to this Cavs cap table, part of the decision here, so this year, 2028, Garland was still guaranteed $46 million, I believe it was. Now you have that off your sheet. So you're looking at a substantially cheaper team down the road, and you upgraded your roster for this year. James Harden is better than Darius Garland right now. So I definitely understand concerns about the future and everything. But it is also a meaningful short-term upgrade in terms of both availability and actual talent. And the Cavaliers are kind of indexing on Sam Merrill, Dean Wade, Keon Ellis, Jalen Tyson playing the wings for you. I do think Keon Ellis is a better defender than DeAndre Hunter. So JD for 3 says, do you think the trades stop until Giannis gets moved? I mean, there's been a lot of big trades even while teams have been waiting for Giannis. So, no, I think there's still going to be trades happening. Jake, appreciate you for being in the stream here. Appreciate you stopping in today. Keith here says, any trades happen this morning? Nothing yet. I was recapping the Cavs trade yesterday with the Clippers because I was not able to be live last night. So it was nice to be able to hop in today and talk about that trade that we saw last night between the Cavaliers and the Los Angeles Clippers. American Brute says, I can see both Coby White and Ayo Dosunmu heading to Orlando, so Orlando can get back on track with 2 deadly shooters to help. Let's take a look at those 2 teams, the Orlando Magic and the Chicago Bulls. Remember, these 2 franchises did make a trade many moons ago regarding Nikola Vucevic. The Arturas Karnisovas actually brought Vucevic to Chicago. That was his real first big move there. So Coby White to Orlando, and then also Dosunmu to Orlando. So the thing here is you're looking at about $21 million almost, 20 million and some change. Now, to get there, you could do something around Jonathan Isaac's salary, which I think there would be motivation on both sides there to do. And then the other salary could be something like Tyus Jones. This isn't like a terrible path. Otherwise, you could include Jett Howard too. Maybe if we get a third player in this deal, although I'm sure they wouldn't want to give up Julian Phillips, but I don't know. We could salary dump Jett Howard somewhere potentially too in a deal, but in the process here, Orlando does shave a little bit of money, and they get a couple meaningful players. Probably throw in a second-round pick or something, right, from Orlando. A couple seconds to facilitate this kind of deal. Something like this, maybe 3 seconds. One of them being far out into the future. Not terrible. Let me know what you guys think about that in the comment section below. Sack Fan is tough says, good morning. I'm really hoping my Kings do something to help us start a rebuild. You have no idea how hard it is being a fan of this team. I can guarantee you that Sacramento will do something. And if we go over here to the Sacramento Kings cap table, specifically, one of the big reasons that I can guarantee you they'll do something, let's look at how much money they have committed to next season's roster. So this 2026-2027 season. $49 million to Levine, $45.5 million to Sabonis, almost $26 million to DeRozan, $25 million for DeAndre Hunter, $24 million for Keegan Murray, $20 million for Malik Monk, and $5 million for Devin Carter, a little bit of 3 and some change for Nick Clifford. So this, specifically their top 6 here, right? You got, between these two guys, $93 million, okay? Almost 94, $93.5 million. Then you're looking at $118 million with DeRozan. You're looking at $143 million with DeAndre Hunter. You're looking at $167 million with Keegan and $187 million with Malik Monk. So this team needs to salary dump. So if we see them make a trade, and one that I have brought up a couple of times this week that I continue to think makes a lot of sense, you're looking for expiring salaries if you're the Sacramento Kings. And there's a few ways to get there for sure. Welcome, 750 people watching live, by the way. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button on the stream today if you haven't already. We're at 116 likes. I would love to smash the number we beat yesterday, which was 579. We had a 579 like stream yesterday. I think we can do even better than that today. But looking at this trade between the Clippers, if the Clippers are looking to reshape their roster, Bogdan Bogdanovic is a guy who's on an expiring. And then you could look at someone like Bradley Beal. His contract potentially could go to Sac in this. And then the Kings here in return would send Malik Monk to the Clippers. Now, financially, there is a little bit of an issue here in terms of getting toward the tax. So you would assume that Sacramento would want to dump another salary. So it could be someone like Precious Achiuwa or Drew Eubanks going to the Clippers here as well. And then the money is very close. But the biggest thing here, the Kings get off of all of Malik Monk's future money. They eat the expiring salary of Bogdan Bogdanovic, and then they take in the Bradley Beal contract as well, which has just one more year on it at $5.6 million. It's not a bad move for the Sacramento Kings. It gets them out of some long-term money. And then the Clippers obviously get Malik Monk, who is 28 years old. Marcus Jones says, what's up, Sheldon? Appreciate you being in here, Marcus. Going on to Bowden here. Are the Cavs done making deals? I did believe I was able to answer that for you with your super chat, so I appreciate you, Bowden. Again, thank you for your comment. The speaker says, I got a feeling today is going to be the calm before the storm. We're going to get a quieter day. Yesterday was a flurry. We had a good number of moves yesterday. What are some other wild card trades that could be possible? Like the Ja to the Nets one. I mean, Giannis to some random team that we haven't really talked about so far would be a wild card one. Yeah, it's a good question. Ja to Houston would kind of feel like a wild card a little bit. Appreciate you, Soda, again for being in here. Tyler here says, any chance the Timberwolves could get Giannis without giving up McDaniels? Yes, but it would require them trading Julius Randle, which I don't think Portland would have interest. So Mel says, do you think Portland could pull off a Giannis trade, or is he Lakers bound? Portland has the stuff for Giannis. I think Portland makes a lot of sense for a Giannis trade, but I'm not sure if Giannis wants to be there. So that's kind of the holdup. Brady says, do the Wolves trading might mean they might do something, or is it just freeing up just in case? Kind of sad Kobe White didn't come back. Brady, I do think that the Wolves are in position to strike. I know yesterday I was a little apprehensive about that possibility. Today I feel a lot more convicted about the possibility of that happening. Try not to spam, guys, by the way. Scott here says news on Ayo Dosunmu. Nothing definitive yet at this point, but I would have to assume with the Bulls' moves yesterday of acquiring Jaden Ivey, acquiring Anfernee Simons, that they are probably going to move off of Ayo either today or tomorrow. It's Veracity here says Kobe for Gafford. Who says no? Mavs. Yep, I was able to answer that one already. For Veracity, Henry, appreciate you. By the way, don't let's try not to spam. Okay, guys. Good morning, Sheldon. If Giannis isn't moved by Thursday, do you see the Lakers being a real threat to get him in the offseason? So if we look at the Lakers assets here, I think the best way to look at them is just going over here to Fanspo real quick. In the offseason, here's the issue, right? LeBron is expiring, so they technically couldn't trade his contract. They couldn't trade Rui. They do have Reeves, but if you look at his contract, he's got a player option. So they could sign and trade him, I guess, but that would be a challenge. They could trade this first, and they could trade the 2033 first. So you could theoretically put together a 3 first-round pick offer for Giannis at that point, but the salaries are where there's going to be a holdup here. So while yes, the Lakers could offer more, so could Miami, so could Minnesota. Really, I think the answer to that is no, Marcus, that the Lakers still would not be a genuine threat for Giannis Antetokounmpo in the offseason. Terry in the chat says, is there any chance Conley can get bought out and signed by the Lakers? The Lakers could use a veteran back up at point guard. Yeah, I definitely do think that we're going to see, if we go to Chicago quick, we'll put the Lakers in there, but we're not going to do a trade between these two teams. Well, I guess there is a world where the Bulls could just trade Mike Conley to the Lakers too. Like if the Lakers want to guarantee that they get Conley, that he doesn't get bought out. Like if they don't do anything else with these expirings, they could do something like this, right? Where it's just literally Kleba for Conley. That would be somewhat sensible, I guess. And then the Bulls can maybe buy out Kleba. But Jackie here says, do you think OKC should make a trade in which player that OKC needs? They were rumored to be in on the center market potentially. Now, the reality here is that they probably will not make a big trade because that's just not really what Sam Presti typically does. Last time he made a trade at the deadline, it was for Gordon Hayward. And then after the season, he said that was on him and he publicly regretted that. So Dwayne Baker here says Scott Perry wants versatile 6'7" or so wings to build around like Hunter, Keegan, and Nick Clifford. That is who he will trade Sabonis for, plus picks, which, again, that's kind of following what we've been talking about a lot. If we're going to see a trade here for the Sacramento Kings around Domantas Sabonis, the most likely outcome is a deal with the Toronto Raptors, in my estimation. You'd probably want a third team involved because I don't think the Kings are going to want to take back all of the long-term money here. But you would see RJ plus Jakob going to Sacramento, with Jakob being the guy that could potentially go somewhere else, for Sabonis, and then maybe Devin Carter. And then the Raptors give up their first-round pick here in 2026. Send that to Sacramento, and then maybe the Kings send back a second-round pick themselves, maybe like this 2027 second from Charlotte. Something like that, where it's Sabonis and Carter for Barrett and Pirtle. First goes to Sacramento from Toronto, and then the Kings, if the Raptors are apprehensive about doing that, maybe the Kings just add in a little sweetener second-round pick to say, okay, if you're giving us a low-quality first, we'll give you a meh second, and it'll even out. So Taganga here says, what are your top 5 teams that need to make a trade to contend? The Lakers are number 1. They really badly need like 2 or 3 trades to be completely transparent. I think it's a good question. I think the Rockets need a trade. I think they need a guard. I think the 76ers really badly need a trade. I think let me pull up the standings quick just so I don't miss somebody. I think the Pistons could still use another reinforcement. And then Boston made their trade yesterday with Vucevic. Depending on if Tatum comes back, they're not out of the realm of possibility now at this point to contend. I would say lastly, the Spurs. If the Spurs can get an upgrade over Kelly Olynyk, that would push them forward. Those would be my 5 teams. BMAX says, could the Jazz make a move for Anthony Black? Orlando down bad. Utah could use another primary ball handler. How about Collier with 22 assists last night? Is that how many he had? I did not watch the game last night because I was coaching. Yeah, he had 22 assists last night against the Pacers. He played 48 minutes. Man, that's actually absurd. Wow, 22 assists and only 2 turnovers. He had 22 assists and was a +9. That's crazy. But they definitely, they could use one, but I don't think Orlando would trade Anthony Black, to be honest. Shaw says, cook up a trade that would break the internet like the Luka trade did. I don't think there's going to be anything ever again like the Luka Doncic trade, to be completely honest with you. Tyler A. Gates, thank you for the 5. He says, hey, Sheldon, thoughts on the Jaren Jackson Jr. trade? I like it for both sides, especially Memphis. Lineup of Clayton, Coward, Wells, Debansa, Edey would be nice. So the more I've thought about this, the more I've come around on it for Utah. If there wasn't if Jaren Jackson Jr. wasn't making $50+ million a year, I would have absolutely loved it for Utah. If Jaren was a $42 million a year player, I would have been all over it. Now, I do think his salary cap hit is going to be a little bit straining on Utah going forward, especially when some of their young guys become extension eligible, like Walker Kessler, who's a restricted free agent this offseason. Like Keontae George, in a little while, he'll be extension eligible. I think, I don't know. I love what Utah's going to be able to put on the court. I like their size. I like their length. Pause. This team's really solid. Now, especially going into next year, if they keep their own pick instead of conveying it to Oklahoma City and they get a high pick, they're really set up. When it comes to a trade here for the trade for Memphis, I loved it. They were stuck. They were dead in the water. They were like a fish in a barrel, just waiting to be served for dinner. This team had no upward mobility in terms of winning playoff series. With Bane and Jaren and Ja, trading Bane to Orlando was genuinely perfect for them. Trading Jaren to Utah was perfect for them. And we'll see if a Morant trade materializes or not, but they're in a great position. I really love the trade for them. Spursive here says, thoughts about Giannis to Minnesota. Memphis is the third team that sends Ja +2 protected firsts to the Bucks. McDaniels to the Grizzlies, and Randall plus min swaps and seconds back to Bucks as well. So Giannis to Minnesota is likely. Now, the thing is, I do think it is better for Milwaukee to get their own picks back than another team's assets. So I think that's a key thing here to remember. Belichick Real One says Orlando needs an offensive coach at this point, assistant or whatever, because it's chronic. I do agree. They really know how to defend. Mosley's done a great job building a team defensive context there. The offense is diabolical, and part of that is the skill, part of that is the perimeter players that they do have, but part of that is also the offensive design. So Mr. Lucky here says, I asked fellow Hornets fans if we should get Miles Turner, Ryan Rollins. They all hated the idea. I think this 7-game win streak has gone to their heads. Turner was in the NBA Finals last season. Turner's a good player. Ryan Rollins, I don't think will be available, but he would obviously be a nice addition too. As long as it's not like a drastic overpay, I would not be mad at it for Charlotte to be semi-aggressive. Jake here says, hey, Sheldon, did your team win the game last night? No, we did. We lost by 5. We need a post-game summary. First half, our help defense was terrible. And then second half, our ball movement was not good enough, to be just completely frank. But we got stuff planned for practice today that'll hopefully solve some of those issues. It was hard because we didn't have practice on Monday because of snow in Georgia. Could you believe it? Scott here says, hey, Sheldon, should the Rockets trade for Chris Paul? They could. I don't think that they should necessarily, but I mean, if he's like a throw into a trade, sure. Just as long as they're not planning on him playing like 25 minutes a night for them. Sco says, hey, Sheldon, Nets lost miserably last night. Should that be an alarm for them to have a contingency plan or make a substantial trade this deadline? No, the Nets are okay with losing. They are totally happy with that. So no. Crispo says, great shouts. Thank you for your time. Appreciate you, Crispo. Love seeing those W's fly in. Salshin says, do you think the Raptors throwing in a first to a team to take Pirtle and also giving Sack a first is worth it? No, they should not give up 2 firsts. They should do 1 first in general, and I think Sacramento should just be the team that eats Jakob Pirtle so they get the first. That's what I think. Nahio says, just answered that. I hope the Lakers are able to get good defenders. Terrence says, what's next for Trajan Langdon and the Pistons? They still, in theory, have access to their trade exception. We'll see how they go about building, but still looking at like a power forward, addressing that need a little bit would be interesting. Jay Thrush says, let's go Lakers. Appreciate you being in here. William says, could you check out the Giannis trade idea? I'm not going to pull up his thing. Could you explore Sohan teams? Yeah, I think the Knicks are one that could possibly make sense. A few other teams like Brooklyn, Charlotte, even to a smaller extent, Indiana could be a sensible outcome. I wouldn't rule out like New Orleans sniffing around it. Basically, you're looking at teams that are young. The Sacramento Kings could be one. If let's put the Kings and Spurs together real quick for a trade. These two teams have worked together a bunch in the past year or so. So it's definitely not out of the realm of possibility to see them work together again. Could it be something around Devin Carter? I mean, that's not really a fit for the Spurs, not necessarily what they need, but they could do something, say, for Malik Monk, with Monk going to San Antonio, and then in return, it's Olynyk, his expiring, and then Sohan's expiring to Sacramento in this deal, something like this. So the Spurs get another guy who could play. Now, it doesn't really give them size. I know Spurs fans will say we want a big wing or a power forward. Totally understand that, but this is a talent grab, and then you would have Malik Monk's contract moving forward to work with in future trades if you're San Antonio. So that's just one idea that comes to mind. Otherwise, we could see instead of Sacramento, maybe we go put the Clippers in here. Where are the Clippers at? There they are. Get the Clippers and Spurs on the phone. Obviously, the Clippers are kind of undergoing a couple of changes on the fly here. So maybe it's John Collins in this deal for Olynyk. And you put Sohan and then the other salary in there to work. But this one does actually technically function. So you could fit John Collins in here for Olynyk and Sohan. Something like that wouldn't be crazy either. Hauser and Tillman for Cam Thomas. I don't think the Celtics would do that. I don't think the Celtics would give up Hauser for Thomas. Brian says, do you think a team will make a trade today? I do. I tend to always be on the optimistic side of trades. I just think that there's when we get to this week, teams are ready to do something. They're ready to be aggressive. Couchin says, good morning. I'm watching you while I have some bagels and coffee. Glad to have you in here again, Couchin. Appreciate you for always tuning into the streams. Aaron says, Sheldon, what part of the NBA interests you the most? I think you asked this yesterday as well, but I would say coaching is the most intriguing to me. But I love the NBA in general and would love doing any of those things in the NBA. Scott says, Sheldon puts on better trade shows than ESPN. Appreciate you, Scott. We got 800 people watching live. Let's see how many likes we have on the stream right now. 170 likes right now. If everyone just takes 1 second and hits that like button, it's completely free to do, by the way. We could push that number up very, very quickly. Levi and Friend says Spurs won't trade for anyone. They tend to not make a bunch of in-season trades, but maybe they could make one small one here or there. Caesar says, hey, Sheldon, how did coaching go yesterday? Hopefully you guys were all able to hear my answer on that. Not as good as it should have gone. We lost, but I do think we should have won, but we didn't. Do you think a team can land both Ja and Giannis? No, I think that salary would just be you're looking at that's $81 million roughly, or actually more. That's $93 million actually combined. So no, I do not think a team can land both of them. I would be very shocked by that. Cheesehead says Bucks need 4 first-round picks for Giannis. Definitely understand that perspective. I think that's what Milwaukee will push for. Too Clutch Corey says facts. If Triple J is bringing 3 to 4 firsts, Giannis definitely needs that amount. It depends on the quality, right? Like if you're looking at the trade, would you rather have the 2027 Lakers first or the 2028 Bucks first? The 2028 Bucks first is way more valuable than the 2027 Lakers first. I hope you guys understand how that works from a quality perspective. Tech Rally says, what's the demand for John Morant? I don't think it's very large, to be honest with you, but the Grizzlies might just be fine with selling on him anyway to kind of completely reset their roster. Justin here says, as a Wolves fan, would rather see us get Kobe White. I don't think they're going to get Kobe White. They could have in that 3-team deal. They didn't. So I don't think, Justin, I understand that perspective, but I don't think that's what's going to happen. Jay-Z says, I don't see it from the Blazers end. This was talking about the trade for McDaniels and Nas. This would be the Blazers lineup going forward. Scoot, Drew, Tamani. This is not even like a starting line. It's just all their players, okay? Scoot, Drew, Tamani, Avdia, McDaniels, Nas, Klingon. Like, that's already really great. We got balloons in here to celebrate even. It's just crazy. Let's get some confetti in here too, by the way. W chat. Appreciate you guys all so much. Just heard John Collins could join the Spurs. We just actually talked about him a little bit. Eric here says, dang, you're back at it already. It was super fun to listen to you yesterday when the trades broke. Thanks again for your hard work. I appreciate you, Eric. Big time. Thanks for everyone being in here. Gabe here says this is a huge W for the Blazers, in my opinion. Not sure I like it for the Wolves. I'd be terrified for them in 3 to 4 years. Obviously, you're betting on Ant. Ant is in his early to mid-20s. I believe like 24 now. So 23, 24. So you're looking at, the next 3 to 4 years, you're banking on him as he reaches his prime. He just carries you through any possible hardships, which is sensible. The St. Kai says needs to be a package of Julius, Nas, and Prob Rudy. Behringer probs needs, including 2, going to need probably 4 teams. If the Timberwolves trade Rudy Gobert, they're going to lose the trade. Rudy Gobert is one of the most impactful players in NBA history when it comes to winning and losing. If they don't have Rudy, they're not going to win. That's just the reality. They are tiny without Rudy Gobert. According to Shams, the Warriors were interested in Jaren if they failed on Giannis before Jaren was traded. Also, you don't give bully vibes, don't worry. Thank God. Thank you, Claytron. The Warriors would have definitely been a very interesting Jaren package, but I think for them it's better that they didn't make that trade. Luau said would almost rather give up Randall and Gobert. I just think it's just if you're trying to win, you need to try and win. So Steve here says Pistons are good. Lionheart says good afternoon. Let's go. We're back. Appreciate you being in here again today, Lionheart Fitness. Locke says good evening. As a former Golden State Warriors fan, curious about Jordan Poole. Seems that he's not part of the future plan, but his contract doesn't look good to trade for quality starters. Any opinion on that? Yes, if we look at a possible trade for the Pelicans, one team that just continues to make sense is a John Morant acquisition. This would be an opportunistic buy low for the New Orleans Pelicans. You also get Kentavious Caldwell-Pope's contract, and you send Jordan Poole and DeJounte Murray out the door. This ends up being a long-term salary cap relief mechanism for the Grizzlies by about $10 million. And then in the process, the Pelicans maybe give you like 2 or 3 second-round picks. I know it's not super exciting for the Grizzlies, but you get Poole, DeJounte, 3 seconds, and you get off of Morant's huge contract moving forward, which is the biggest contract in the entire trade. So this does shave some money for Memphis long-term. That specifically that third year, they're saving about $10 million. So pretty drastic savings for them. Dalton Connect says, yo, utility, what's the chance Braun gets traded? Not very high. I would be shocked if LeBron James got traded. That would be like the, oh my goodness, the world is ending kind of trade. So, Connect reportedly requested a trade. We'll see if he gets moved or not. Kobe says, speaking of Denver, I think Schroder dude needs to be traded to let him bloom. Let's look at Schroder's numbers this year. He's playing 12 minutes a game, averaging 5 points. He's just not shooting the ball as well as he's capable of, which has been actually surprising because that was like his greatest skill at Gonzaga. But Mel says, hit that like button. Damien here says, what's up, Sheldon? If the Mavericks were to acquire one of the Bulls guards, how would you rank White, Io, Simons as a reroute? I would probably prefer Simons over either of the other ones. Like it's Simons or Kobe White, and I don't even love Simons. The nice thing about Simons is he can, I really do trust that he can get a shot off like in a playoff series, which I don't know. The defensive end would be ugly, but that's what Dallas is built to protect. So Dallas has a lot of defensive infrastructure in place. Kobe White, it's White, Simons, Io. Like Io's the third best out of the trio, in my opinion, for sure. Appreciate you, Damien. What are my thoughts on the Mavs' future with Cooper Flag? I think Cooper Flag's an awesome young player. Number one on my draft board the entire year. Last year, there was just never going to be any doubt in my mind about that because he's awesome. I hope Gafford does not get moved. I really hope not. Wheel Archives here says, do you think Spurs make any moves? I think they can make one, yeah. Gosh. MP says, Bulls will get Giannis. I don't think so. Brooklyn doesn't need Cam Thomas. I don't know if there's going to be a real Cam Thomas market. I wouldn't mind Houston being the team to acquire him. Spartacus says, saw a video about from Portland radio discussing Cat Bridges and another Nick to Portland for Drew, and then Portland picks Grant, Williams, etc., along with Nick's picks to get Giannis. I mean, it's not like the end of the world. It's not the worst thing, but I don't know. I don't know. I just don't. I'm not like in love with it. JMP BA Sound says talk about the Miami Heat. The Heat specifically, their best tool to work with is going to be that expiring salary of Terry Rozier. Obviously, very difficult situation. But let's just say Miami. Let's say that Giannis gets traded, right? Giannis gets dealt to the Minnesota Timberwolves. How could Miami then make something else happen? Well, they have this huge Terry Rozier expiring salary. They have some other pieces here. Simone Fontecchio, for example. Khalil Ware. They have Jaime Jaquez. They've got some guys who could be used in a deal. We'll put Kashad Johnson in this one as an example. And John Morant goes to Miami. This kind of move is something that would financially work. The Heat get a huge swing on a guy like Ja. The Grizzlies get out of John Morant's contract completely here. Maybe Miami gives up, a 1 second-round pick or something. I know people are going to say, whoa, John Morant's way better than that, or he's worth way more than that. The issue is really the contract. It's a huge opportunity cost. So that's part of why this kind of trade for Miami could be somewhat sensible. Thomas says, who or which team has the biggest role to fill via trade deadline? I think probably Houston. Probably Houston, given their injuries that they have right now. Tyler says, let's get Giannis to Golden State. We can look at a possible trade here between these teams. We'll put Milwaukee and Golden State. Obviously, the Warriors feel very emboldened about their possibility of landing Giannis Antetokounmpo. Now, I don't exactly necessarily believe that that's going to happen, but I think they are in that mix. So Giannis to Golden State, and then the Warriors. We've been building the package around Jimmy Butler. Let's try to not do that this time. We're instead going to build it around Kuminga and Draymond and Moses Moody. These three players go to Milwaukee. Financially, this does work. It also opens up a little bit of money for the Warriors. Draymond Green has a player option in the offseason. He could decline it. and then return to Golden State, which is a really niche rule. But then we would send this pick to Milwaukee. We would send this pick to Milwaukee. We would send this pick to Milwaukee. And we would also send this 2032 pick with swap options here and here. So 2 firsts, 2 swaps, a second, and obviously Draymond Green, Kuminga, and Moody for Giannis. So honestly, it's not like the worst package ever. Like, you're getting a lot of draft value here if you're the Milwaukee Bucks. So John here says, please, Maury, duck the tax. We have won 5 in a row and could use a wing and back up big man with Paul George out. If Kelly Oubre went down, we would be screwed. Improve this bench. John, I'm hoping for you as well that the Sixers do improve the roster. Tim, thank you again for the $2 super chat. He says, which team should capitalize on the selling teams? It depends on what the packages look like, of course, but I think teams that make a lot of sense to try and upgrade are the Lakers should really be aggressive, in my opinion. Like, you have Luka Doncic in the prime of his career. You need to put good talent around him. We saw his final year in Dallas, he literally made the NBA Finals with the team that was finally flushed with talent. And if you can get real meaningful quality players on the Lakers around him, you can be a true contending team again. So don't disrespect Hall of Fame Draymond. What about Sadiq Bey to Golden State? The Sadiq Bey stuff is not. Sadiq Bey is not a great player, so I would not bank on him. Dirty old Joan here. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says a Raptors fan, we need to get off of Jock and low basketball IQ's contract, but no one wants them. We've got all our picks and RJ has value. If not Sabonis, then what moves might we do? First of all, thank you for the super chat here. I really am grateful for it, Dirty Old Joan, which is a funny name there. I do appreciate you a lot. And if it's not for, so obviously we have talked a good deal about, the Sabonis package and the pathway there. If it's not that, then what could it be? Let's go look at a trade with the Dallas Mavericks. I think there is a lot to be fascinated here with between a Raptors and Mavs package, specifically the name Anthony Davis. Now, he does make $54 million, but luckily you can get to a package here that financially does work for Anthony Davis. This gets the Raptors not only off of Jakob Poeltl's long-term contract, but it also gets you off of Emmanuel Quickley's. And then from a draft pick perspective, this is maybe one of the few ways where Dallas is going to be able to get meaningful stuff. Like whether you maybe get 2026 first and a swap in 27 that wouldn't likely convey, but maybe it could. Right, there's a little bit of upside here for Dallas getting this asset in there, just barring an injury or something. The Raptors last year dealt with a lot of injuries. Like this kind of trade is not out of the realm of possibility, and would be a kind of fun way to see the Raptors get off of some of their big salaries, and the Mavericks get an actual real asset for Anthony Davis in the process. So something like that is not insane, I don't think, but. John, appreciate you being in here. Kobe says, what if Detroit gets Sam Merrill? I don't think Sam Merrill will get traded. I think the Cleveland Cavaliers love Sam Merrill. Zach here says, I don't know if you already talked about this, but is there a way the Wolves can get Giannis without trading all their depth? Not really, because you're trying to convince Milwaukee to trade him to you. So the reality to that is no, in my opinion. I just think more likely than not, you need to guys. Let's keep it nice in the chat here to each other. Scott says, will Fred VanVleet be back for the playoffs? Is my question. He could be. If he does return this season, then that means the Rockets couldn't use their disabled player exception. So that'll be something to watch for. If they use their DPE, then he can't return. So I am your best friend says, if Draymond Green is traded as part of acquiring Giannis, can you explain what they are saying that Draymond could be back in Warriors uniform next season? Joji from the Philippines. Yes. So to explain this, typically, I'll go full screen quick. Typically when a player gets traded, he is ineligible to return to that team for a calendar year. Now, in the CBA, there is one small loophole, and you know this stuff from reading the CBA. There is a small, tiny loophole in it that if a guy has a player option when he's traded and he opts out of his contract through that player option, he can then sign with any team in the NBA. He can return to the team that traded him. So, in theory, if Draymond Green gets traded, he can opt out of his player option and re-sign with Golden State using a signing exception, whether that's the veteran minimum extension, the vet min, or some form of taxpayer or non-taxpayer, whatever the number would look like. Right? He could re-sign with Golden State at any number that the two teams that they both agree to, which is crazy but possible. If they don't get Giannis, what other options do they have? We could look at an Anthony Davis trade package. There's been some rumors on that as well. So let's go over to Golden State. If I can find them. There they are. And a package here between the two. We'll do Anthony Davis in this to the Golden State Warriors. And in return, we will send Draymond Green and Kuminga to Dallas. This trade does not financially work right now because of the money matching component. So we could do Horford, or we could try and make the money work around someone else. I think the easiest way is probably just including Al Horford here financially. This is literally a direct money amount. The issue here is seeing these two teams work together is you're probably going to need a third team. So, like if we do Moody, it won't work for Dallas. See, because now they're over the first apron. So I don't know. There's some challenges here between doing these two teams, which probably dissuades them from working together to begin with. So King Nacho says, where does Draymond end up? Probably back on the Warriors next year. You think the Celtics are trading for a guard? Let's look at what the Boston Celtics have. So just based on what they have to offer here, they have Tatum, Brown, White, Vucevic, right? Those four guys are now there. They're not going to get traded. None of those four. Hauser's there, Pritchard's there, and then you look at the minimums. Like they've got Hugo, they got Baylor, they got Tillman. Like it's not very likely that they're able to get something meaningful there. John Collins for Kuminga, who says no. Probably the Warriors if I had to bet, but Han says, bro, you are on Bobby Marks' level. Keep it up. Bobby Marks does a great job. I really do appreciate Bobby Marks' work. Very, very smart guy as well. Obviously, his time in the NBA didn't go very well. If you don't know, you should look that up. But he is very intelligent about the cap and everything. May says Levine gets traded to the Timberwolves. No, I don't think Minnesota would do that. Mace, I did not expect that. Manuel here says, are the Celtics trading for a guard? No. Baltimore says a straight player trade. Robert says, Sheldon, you're the best. Thanks for the stream. Appreciate you guys. We got 830 people watching live. We've been live for an hour and a half already. That is crazy to me. It feels like it's been honestly 20 minutes. It goes by so fast. It's because you guys are the absolute best. We got a W community here. Let me find my banner that I want to put on. Let's get some W's in the chat. Let's get some W's for you guys. I'm going to get some confetti flying in here. You guys are the absolute best, so I'm very much appreciative of you guys. Are the Celtics done making trades? They might be involved in a couple. They could, obviously flip some minimums if they want to make a slight upgrade here or there. But I don't think there's going to be anything super drastic. Too Clutch Corey says Milwaukee owners don't have a clue, man. So many different narratives coming out of their camp. Yeah, the Milwaukee is kind of a disaster right now. King Nacho says, is there any way the Suns can add a little size and rebounding? I think the most likely outcome here for Phoenix, I'm glad that we've been able to cover a wide variety of teams. Like we've been able to talk about Utah, the Spurs, the Kings. Like really, we've been able to talk about pretty much all 30 teams so far. I'm trying to think. We've talked a little bit about the Knicks today. We've talked about Brooklyn a little. We haven't really talked about Atlanta because Atlanta's probably just going to be very passive, not doing anything super ginormous here at the trade deadline. But Phoenix specifically, one of their biggest prerogatives is going to be getting below the tax. They are right around the tax number. And I can even pull that up right now for you guys on the stream because I think that would be a good thing to look at here as this loads. Looking at the current situation here, Minnesota obviously just shed some money. They could actually get below the tax as well. They're within $4 million of it. But if you look at Phoenix, just $255,000 away from the tax. So if they shave money here, they could get themselves below the tax pretty easily. So who are some teams that we could do that with? There's a few, right? We could look at a trade with Brooklyn. The Nets obviously would be fine with taking in salary. Washington could be a possibility as well. Let's do a Phoenix-Washington trade just to take a look at what's possible here. So probably wouldn't be something around Branham. Wouldn't be anything around like Bagley's a guy that could go to Phoenix here. And then we could, Anthony Gill is not going to happen. But we could do something like Nick Richards to Washington, and we're going to put him into their trade exception, which might have actually expired. But this trade here financially works. This gets the Suns below the tax, and the Suns would maybe even give the Wizards like a second-round pick for helping them out here. Bagley's played pretty decent this year. Wizards get a second-rounder, and they get the expiring salary of Nick Richards. Something like that. You get a little size here with Bagley, someone who's kind of more of that natural four-man, rebounds the ball decently well. Not a terrible option. Corey Dancer says, do the Wizards make another move and go after Kessler, Sabonis, or Kuminga and or Lonzo Ball? I think more likely than not, the Wizards are going to prioritize max cap space in the offseason so that they can make a run at either one of Walker Kessler or Peyton Watson. Those would be the guys that I think are going to be aggressive in pursuing. How about Benedict Mathurin to Brooklyn? We can take a look at that. That would be obviously a buy low swing for the Brooklyn Nets, taking a bet on a guy who was a former top 10 pick by Indiana. The Pacers trading Benedict Mathurin, I think, would be very good for them, by the way. So we could look at, there's obviously the Cam Thomas route. Just from a salary perspective, Benedict Mathurin making $9 million. Like, it depends on how you want to get there. Day'Ron Sharp would be a guy that the Pacers would love. The Pacers would love to get Day'Ron Sharp, in my opinion. So if you look at something like this from a draft pick perspective, like, I don't know. Who says no to this? I kind of like this a lot, actually. I kind of like this a lot. Let's actually go over to Twitter and tweet this quick. Appreciate you, Icy Dump. You're my one of my day ones. You've been watching the channel for a long time. Pacers and Bulls have discussed an Ayo Dosunmu for Benedict Mathurin swap. Let's tweet this out here quick. Why did this? Let's crop this. Yeah, there we go. Let's do that. Who says no? Feel free to add some pick compensation however you see fit. Curious what you guys think about the Benedict Mathurin for Day'Ron Sharp trade. I would love that for Indiana. I would love this. I think that would be really good for the Pacers, just with how those guys are. Warriors were monitoring. There we go. Jaren Jackson Jr. Okay. Tight ship. I do agree, B-Max. I do agree with that. Let's go back over. Make sure you guys are following over on Twitter, by the way. We are getting close to 6,100 followers over there already, which is super awesome. I'm going to check how the likes are on the stream too. We're at 252 likes. Remember, yesterday we hit 579, so I definitely think we can beat that today. Horty says, who do you think Portland will take? at the trade deadline. So first of all, I already really like what Portland was able to accomplish in the trade for Vit Krejci. I thought that was a very, very good trade for them. Let's get Minnesota. Let's get Portland on the phone here, and let's get the Milwaukee Bucks on the phone as well. So I think the biggest thing with Portland is, based on the reporting, if Milwaukee wants their picks back and Giannis wants Minnesota, if we're going to try and make this work, there is a pathway where Portland can get substantially better. Now, it does cost them Jeremy Grant in this. It costs them Robert Williams, which is, I would say, fine. If you're Portland, you're fine with giving up both of those players, especially Jeremy Grant. Getting out of his salary, I think, is a huge plus here. Then you're getting off of these Milwaukee first-round picks. So in 2028, you have this Milwaukee pick. You return it to the Bucks. You have this 2029 Milwaukee first that you can return as a swap, which is actually not, I don't know why it's lighting up like that. That should be trade eligible normally as well. So I don't understand what the issue is there with that. But in return, so you're trading, you are trading a couple players and 3 first-round picks. But from Minnesota, then you are ultimately getting Jaden McDaniels and Naz Reid in this deal. So from a financial perspective, when you look at what's in here right now, the reason it's failing is because the Wolves are, I didn't include Dillingham yet. There we go. Dillingham to Milwaukee and Terrence Shannon Jr. to Milwaukee. Something like this financially does work now, besides Milwaukee. Who am I missing in Milwaukee's? Oh, I accidentally sent McDaniels to Milwaukee. That explains it. There we go. This should work now. I was wondering why it wasn't working. I had just misclicked on McDaniels. But there we go. Dillingham, and then we would also from Minnesota, from a draft pick perspective, we'd basically send swap options here to this swap to Milwaukee, this swap to Milwaukee, this swap to Milwaukee as well. And this, I think, would be all very sensible. Could send that to Milwaukee, a bunch of second-round picks in this deal too. So it's a massive package. It's one that gives the Bucks a lot of draft pick control back in their favor. Just looking at this, like, you're walking out with Dillingham, Terrence Shannon Jr., Jeremy Grant, Robert Williams, 3 of your own future first back, 3 first-round swaps, and a boatload of seconds. The Wolves get Giannis Antetokounmpo. Basically, it's a 4-for-1 trade for Minnesota, trading Dillingham, Shannon, Jaden, and Naz for Giannis. And then the Blazers here acquire Jaden and Naz for those 3 Milwaukee firsts. You get off of Jeremy Grant's contract and Robert Williams' contract, and you get 2 really meaningful upgrades. So Portland then would have on their roster, think about how good this team would be going forward. You have Scoot, you have Drew, you have Toumani Camara, you have Denny Avdia, first-time All-Star, you have Jaden McDaniels, you have Naz Reid, you have Donovan Clingan. That team is really, really well positioned. And I think I might even be missing somebody. Let me check their roster real quick just to make sure I named everybody. Oh, Shaedon Sharpe. I haven't even named Shaedon Sharpe. I mean, yeah, that's a huge one. That's just really important. Caleb Love, CD Sissoko would then be able to potentially be converted as well if they were to salary dump someone like Matisse Thybulle and Ryan Rupert, for example. But they'd be able to open up, not Rupert, but you understand the idea here. So they'd be able to make things work there in Portland. So it'd definitely be interesting. This trade is a huge one, but it would get Giannis where he wants to go. Tino says, thanks, Sheldon, for everything. Like the stream and sub up. You guys heard him. Everyone smash that like button right now. Appreciate everyone for being in here. 2001 Gaming Fan, Epic Wallpapers. Appreciate you for the $2. Says, giving this to you instead of the casino. I appreciate that. I don't know, guys. If you're feeling like giving me a $100 super chat, maybe go put it on red quick and double it. I don't know. Maybe we should do some live betting on stream. I'm sure Prize Picks would love that or something. I love how the NBA is like taking this stance against gambling, but every single game there's 18 commercials per quarter of gambling. Dylan here says, "Hey Sheldon, hope you're well. If Giannis isn't traded today to Minnesota, could you see the pivot to Ja would be able to keep most of the core pieces together, Jaden, Nas, and Randall. That's an interesting discussion point too. Let's go look at a possible Wolves and Grizzlies trade. Now, the issue here for me is, like, I don't know. Are you trading Julius Randle? And if you're saying no to that, then the issue is, how do you get to this $39 million salary slot if you're Minnesota? You have Gobert. I think trading Gobert would be a mistake. You have McDaniels. You have Nas. Like, it's just difficult to get to the money if you're not trading any of these three players right here. So, like, in theory, you could do something like Randall, or you could do Nas, and like if you did Nas, let's just say hypothetically, you could do Nas, Dillingham. At that point, you're still a ways of the way away. Like, I don't know. It's just hard to see a Ja trade like materializing unless you're trading Randall. Because if you're trading Randall, then financially this would work pretty quickly, pretty easily. But the issue is Chris Finch loves Julius Randle, so I don't know. McLean Garrett, thank you for the 5. Says anything for the Spurs around Sohan and Olynyk. We need front court help, thinking something like Santi Aldama. I would love Aldama for the San Antonio Spurs. Let's go take a look at San Antonio. We'll talk about them in relation with Memphis. The Grizzlies are obvious sellers. Now at this point, Santi Aldama, who did get extended or re-signed, this past offseason, would be a really great option for the Spurs. And it's easy to get to the money here for them. You could go Sohan and Kelly Olynyk. Maybe even get a minimum guy back. But if you look at who the minimum guys are, like, I think Memphis would want to keep a lot of their minimum guys. But even this deal. So the issue here, Memphis would have to waive someone, but it could just be like George Niang, for example, could get waived. He would be a solid buyout option for somebody probably. But this deal is not a bad one for San Antonio. And then the Spurs in the process here would probably give up some draft pick. It depends on which one we want to do here, because they have the Atlanta swap this year, which they'd probably want to keep. They have, I don't know which one they'd give up. You'd think they'd want to keep this Dallas one and the Sacramento one. Would they even give up a first for Aldama? They could just do like 16 second round picks or something, right? Just like a ridiculous amount. Like there's 5 seconds. 5 second round picks and Sohan and Olynyk for Aldama. So that way you don't give up a first, but you get a really good player. McLean, thank you again for the 5. I think that was a really great question. And hopefully that makes a lot of sense for your idea there on getting Aldama to San Antonio. Focus here wants to know if Markkanen is getting traded out to the Jazz. Got Jaren Jackson Jr. No. And I will explain why here if we go over to my Twitter, which I tweet stuff like this quite frequently. One of the best things for the Jazz early this season before Kessler got hurt was their multiple big lineups. With Markkanen and Filipowski on the court together this year, they're outscoring teams by almost 7 points per 100 possessions. When Markkanen and Kessler were on the floor with no Filipowski, outscoring opponents by 5.5 points per 100 possessions. Again, very small sample size because of the injury here. But then when Markkanen, Kessler, and Filipowski were all together, 57 minutes this year, 23 points per 100 possessions better than their opponent. So now you factor in the fact that you have Jaren Jackson Jr., you got better defensively. Markkanen, Jaren, Kessler are all going to be very, very good together, in my opinion. And I think that you're looking at a really, really great collection of players. I'm trying to find where I tweeted it. Oh yeah, here it's just this one. Okay, but I just think their lineup configuration is going to be really good. Like when they put all this stuff together, they're going to be awesome. Lucas here says, like for you, the Hornets can trade for Sabonis, and what is the price for him? We can look at a Sabonis trade to the Charlotte Hornets. I don't mind doing that at all. The Hornets are one of those teams where they're in a really great position, which I'll explain here in a second. When you look at their actual assets, they are in a really great spot, just from a draft pick perspective, right? They have multiple firsts in this year's draft. They've got 3 firsts in next year's draft, including their own. Dallas's, which is protected just only in the top 2. And then Miami's pick is protected in the top, or in the lottery, top 14. But then other than that, they also control all of their own future stuff. They have access to a Cleveland asset down the road too. They're in a really great spot. So if they wanted to get a little aggressive here, let's say that the Kings really want to trade Domantas Sabonis, and they want to trade him specifically for what? Again, I continue to tell you guys this because, again, part of the early streams here is about setting up, information so you guys understand what's happening when it happens. The Kings want to dump salary, right? So they would want expiring contracts back. Luckily, the Kings or the Hornets have a few that they could give them. They have this big $19 million expiring salary of Colin Sexton. They have this $9.5 million expiring salary of Pat Connaughton. Now, financially, these two just don't work. This is not sensible right now. But then you work in someone like Josh Green. And now, all of a sudden, bada bing, bada boom, the money works. And the Hornets, who have a good collection of draft picks this year, could trade this first to Sacramento. And all of a sudden, you're looking at a really functional trade here. One that does work, I think, very smoothly. Even to the point where I do want to share this. So, Lucas, thank you for your question here. It's going to end up leading to a tweet here from me. But I think it is a really, really solid package. One that is, I think, very sensible, honestly, if you take a look at the way that the package would be built out here. So let's save that like that. Okay. Who says no in this Kings Hornets trade? Kings dump a lot of future money, get a first round pick, and eat no huge contracts back. The Hornets turn 3 non-key pieces into an awesome starting center. Honestly, the Hornets would probably be more likely to say no to that, but I think it's a really strong package for Sacramento to consider, given what their market looks like, and given the fact that they screwed themselves by trading for DeAndre Hunter. So with that in mind, they already are coming with some negatives, but definitely think that's an interesting package. Splash! Glad you guys thought that was funny. We're talking a lot about package and length and size today on the stream. So the Cavs package for AD, not very good in my opinion. I just don't think that's going to happen. Twig Gaming here says, will the offensive fit with Giannis and Rudy work? I do think so. I think it will be a little weird at first, especially for Giannis to figure out, because he's primarily played with stretch bigs throughout his NBA career. But I do think you could run a lot of 45 action. Chris Finch obviously had a lot of experience doing this with Karl Anthony Towns. Giannis's pull-up mid-range jump shots, I think, a really vital part of the equation too. He's developed in the last 3 years a really reliable mid-range shot that he can go to. I think it would work, and I think it would be really the first time in Giannis's career he's played with someone with really elite rim gravity. And I think that would kind of give some different looks to how defenses can try and wall him and guard him and stuff, bringing over help. Who would OKC trade other than Usman? There is a rumor that maybe Isaiah Hartenstein could be potentially available. Deed here says buyout market should be busy. Players like Kyle Anderson might get bought out. Kyle Anderson would be really, really solid out in the buyout market too. Jonathan Isaac's contract is horrible and screws up Spurs cap going forward for a dude who only plays. So here's the thing. Let me just address this because I want to make sure everyone understands, because we have talked about the Orlando Magic quite a bit, and we've talked about them salary dumping a guy like Jonathan Isaac. He only has $8 million guaranteed next season and $0 guaranteed the final 2 years. So I know his contract looks huge. It's a 4-year, nearly $60 million contract, $59 million contract, but it really isn't, because it's just $8 million guaranteed next year and then nothing guaranteed after that. So it's really not a bad contract at all. It's actually a very tradable contract. Jan's here says, thoughts on this for Toronto? IQ, Grady Dick, top 10 pick. First for Kobe White. I would assume new Jalen Smith and Julian Phillips. I would not like this for Toronto. I would love this for the Chicago Bulls. I would not make that trade, Jans, if I was the Raptors. Scott Foster, welcome to the stream, Scott Foster. He says, do you think the Bulls accept Adams' contract plus multiple seconds from Houston for Kobe? Yeah, either that or you could build something around the combination. I'll show you real quick. Let's get some new teams in here. Let's go over to Chicago and Houston. And when we put together this package, you could do it like that, obviously, where you do the Adams contract. But assuming Houston wants to keep Adams long-term, it could be something around Dorian Finney-Smith and Aaron Holiday. Even though Aaron Holiday can veto a trade, you would hope not. That doesn't happen. And then Kobe White goes to Houston in this, and then the Rockets give up, like 3 seconds, right? You do boom, 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 something like that. So Dorian and Holiday to the Rockets, or from the Rockets to the Bulls, and then Kobe White is a Houston Rocket. Like this. Whoops, I was not sharing the right screen, but there you go. Something like that. Time Ticker wants to know anything about the Lakers. I think specifically you're looking at some big salaries that could possibly get moved. So some big expirings. $11 million for Maxi Kleba, $11.5 for Gabe Vincent. Neither of them should be on the Lakers after the deadline. If so, that is malpractice from Pelinka, in my opinion. Fisher, league sources say that there has been some tangible discussion this week between Chicago and Indiana on a possible Desumnu for Benedict Mathurin swap. Can you do a mock for this? Yes, I can. Make sure you guys do tag me and stuff over on Twitter, by the way. Here we go. Let's do this. This is, so I don't necessarily trust this source, but I will show it. Brady, thanks for tagging me. Says the Heat, who league sources indicate are no longer at the forefront of Giannis trade talks, are attempting to trade for Grizzlies John Morant. There's belief the Heat can pull off a Trae Young-like deal for Morant. I mean, I don't know. I don't like Brett Siegel as a source. To me, a lot of his reporting is stuff that everyone already knows. And that's what I've literally been saying the last 3 days. We literally, about an hour ago, talked about a John Morant trade to Miami before his report came out because we were already kind of aware of that. So just because he reported it doesn't mean I think it's more likely or less likely to happen, but I don't think it's improbable either. So let's look at a Mathurin swap with Chicago. Like this one says, Desumnu would end up in Indiana in this deal. And then I wonder what the pick return would be like. Indiana, and then maybe they did get a good second round pick. Chicago did from Boston this year. It doesn't look like Spot Track actually has that yet. But we'll do this pick to the Pacers for where is he? Benedict Mathurin. There we go, to Chicago. Deal is done very easily, financially doable. Nothing super difficult to put together there. Christopher says if Giannis isn't traded now, he's going to force his way to the Lakers in the offseason. I don't think he theoretically could, but I don't think that's the most sensible outcome either. I think if it waits until the offseason, he could force his way to anywhere. He could do New York. Whatever destination he wants to play at, if he wants to be a New York Knick, he could force his way there at that point. So, which is why Milwaukee shouldn't wait. If Milwaukee waits, they are potentially screwing themselves. Addison here wants to know, where does Golden State stand at the deadline? They will be active. Golden State is trying to make an aggressive move. Cyber here says Sixers need Jalen Smith or Tari Eason or Yves Missi. Missi would be solid. We'll see if Missi gets traded. Another possibility here. Team that has been rumored around Benedict Mathurin has been the New Orleans Pelicans. There's a world here where maybe Memphis gets involved in this too. If the Pelicans are trying to be active this year, they could do something like this where Mathurin goes to the Pelicans. The Grizzlies send John Morant to the Pelicans as well with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope. And then the Pelicans send Jordan Poole to the Grizzlies. They send DeJounte Murray to the Grizzlies. And then they also, in this, send Yves Missi to Indiana with Jordan Hawkins. A deal like this does financially work. They could send a second-round pick to Memphis in this deal, potentially as well. Something like this should theoretically work. I don't know why it's not popping up. Indiana needs to receive something from Memphis. That's not actually true. That's not how 3-team deals work. Spot track. They don't need to by definition, but sure, just to make it pop up, we'll do something like that. I don't understand. That's not necessarily a real thing, but there you go. Something like this. Jordan Hawkins, Yves Missi to the Pacers. Grizzlies get Jordan Poole, DeJounte Murray a couple seconds, and the Pelicans get Mathurin, Morant, and KCP. Abeem, thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, I heard that this was a possibility where Jakob goes to the Bulls, Clippers get Kobe White or Ayo Dosunmu and Derrick Jones Jr. or Bogey to Raptors. Mock, please. Clippers need a point guard. So, well, the Clippers just got Darius Garland. So when he's actually healthy and on the court, that will be their point guard for sure. But we can look at a Kobe White trade. Sure, why not? And then we'll get the Bulls in here, Raptors. We'll get the Kings in this too, because I don't think the Raptors would get those players. If anything, this would probably be a 4-team deal where in this package we would send Kobe White to the Clippers. The Clippers would send Bogdan Bogdanovic to Toronto. The financial perspective here is going to obviously be super important to keep in mind, but Sabonis will send to the Raptors. The Raptors will then send Pirtle to Chicago, who could actually use him, funny enough. And then RJ Barrett goes to the Sacramento Kings. Sacramento needs to send or receive something from Chicago or LAC. So, financially, let's just think where we're at right now. This is $46 million. We're going to send Ochai Agbaji here to this. And then the Bulls, financially, this is not working. Sacramento needs to send, we'll just do Doug McDermott to Chicago. So this right now does not financially work because we are taking in $15 million too much if we're Chicago. So we should get Ochai Agbaji somewhere else. Ochai to the Kings works. Send him there. That would financially get us at least closer. And then we are within $8 million here. So who else do we have? We have Chicago getting McDermott. So instead of Chicago getting McDermott, let's send him to the Clippers. This should financially get us even closer. Now we're within just a couple million. So the Raptors need to shed some salary yet. $5 million. Why do I have Bogdanovic going? This is the one thing I don't like about Fanspo. The packages are less than ideal in terms of how they actually look. Sacramento's hard capped. Okay, this is why I don't like Spot Track as much. As Fanspo is a little bit cleaner than some of this other stuff, but we'll send Eubanks to Toronto here. There we go, and then the Bulls. There we go. This trade is now financially acceptable. So you would have to include some form of draft capital. We'll do a first from this team to. So the Kings here are getting Barrett. So we'll do a first to Chicago in this to eat the salary, and then maybe a second rounder to the Kings, something like that. It's not pretty, but a deal like that is financially doable. Sorry, I misclicked so many times there. Cope here says just liked. Appreciate you, my man. We are up to 291 likes. You guys are absolutely killing it. Do you think the Warriors will land? Giannis wants to know El Barbu, and if not, what's their plan B? I keep going back and forth. I think it's like I would say a 17% chance right now for the Golden State Warriors to land Giannis. And their plan B, if not, is to probably try and either make a trade with Memphis or to make a deal with, a smaller deal where they are able to use Draymond's contract, which has been reported on. Mason here says, how can the Bucks get picks and J-Mac for Giannis? In the 4-team, 3-team deal, that's what it's kind of what we're looking like. 96 Finest says Day'Ron Sharpe to the Raptors. Day'Ron Sharpe's a really solid player. If we go over to Data Ball R. Now, here's the thing. This is kind of, people don't really understand how lineup data works. They really just don't get it. But if you look at, all of this stuff, the Nets look like, they're way better with Day'Ron Sharpe on the floor. Well, yeah, he also doesn't play starter minutes, so he doesn't play against other starters. That's how it goes. But there is some really good stuff here. He is a really good defensive rebounder. He has really great impact on the glass in general. If you look at their team on-off numbers with him on, that stuff all plays into an account. But I think he's a good player. I don't think it's as drastic as other people say, but definitely could help a team for sure. So, and especially if you're projecting him to stay in that same exact role that he's in right now as a backup big, that would be great. Graham says, how did the Bulls get Misi? There'd be something with Kobe White or Desumnu. I just don't think that's the most likely, though. Zachary here says, could DeRozan be a buyout candidate for the Wolves? That's how he's probably going to get bought out, and he'd help their guard issues. I don't think DeRozan gets bought out. I mean, he possibly could, depending on how much money he's willing to give up. He would definitely help them for sure. But I think more likely than not, there will be some team willing to give up a bad expiring, whatever, like a Bogdan Bogdanovic, John Collins, for the Clippers. If you're looking around the league, like Detroit, not that they should, but they have Tobias Harris's contract. There's a few different ways for the salaries to kind of build together there. W. Nas and McDaniels to Blazers. Zach, that's hilarious. Zach is a Pacers fan, so. B-Ball Mute Man says, morning Sheldon games during trade week should get suspended. There were no competitive games yesterday. It's always the craziest time of the year. Try not to spam here, NFT Mint. I know I'm behind on the comments, but I'm trying my hardest to keep up and catch up to them. So, Ragey here says, do you think the Sabonis trade to Toronto is still happening? What's the holdup? Raptors need an impact big. I do think it will ultimately happen. I just think Sacramento is going to end up taking less than they want to for him, which sucks for them, but that's probably what will happen. Rain Relaxation says, are you worried at all about the fit of Giannis and Gobert? I talked about this earlier, and you brought up exactly one thing I mentioned about how he's been mostly next to stretch bigs. Let me find something real quick. Basketball court diagram. So let's this is not going to be ideal, but it'll work. Okay, just assuming we're on the offensive end of the floor. If Giannis is here, what I'm kind of assuming is you put Giannis here off of one slot, you put Edwards off the other slot, and then what you do is you have Gobert coming up to set middle screens for either of them. So if he's down here in the dunker, he walks up, he's going to go set a screen for Giannis to the middle. Ant can kind of push and relocate off the wing here. So if gap help comes, you've got Ant. This is what Dallas did with Kyrie and Luka. And it was very difficult to defend because your gap help is off of your opponent's best or second best player in Giannis or Edwards. And that becomes very difficult to deal with. And then the nice thing is 45 action would be a good way to get Giannis onto certain matchups if you want, get him downhill. And then as Gobert rolls, what that does is it forces low man help. So if you have a guy in the corner here, if you set the middle ball screen, Giannis comes off this, driving to the middle, Gobert rolls down into toward the painted area. One thing Gobert does really well, I know people are going to say, oh, he's not a great offensive player. He's actually an elite offensive player for a team because every time he sets a screen, he rolls and he gets right down to here. He gets down to the block every single time, as I shouldn't have done what I just did. Gets down to the block every single time. And what that does is it forces the low man here guarding the corner shooter to tag him. And when that tag happens, Giannis, who's really developed as a passer the last 5 years or so, would be able to deliver to this shooter often. And that could be the case here too if you use the weak side to help and try and help in on the roll man. If you want to try and build that wall on Giannis, now you have Ant and another shooter out in space. If that's DiVincenzo, whoever that is, right? Like Randall, like I think the more complicated fit is depending on if it's Randall and Nas, or Jaden and Nas in the trade. I don't know really how Giannis and Randall fit together. That's where I have there's some complexities. I think the Giannis and Gobert fit would actually be quite fine. Brendan Serena says, crazy how low Ja's value has fallen in 2 years. That's not a coincidence either that it is because of the CBA. The CBA occurred and everything shifted. So Griffin here says, can the Pistons use Huerter's contract to keep Tobias in a Michael Porter Jr. trade? They could, yes, theoretically, but I don't know, like just given what we know right now about that Pistons deal, I do think they're going to have Huerter. But if we want to build together a Detroit-Brooklyn package, like we still could theoretically get there financially, although it would be a little bit harder now because you don't have that Jaden Ivey $10 million salary. So instead, you'd probably do something around LeVert and Tobias for, say, MPJ and some minimum, right? Like Tyrese Martin, for example. Would be a guy that I think the Pistons would be happy to get back in that deal too. So Harris, LeVert, and then obviously there would be draft picks here. So you trade this, not from Brooklyn, from Detroit. So you trade this here, which is actually now even a better quality first because of that swap option you got with Minnesota. So that is valuable, and then you could even do like a swap this year. Or something like that. So you're getting, if you're the Nets, you're getting a first and a swap and an expiring in Tobias and then a short contract in LeVert that you could remove next year or in the offseason. And then the Pistons get MPJ, Tyrese Martin. Not a bad starting point. Locke says, thanks for the answer. Always appreciate your opinion. So objective and reasonable. Appreciate you. Obviously not always right, but I do have a lot of at least rationale, I think, behind my perspectives. I've been wrong plenty of times, so it's not like I'll always be right about everything. I also think, there's kind of the stigma where it's like, oh, people are like, oh, you don't want to be wrong, or yeah, you don't want to be, but it's not like, oh my gosh, this guy was wrong about something. Like every single GM, every single person is going to be wrong about something at some point. Arth says, after the Garland trade, do you see any moves to improve the roster? If you're talking about the Clippers, are you talking about the Clippers or the... That's the question. Are you talking about the Clippers or are you talking about the Cavs? I'm going to kind of read this as a Clippers question because I wanted to talk about the Clippers a little bit more. Let's go look really quick at this right here. I want to pull this up on stream. So the Clippers have this Bogdanovich contract. So they could theoretically go out and try and improve their roster in a couple of different ways. One thing that I would not mind for them, and actually looking at it, I do think there is some sensibility here between the two teams. Let's go back over here. Let's work with Dallas on a trade. Let's work with the Dallas Mavericks. Because the question here is now around Garland. How can you improve your roster a little bit more? And a guy who's not really playing for them is Bogdan Bogdanovich. He is on essentially what is an expiring deal because of this team option right here, as you can see. So that $16 million salary slot is a really, really great starting point. Who on Dallas makes roughly $16 million? Oh, look at that. Klay Thompson. Now, he's not like a super ideal player. It's not like, oh, I'm absolutely in love with getting this. But could you acquire him straight up? Or would Dallas even give you something to get off of Klay Thompson's money? That's a question, right? Would Dallas be willing to give some form of second round pick? Now, probably not. But this trade probably could just happen straight up. Klay for Bogdanovich. And this helps the Clippers a little bit this year without giving them a super long-term burden. It would give them an expiring contract to trade next year. So you're kind of kicking the can down the road a little bit in terms of your trade flexibility. You could say, hey, instead of moving Bogdanovich now for an expiring or just letting him expire himself, we would have an expiring next year to work with in Clay at the trade deadline if we wanted to. So this kind of kicks the can down the road a little bit. Otherwise, if we go back over to some of these other cap hit numbers here, we already saw Huerter get moved. Grayson Allen could be another guy, although that's probably not super likely from Phoenix's perspective. Strus, not really an option in my opinion. Nikhil would be like, hey, let's really go for it and try and get aggressive and improve. Jonathan Isaac would be sensible if he already had gotten salary dumped somewhere else, just because Orlando's not going to take in more money, so you're not going to see a Bogdanovic straight to the Magic. I would be utterly shocked by that. Otherwise, this has been the guy, too, that I've talked about a lot, which is the Malik Monk situation. And again, like based on what we talked about, what do the Kings want? They want expiring contracts. They want to get off of future money. They could do it through Sabonis, or they could do it through specifically Malik Monk. And if they're working with the Clippers, again, the nature of his contract here, talking about Bogdan Bogdanovic, is extremely valuable, because if the Kings want to get off of money, they can very easily do that by making a trade here. Now, this doesn't work financially because of the hard cap, but the nice thing is with the Clippers roster here right now, if you throw in a guy like, I don't know, Chris Paul, who doesn't want to be there anyway, then the deal works. So there you go. Trade successful. Kings taking zero money for next year. I was not sharing my screen the entire time. Whoops. But Bogdanovic and Chris Paul, and then Malik Monk. Like, pretty sensible, right? The Clippers get a guy who is significantly better than Bogdan Bogdanovic and Malik Monk, and the Kings get out of all of the future money committed to him. So, Sco here says, I remember seeing a podcast clip comparing Cam Thomas and Simons. Any thoughts on that? I mean, like, yes and no a little bit. There's definitely some similarities to them. They are different in terms of where they score, how they score, all that stuff. But, like, the general ideas of them as a player, I think, is fairly comp. A Beam here says Bogey, Kobe Brown, and CP3 all need to be gone. Yeah, especially Bogdanovic, I think will get moved for sure. Chris Paul will for sure get moved. If Kobe Brown doesn't get traded, it's not like the end of the world, but I would prefer for them to try and use his small salary to at least facilitate something. Oli Belly wants to know how many hours are left for the NBA trade deadline. We are 27 hours, 21 minutes, and 42 seconds away at the time right now that I am streaming this. Appreciate you guys all for being in here today. Really do appreciate all of your great questions and everything. It's been really fun. I hope you guys have been having as much fun as I have. We've got about 900 people watching live right now. You guys are asking some tremendous questions. We're over 300 likes on the stream. It's just been great. I've had a really great time. I also want to make sure that you guys are hitting that subscribe button if you haven't already. We are going to put the stream here into subscriber-only mode for comments. Now, it's completely free to you. You just have to subscribe to the channel and be subscribed for a minute. But once you hit that subscribe button, you can comment again. So I am going to put it into subscriber-only mode quickly. Shura wants to know about an Anfernee Davis update. Right now, I think Davis is going to get traded. I don't know where yet, but I would be shocked if he isn't, to be completely transparent. Isidore says, "Get my boy a nap." Yeah, we've been working overtime here for sure. Been working overtime. Interesting. Spartacus here says, like the Portland Wolves Bucks deal for Portland might bite Wolves in rear for the future, having to face their former players for years to come. I mean, Portland would be loaded with talent. They'd be really, really good, and they'd have a lot of team control on some of those contracts already too. Sebastian, no, I did not. LOL prediction said Stein said Butler will not be part of a package. It would be Green plus Kuminga plus stuff. Yeah, it's the package we built today as well. Ethan here says, do you think Sabonis to Toronto will happen? I do ultimately think it will. Josh says, can the Pistons get Bobby Portis to Detroit by today or tomorrow? Yes, they could, for sure. Just depends on if they actually try to do that or not. Do you think the Lakers should wait or make a trade for someone like Claxton? There are difficulties to make a trade for someone like Claxton just because of the financial component there. I think the best option for them is really going back to Dallas and trying to get as many of the Mavericks that that the Mavs had around Luka Doncic when they went to the finals. One of them being Daniel Gafford. He would be a guy I would want. I would also really want not Caleb Martin. Nope. I would really badly want Najee Marshall. Those two guys are two guys where I would be like, please get those guys into the building here for me. We'll give you Gabe Vincent. We'll give you Maxi Kleba. We'll give you Dalton Connect. There's a young player that the Mavericks would have some interest in, I would presume. And then financially, we do need to send a little bit more money back to the LA Lakers here. We'll do Dante Exum. I think that should work. It'll be really close. I think we're off by $800 or $700,000, I think. So we'd have to do Dwight Powell, which Mavs fans would be devastated. Could do something like Jaden Hardy even. Financially, this won't work for the Lakers now, so we have to go back and include another contract. But let's just do this simply. We're not going to do Hardy. We're just gonna do the Powell contract. That should financially get us right in the ballpark. Worst case too, there we go. That financially works. And then the Lakers would give up this 2031 first round pick to Dallas. They'd give up a swap in 2030 to Dallas. And this kind of deal, I think, would be like a really substantial upgrade, 2030 to a second round or two. This is the type of deal where if I'm the Lakers, there's no guesswork here. I know these kinds of players work around Luka. Najee Marshall, Daniel Gafford, Dwight Powell. All pretty significant upgrades. Maxi Kleba came over with Luka. Kleba's been dealing with so many injuries. I think you're just in a better situation if you get off of him. Vincent getting off of his home run. Get him out of the rotation. Get him off the team, please. And then Dalton Connect is like the young player from the Mavs here that you get. And then those the draft capital is really the value swing for the Mavericks in this deal. Aiko here says, how about Orlando? Do they have a plan? Yes, salary dump. Jonathan Isaac, I think, is the most likely outcome. No, it's not the only pathway. If we do look at Orlando's cap table, we'll jump over here quick. With their relation to the tax, specifically, they're $5.576 million. They're $5.576 million over the tax right now. So they could do something with one of Tyus or Jett Howard instead of Jonathan Isaac. But I think Isaac's the easier solution because he also has $8 million guaranteed next season that you can trade him and then save money next year as well. Boba says, are the Celtics going to make another move? They definitely can. They've been active in years past around the minimums. Like a couple of years ago, they acquired Xavier Tillman from Memphis, for example. So if we go look at Boston here, who obviously made a nice trade yesterday for themselves, who are a couple of minimum contract players that could theoretically be available that would help the Boston Celtics. There's a number of guys who could potentially be available, right? Like there's Taurean Prince from Milwaukee. He's an option. You could look at a guy like Anfernee Melton from Golden State. If they are making a big trade, could he be potentially moved? There's just a number of guys, right? Julian Strawther, if Denver does something, you're also looking at kind of the like Jericho Sims, the Trenton Watford money. I don't know. Those are some of the options off the top of my head that I'm considering, but I don't know. There's different ways for them to go about it, but with Boston specifically, like you're looking at, I don't know, there's just like a couple of players here or there that could help you. Like, let's just say this wouldn't be something Golden State would do straight up, in my opinion. But like in the world where Boston could get something done with Golden State centered around DeAnthony Melton's contract coming into Boston. Like these would be the salary components. The Celtics would maybe give up like, the second round pick or something to, this is the Warriors assets. Here we go. The Celtics, who have really good draft pick control, could give up like a couple of seconds. This would maybe help facilitate something for Golden State where these seconds would go to a third team, something like that, where the Celtics get like a small upgrade into their backcourt, especially after picking up Vucevic yesterday. Tillman's even more readily tradable, I would say, for Boston's perspective, and then you give up 2 seconds. So Chris Kidd says, hey, Pacers fan here, any movement from us possibly? Yes, I do think something will happen. Sadiq's on how many number teams now? Sadiq's played for how many teams, and how many of them have won when he's been on their roster? Teams keep getting better without him. I wonder why. He's a total traditional points, rebounds, assists guy that makes people like him. Jared here says, been in prison the last 6 months. My Heat making any moves? Well, Jared, thank you for the 2. Glad to see you out of prison. When it comes to Miami, they obviously have been rumored in the Giannis Antetokounmpo news, but then also the Memphis Grizzlies are a possibility here as well. There's been a lot of heavy reporting on that. And the biggest thing that they have is another guy who maybe you met him, Terry Rozier. I should not make that joke. I'm sorry. Just joking. Don't take me serious. I'm just trying to have fun here. My bad. Terry Rozier, Simone Fontecchio, and then maybe a young-ish player, someone like Kashad Johnson, for example, to Memphis. Maybe, just maybe, you give up a second-round pick, this second-rounder that's not really that valuable anyway, and then Ja Morant ends up in Miami. Something like that theoretically could be sensible, right? Now, Miami would have to fill their roster, but they would be able to. So, there'd be ways for them to improve, but shut your mouth, keep Pirtle out of Dallas. Jimmy says, quickly, 40 bomb not too long ago and hit a game winner and countless clutch buckets. Statistically, the best clutch player on the team, but still gets unreasonable hate. I mean, this is the thing about the NBA, as unfair as it is. When you look at a cap table and a player who is very clearly not a $32.5 million a year player makes this much money for this amount of time, it's going to come with criticism, unfortunately. So, it's hard. Sometimes it's impossible for people to separate the value of a player versus the value of his contract. And he is a solid player, but $32.5 million for this many years is definitely a damage thing. They have to try and do damage control on their books a little bit. Brandon Bagelin says, sup, boys. Make sure you guys all join the Discord, by the way. I'm going to send the link to the Discord into the comment section right now. I also have it in the description. It's at the very top of the description, basically. It says Discord link. Click that. You can join the Discord. It's a great place to join. Bagelin is one of our moderators there. He does some really great stuff. So make sure you guys join the Discord if you haven't already. Do appreciate you guys all so much. Ryan here says, I might have missed it, but does Sohan plus a link plus a second or two land John Collins? Yes, Ryan, we did talk about that, but I do think that is a possibility here at this point. The Clippers did get a second-round pick in the Harden and Garland trade. And for a deal here for the Spurs, you could look at Collins as a small but somewhat meaningful upgrade, right? And this is not going to drastically change your team, but really at this point, like, you're not relying on Sohan or Olynyk for really anything. And then you can give up, this pick here this year and a future second, something like that. This is something that I think the Clippers would at least be open to considering doing. And then especially if the Clippers do like Sohan internally, maybe that's something they would really be motivated to do. Brady Thompson says, what's good? Welcome to the stream, Brady. I know I'm about an hour behind on comments, but I'm trying my best to catch up here. Wolves get Giannis or nah? Your opinion? At this point, I do think they should be considered the favorites to land him. We do have some news that I want to go cover. Again, I am watching over on Twitter. Let's go to Mike Scotto. Domantas Sabonis trade talks between the Kings and Raptors, which would include RJ Barrett and Ochai Agbaji to Sacramento, have paused. Toronto is concerned about giving up too much first-round draft pick compensation to move Jakob Poeltl to a third team. See how big contracts can be negatives on rosters, and that is seemingly what is happening here with Jakob. We'll see. We'll have to keep our eyes on this situation, obviously, but that is pretty big news. Ray Floyd says, any trades today? Nothing so far, but we are, again, watching for all of those possibilities. Devin here says, as a Blazers fan, I would much rather have Naz Reid than McDaniels. Does that change a Giannis trade package much? I mean, McDaniels is better than Naz Reid, Devin. As someone who covered the team, I can tell you, you would much rather have McDaniels for sure. Dustin, thank you for the $1 super chats. I see you weren't able to get a message in either of them. So if you, I'll try and watch for your message here. Send it into the chat right now, so that way I can try and keep my eyes on it and then address what you wanted to ask. But I do appreciate the $1 super chat. Cold Ones, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says hello from Israel. Is Denny in the MVP conversation? I don't want to burst your bubble. I would not put Denny in the MVP convo. That's a very rare air group. It's the top 5 players in the world typically. But he's an all-star, and it's great news for the Portland Trailblazers especially. Ryan Ball, thank you for the 2. Says, can the Hornets eventually contend with their big 3? I mean, at some point, I don't think it's impossible. They just would have to fill out the rest of their roster. Right now, they've got 4 or 5 really solid players, really good players. I think if you get 1 or 2 more really good players in the mix, and then maybe another high-end caliber like starter, you're in that conversation for sure as a potential contender down the road, especially given how young they are. Love seeing all those W's fly in for all the super chats today. Graham says, how did the Bulls get Misi? We talked about that. Neo, I know, again, guys, I'm behind on the comments, but I'm trying my best. Neo here says, Spurs a home for John Collins. Yes, we talked about that just here a second ago. Kelly Oubre Jr. Burner says, what do you see the Hornets doing? I think the Hornets are a very fascinating team to talk about because they could be an aggressive team, or they could be a patient team. And I'll talk about why here really quick. Let's go over to the Charlotte Hornets. Specifically, their situation. I really love where they're at right now. I think they're in a great spot. I think they're very, very well positioned. Ownership's done a great job. Not only do they have some really good young players, obviously, Con Knippel's been the big headliner for them this season. But if you look at their draft pick control, they have their own pick this year. They have the swap worst of a few different teams here as well in the 2026 first. That should probably end up being around pick 18 to pick 22-ish. They have next year 3 first-round picks. So they could be aggressive this year using this asset and maybe one of these, or they could be aggressive next year using some of those 2027 firsts if they wanted to. So very excited for all of that. Jesse, thank you for the $1 super chat. Do appreciate you guys a ton. Tony Wright says, can Hornets trade for Giannis? Trade Giannis for Bridges, Pat Connaughton, and picks? In theory, they could put together a package, but I don't think that would be very likely, to be honest with you, Tony. Connor here says, the Pistons should trade for AJ Green from Milwaukee if they aren't making a bigger deal. I would love for a team to pick up AJ Green. Now, I do think he would be one of the players that Milwaukee would probably want to keep. But if he did become available, he would be a really great addition for somebody. And I think the Pistons would do really well picking him up, even though they just got Kevin Huerter. Now, that maybe means they're not looking for another shooting archetype. But AJ Green, if you look at his contract, he's on a very cheap deal. And he's actually not trade eligible until the offseason, actually. So that's partially why he's not going to get moved. In fact, that's the main reason why he will not get moved. He is on a trade restriction because of his extension, which I had momentarily forgotten about there. Let's go back over here. Let's keep going through some of these comments. Bagley for Phoenix. I did think that was a pretty solid trade too, the one we looked at earlier. We take Benedict for Nick Claxton. Ethan says, what are the odds Giannis is traded today? I'd say about a 20% chance today, a 60% chance tomorrow, and then there's a 20% chance that this gets dragged into the offseason, which would be the worst case for everybody, in my opinion. Would be terrible. So Hopefully that does not happen, because that means we have to live through 4 more months of, will Giannis get traded? Won't he? What'll happen? Ben says if Dennis is traded to the Magic, no, the Magic will not trade for Schroder. I'd be very surprised by that. Unless there would, like, the only way would be like a 3-team deal, and then Tyus Jones gets salary dumped, and then the Pistons. Let's do it. Let's take a look at it. Why not? We're gonna do the Magic, the Cavaliers, and the Brooklyn Nets. The Nets are in here because they are a cap space team, so we will take advantage of that and give them a second-round pick to eat the Tyus Jones contract. So we will send that to Brooklyn. Thank you very much, Brooklyn. We will give you a second-round pick in the process for eating that expiring salary. Thank you very much. And then from Cleveland, we will send Dennis Schroder to the Orlando Magic, and the Brooklyn Nets will send, the Brooklyn will not send. We need them to technically, but we'll give them a fake second to just make it happen. See, that this is one thing. Spot Track doesn't realize that either about the second, like the 3-team trades. That's not necessarily the truth, but we will send here in this case Jonathan Isaac to. Why did I wanted the Pistons in here. Why did I not put the Pistons? Basically, Jonathan Isaac would end up in Detroit. That's what would happen, but I don't think it's the most likely. Ethan says, hey, man, keep it up. Been watching for at least a couple of years. Appreciate you guys. Shout out to all my day ones who've been watching for a while. Appreciate y'all. Jose Bat says, this time the Bucks want picks, a young blue chip player. Mathurin is a flat-out scorer. If he wasn't battling through injuries, I think he's at 20 points per game this year. Zach, I've always appreciated our conversations, and I know you're trying to battle for your boys there in Indiana, but even if he was averaging 20 points a game, the Pacers aren't winning, and I do think he's part of that equation. Dustin here, thank you for the 2, says Pacers moves. I read Mathurin is going to be moved. I do think Mathurin will get moved. Now, the question is where. I do think New Orleans is a possibility. The Pelicans would be looking at him as like a young buy low wing option. And the Pelicans do have something that the Pacers would want, which is Yves Missi. And they could also give them Jordan Hawkins. And why would Jordan Hawkins be important in this deal? Because next year he makes $7 million. And let's just say hypothetically next year, the Pacers, who have 2027 draft pick control and all this other stuff, they have all of these other nice size contracts. With Jordan Hawkins' contract, what could they theoretically do with $14 million from Obi and $10 million for McConnell and $7 million for Isaiah Jackson? What could they theoretically do with all those contracts? They could combine them with draft picks and go make a huge trade. That's what they could do. So a deal like this does make some sense because it kicks the can down the road for Indiana to use Hawkins' expiring salary next year. It gives them Yves Missi, a guy who can be a quality big man for them once Halliburton's back in the rotation and healthy. And then Mathurin obviously would be the upside bet here for the New Orleans Pelicans. Beam says Kelly, Sohan, and Kobe Clippers potentially. Yeah, I mean, possibly, right? Like kind of combining all the deals that we've talked about today for the Clippers. Beam, appreciate you for the $2 super chat. DRR says, any Spurs predictions? Yes. Talked about the Sohan Olynyk combo. I think that combo gets traded. Could be for a variety of different things like Monk or Collins, but I do think they will get traded. Would Jarrett Allen to Atlanta make any sense? Atlanta needs a bit more size. If I'm the Cavs and I just got an elite pick and roll player in James Harden, I'm not trading my elite pick and roll center in Jarrett Allen. I'm just not doing that. Ray Floyd says, I can really see Oklahoma City going for Giannis. I cannot see that, especially given the kind of reporting we've gotten lately. about Giannis wanting to go somewhere where he doesn't look like he's joining a bandwagon like what Kevin Durant did with the 73-9 Warriors. If he goes to Oklahoma City, people are going to troll him for joining a team that just won an NBA Finals. So, Justin says, what teams would be interested in Randall or Gobert? Wolves wouldn't want to keep Randall, Gobert, and Giannis together. So if Randall were to get traded, okay, kind of an interesting. I mean, Memphis and Ja, like, I don't know. The Wolves would for sure keep Gobert and Giannis. I don't know about Randall. I really don't. I think the better thing for Minnesota would be to trade Randall, keep Naz Reid. The best thing would be to trade Randall and Naz Reid and keep Jaden, but that probably won't happen. JFX here says, as a Blazers fan, love the idea of any trade that keeps Scoot and Shaden Sharp. Definitely like the future for the Blazers a lot. Sabonis to the Raptors says, J-Way Athletics. Again, we are watching the news here. A lot of different stuff to watch for. Peter says, Sheldon, have you ever thought of having callers during the stream? I've considered it, but there's some difficulties there in terms of not only audio, but then ensuring stuff remains appropriate and everything I would need. It would just be, I don't know, I think reading your guys' comments is quicker and more fun anyway, and I think that way everyone gets to be involved too. Jose says he's not going to the Lakers. Stop it. You got lucky last year. Timeout. Giannis, yeah, he's not going. Lowry's for sure staying. I agree. Shaw says, why wouldn't 2 firsts, Tobias and LeVert be enough for MPJ? I think it would, probably. It's kind of, I think, the exact package we talked about, essentially. Graham says, morning, how can the Bulls get Yves Missi? For sure. I'm surprised a lot of Bulls fans are wanting Yves Missi today. I know you guys have ripped apart your front court in the last few days, but very surprised by the amount of interest here. So let's go. Let's go talk about Yves Missi. Yves Missi should be a player the Lakers want as well, to be honest with you. Anything that isn't DeAndre Ayton would be awesome. And people, I mean, it's just the victory lapping after the first game of the year or something is crazy. He's super skilled, but man, he's just not it. Probably wouldn't want to give up a Senge or Buzelis, obviously. Like Desumnu could maybe be something that you build around here in this. Pelicans give up Hawkins in the process too. And then maybe the Bulls give up a collection of second-round picks to New Orleans. Something like that, maybe. If you want Missi, you eat Hawkins' contract for them, and then you give up Desumnu and a couple twos. Pelicans get a guard here. I don't know. That's not terrible. Spartacus says Lakers don't even have close to the assets now or in the summer for Giannis. Yeah, I just think they're going to be a little bit short on any possible trade. Arya Gamer, welcome to the stream. Glad to have you in here. Appreciate you stopping in over on Twitch. Slap says, cannot believe Lakers just got Giannis. Nope, did not happen. Don't send in fake news, please. 100% says Utility Sports. Any realistic Mavs trade or any trade you think highly will happen before the deadline? I do think we will get a Giannis trade and a Ja trade. I'd be very surprised if we don't, to be honest. I think Anthony Davis will get traded, and I think maybe Klay Thompson and D'Angelo Russell. D'Lo could be on the move as well, so watch for him. I know we haven't talked about D'Lo too much. It's hard for me to get excited about a D'Angelo Russell trade, but I don't know. Where could D'Lo possibly end up? What makes sense? Oh boy, ick. I don't know. I'm not overly moved by this, but D'Angelo Russell to the Boston Celtics. I don't know. We'd have to check on Brad Stevens if he's actually feeling okay if he made a trade like this. And Chris Boucher. I mean, I don't know. I would be surprised if Boston did that. How about Sabonis to Brooklyn? Just don't really think they're in that position, Jose, to make a trade like that, to be honest with you. We are watching for news. Remember, kind of about an hour later than this, yesterday is when the first big trade went down. So we're kind of in the hours of the day where deals could potentially happen. Anfernee says, "Hi, Sheldon. Nice to see you again. Hope you're doing well. Please come to GM for my Kings." Anfernee, appreciate you. Tell Vivek to give me a call. Tell him to reach out to me on email or something. Let's set up an interview. I can save Sacramento. Mud Dog here says, "Welcome to the podcast." Yeah, we were spamming some pauses, weren't we? Moon says, "Who do you think the Mavs are going after?" It should be young players and draft picks is what I would presume, and flexibility, getting off of a guy like Klay Thompson, getting off of Anthony Davis. Just basically expirings would be cool. Jareed here says, "As per Chris Haynes, Sabonis to the Raptors for RJ player fillers, a bunch of seconds is on hold. What's my thoughts on that?" It's basically, my thoughts are that the deal will ultimately get done, and Zach, you're funny. As long as we can, as long as the Kings will at some point basically just accept that they're not going to get what they want for him. And they need to dip below financially for next year. D-Flight says, "What's up, Sheldon? I hate to part with Jalen Suggs, but he may be the odd man out for Orlando given their contracts. Suggs to Houston for Fred VanVleet, Reed, and a first." So the situation here, VanVleet, while I do love the Suggs fit in Houston, VanVleet has the right to veto a trade. And then if we also look at Orlando's cap table again, I think this is really important. When you understand what NBA teams are doing, these sheets right here, while it's not the most fun thing to look at, it's not like, oh, I care about the salary, I care about wins. The salary does dictate a lot of the decisions today and tomorrow. And Suggs, he's on a descending contract. So trading him, I kind of feel like hurts if you're Orlando. He's like your best value contract, in my opinion, because, Franz got maxed, understandably. Boncaro got maxed, again, kind of understandably. Bane's on a huge contract, which maybe I don't love as much. The Suggs contract, if you look at it, by 2028, 2029, he's making just 15% of the cap. It's hard to justify getting rid of that, in my opinion. So, Michael Orlando, appreciate you, my guy. Thanks again for another super chat. You're always leader in the clubhouse for super chat, so I appreciate you big time, my man. 5K, 10K runner says, "Since he's only played a total of 40 minutes this season, could you see Phoenix moving Green at all?" It's been really disappointing because Jalen Green has been good when he's been on the floor for those 40 minutes, especially his first game. The first game he played for the Suns, he was awesome, actually. I made even a video on him with a film breakdown, but it's just unfortunate. I think realistically, like if you're Phoenix, you could just say, hey, if Jalen Green comes back healthy, it's kind of like a nice trade deadline acquisition for us anyway, and we didn't have to give up anything to get him because he's just coming back from injury. So, I don't think it's I wouldn't completely rule it out, but I don't think he'll get traded. I'd be pretty surprised if he did. The Ambient Bar here says, "Why did the Pistons trade Ivey?" Basically, he was headed toward restricted free agency, and he's coming off of a huge leg injury, broken leg, where he just hasn't been exactly the same player. Now, I think with time and patience, he can get back to who he was, which is a really good player, and I'm hoping to see that happen in Chicago. But the Pistons are number one in the East. They don't want to wait. They wanted to try and push forward right now, and they also got a decently valuable pick swap in the process, too. Milan here says, there were reports that the Jazz are going to do more moves. What do you think they are? I think the Jazz, if you look at their salaries, which I guess we can pull up here on the stream, might as well take a look at them. Utah is still positioned to make another huge trade if they really wanted to. They have these two huge salaries in Lowry and Jaren, but they could theoretically go out and combine Nurkic and Ace and Cody Williams together. And all of a sudden, you're looking at another $34 million salary slot that they could put together. So the Jazz could be really aggressive yet. They could still take another step forward to improve their roster while still having a very good young core and draft pick control. It'd be fun to see what they do, but I'm not expecting anything super ginormous, but we do have to keep our eyes on them. Let's see here. Trey says, who can the Heat trade for? One of Giannis or Ja or something smaller. Let's take a look over here at this real quick. So I want to find the salary slot where Terry Rozier is. Terry Rozier is making, if I can find him. There he is, $26.643 million, okay? There's Terry Rozier. They have this salary that they could trade. Now, Simons has already been dealt. You have RJ, right, Wiggins. Like, it's hard for them to probably work super high salary-wise. Like, they do have that $8 million salary. So they could theoretically, like, try and buy for someone who's making more money. But more likely than not, if they did that, it could be someone like MPJ or John Morant. Those have been the names we've talked about in this stream so far. Otherwise, you could do someone who's cheaper, right? You could do a Claxton or a Turner if you want to make Bam your long-term power forward, possibly, right? You could do a Trey Murphy III, which would be a really fun acquisition for them. Maybe they would jump in on a Jaden McDaniels trade, possibly. Kuminga, don't really love that, but maybe Miami would consider it. Those are the kind of options that they would have. Could the Mavericks get Sabonis? Yes, in theory they definitely could, but I don't expect that to be the trade that actually happens. Craig here says yes now, yes trade Giannis Antetokounmpo to the Warriors soon. Very excited there, Craig. Glad to see a lot of excitement and buzz in the stream today. We've got almost 1,000 people watching live, by the way. Which is so cool to me. We haven't even had a huge trade yet, but you guys are absolutely incredible. I've had so much fun streaming so far. And when that big trade does come, watch out. It's going to get hectic and busy in here quick. Very excited for all of the possibilities here today with the trade deadline looming. And obviously some big moves on the horizon. We're watching for Giannis. We're watching for Ja. Maybe Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green. There's been a lot of crazy stuff already, too. So, Verified here says, any Zubats trades for picks need to dump a couple more guys to sign the young two-way guys, and Kawhi is still Kawhi. If I'm the Clippers, I'm not trading Zubats now. You just got a guard who kind of fits his timeline pretty well. Sorry, I just had to sneeze there really quick. Thank you for excusing me there on that. Let's jump over to this screen now quick. We are at 35,600 subscribers. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Let's hit a subscribe chain right now. Everyone go click subscribe right now on the channel. Spoon here says, Sixers dump Paul George for Ja/Levine. Bad assets everywhere. I mean, that's not a terrible idea. Everyone hit the subscribe button right now. Everyone go smash it real quick. Appreciate you guys all a ton for being in here, seeing those numbers grow. Penny Packer says, Tony Jones said the Jazz aren't done yet. What do you think we're looking to do? Nurk trade? Yep, Nurkic would be the salary slot if they did something. Eric Duval says, do you think any less of James Harden for being traded 5 times? No, because I think every single situation has its rationale behind it. The Thunder didn't want to pay him a rookie max extension. He was rookie max extension worthy. So he gets traded to Houston, right? And he paid that off big time for the Rockets. Then the Rockets, they include him and Russell Westbrook in their coaching search. The two of them both say that they want to hire Jeff Van Gundy. And what happens? The Rockets don't hire Jeff Van Gundy. They hire Steven Silas. That was a disaster. Harden plays like 12 games for Steven Silas, requests a trade. Remember, his co-stars there in Houston at that point in time, too, were John Wall, really old-aged John Wall, and also Christian Wood. Not great. Really not great. No. And then he gets to Brooklyn. The situation in Brooklyn just doesn't pan out because of the vaccine stuff with Kyrie. Kevin Durant gets hurt. He should have been more patient probably in Brooklyn, but he wasn't. He goes to Philly, and then Philly doesn't extend him the number that Daryl Morey promised him. And then the Clippers here, like, honestly, I think the Clippers situation was smart for both sides. So a beam here says Clippers don't view a Harden deal as last move, Kobe or Benedict Mathurin. I definitely think they'll still make a move or two. We'll see which direction that they ultimately go, but let's make sure you guys are following over on Twitter, by the way. Link is in the description for that. Eric Espinoza, thank you for the $5 super chat. Eric's a big-time San Antonio Spurs fan. He says, what's up, Sheldon? If you're the Spurs, would you try to call the Clippers to see if they're willing to move off of Collins? San Antonio should upgrade the 4-spot IMO. I do think that a trade between those two teams does make some genuine sense, especially if you look at the salary slots here. The Clippers and Spurs could definitely get involved in a package. And in the process, John Collins, this would also help the Clippers save a lot of money, by the way. We get them very close to the tax line, even if they do something like Olynyk and Sohan here. Now, I haven't played around with this. I don't think this will actually function. But let's try and send Chris Paul back to San Antonio in this too. This probably doesn't work. It actually does. This would get... I think this would get the Clippers out of the tax, which is, I think, meaningful. And then you could throw, a couple, not seconds from the Clippers, excuse me, a couple seconds from the Spurs to the Clippers, something like this down the road, which would be a nice way for the Clippers to get a young-ish player in Jeremy Sohan. Maybe they internally like him. Not terrible. Eric, thank you again for the $5 super chat. Gerald, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, can you do a Hawks trade? Sure. Let's look at the Atlanta Hawks here real quick on the trade machine. The Hawks. Now the question here, let's before we go to a specific team that we're going to trade with, let's talk about their options, right? They could still be an Anthony Davis pursuit. There is some sensibility still there for them in that regard, in terms of just getting talent and turning some of their expirings into a guy that they would have going forward. And they probably wouldn't have to give up too much. So that's a possibility. Otherwise, you could do something around Kispert individually, CJ McCollum individually. They could do something around Reese Shea if they wanted to sell him. The issue here is there's a lot of reason to believe that Atlanta won't be super aggressive. But let's just say hypothetically, right, that you want to get involved here with Dallas. Porzingis would return to the Mavericks. And then in this deal as well, you would send Zachary Reese-Shea and Luke Kennard. That financially gets you to the point where you can land Anthony Davis from the Mavericks. Maybe you'd want another player as well in this deal. But this financially, right now, I was going to say doesn't work because of the Mavs hard cap, but you would send in another guy. So just for the sake of making sure the deal works, we'll put Dante Exum for now, who's an expiring for the Hawks. But this deal does pass. This deal does work. And then maybe the Hawks, like with Reese Shea in there, you'd hope to not even have to give up any picks. But they do have this first, the Spurs first this year, which is like a swap with Cleveland. So it's not like a premium asset, but it is a first. So Mavs get younger here. They get off of Davis's long-term money. This is something, if I was Dallas and I got this offered to me, I would accept it, Gerald. Jesse, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, any chance Giannis to the Wolves without including McDaniels? Yeah, we can look at a potential framework there as well. Now, I think that's going to be substantially harder to make work, just from a where's the value standpoint coming from, because I don't think Portland then would be a team that wants him. So we got Minnesota and Milwaukee. The question is, what team would want Randall, or would it just be Milwaukee? It could just theoretically be Milwaukee wanting Julius Randle, which would be dumb, but John Horst has done worse. So we'll do Randall and Nas. Financially, this gets you almost in the ballpark. We would do Dillingham as well, probably in this, and Shannon to Milwaukee. Leonard Miller to Milwaukee, and then the Bucks would return back a bunch of their minimum guys. So Amir, Thanasis, and Cole Anthony go to Minnesota in this deal. Then this would help kind of fill up the Wolves roster again a little bit. Maybe even Jericho Sims could go to Minnesota here. 2 Minnesota natives, by the way, and Amir Coffey and Jericho Sims in this deal then, which is cool. This is a 5-for-5 trade, by the way, so financially this does work. But then the issue is draft picks wise, like Minnesota just doesn't have a lot to give. You have the swap, you have this, like it's just basically you're giving up 4 swaps and all of these second round picks. So it's like, is that anything good? Is it good enough for Giannis? The answer really is no. The belief system here, and we're not going to canvass the league right now for the sake of the argument, but the idea here would be that Milwaukee believes they can trade Naz Reid to a team like San Antonio for a first or 2, that they could trade Julius Randle somewhere for a first or 2. Now, I'm pretty pessimistic about that actual outcome, but that would be the idea at least. I don't love it. I really don't. But that would be kind of what the package would look like is Giannis and 4 minimums for Wolves young guys, Randall, Naz, and then swaps and picks, second round picks. So I don't love it, Jesse, but that would be kind of what the deal would look like. Kurdish here says Kobe to Houston would be fire. Farm Boy says, do you see the Mavs making any moves? I do think that they will make a move. I would be surprised if they don't, honestly. Brandon says, I always forget McDermott is still in the league. Yeah, McDermott's just hanging around. Nay says, Timberwolves officially announced they got cash considerations for the Conley trade. Could they use this cash for getting Giannis? They technically have access to trading cash now that they are out of the aprons in the short term. But, so yes, they could trade cash. If the Milwaukee Bucks make a decision on a Giannis trade because of cash, their owner needs to get ran out of town. John here says this trade works. Minnesota gets Giannis and Thanasis. Chicago gets Naz Reid and Behringer. Milwaukee gets McDaniels, Kobe White, Rob Dillingham, and picks. I'm presuming is what that said. Beglin here said Warriors plan B is Kawhi. That would be crazy. Yeah, Fanspo is updated now too. They did make their updates. They messaged me back. We'll hang out on Spot Track today and then maybe go back to Fanspo tomorrow. Rager says, I don't think Giannis is going anywhere until the summer. That is a possibility. I think, again, it makes a lot more sense if I'm Milwaukee, I'm trading him right now. But I don't know, they'll gamble and then they're going to lose that gamble. I'm very confident in that. I don't think Day'Ron Sharpe is a true starting caliber center. I think he's a high-quality backup. But I don't know. The way the Pacers could work here is they have their first this year. They have future first. Like, what it could be is you try and fill out the roster right now, and then in the offseason, either you draft one that you think would be a starting caliber big, like a Patrick Ngungba, for example, or you wait and trade the 2027, 2029, 2031 picks with some of your salaries like Obi and other pieces to get the guy that you think is not only a starting caliber big, but a really darn good one, which would be fascinating. Roach here says, hope the Spurs get an upgrade for the Barnes spot, Portis Jr. or someone. They definitely have that optionality. KJ Henry says McDaniels to Denver, Giannis to Minnesota, and Milwaukee gets a happy meal. Sounds like a fun trade package there. Not one that is realistically going to happen, but thanks for the comment, KJ. Leo says, what will Minnesota do, and do you think the Spurs will trade Sohan and Olynyk? I do think the Spurs will trade Sohan and Olynyk, and I think the Timberwolves will. I think the Timberwolves are the number one spot for Giannis right now. I really do. Let's see. Which teams have we not talked about a ton? We've talked about Charlotte a good amount. We've talked about Brooklyn a little as like a sharp MPJ, Claxton selling standpoint and also eating contracts. We've talked about Orlando salary dumping, trying to get out of the luxury tax while also opening up money for next season to kind of provide some salary relief there against the aprons. We talked about the Cavs. We talked about the Bulls a good amount. We've talked about Miami a little. Obviously, Ja or Giannis, they seem to be kind of in lockstep with the Timberwolves on the pathways to improving their roster in the short term. We've talked about the Knicks a little bit. I guess we could talk about them a little bit more. Gershon Yabusele's salary is something I definitely see getting moved. We've talked about the Raptors a lot today. Hopefully, Raptors fans, you guys have enjoyed. We have over 1,000 people watching live now, by the way. Let's get some confetti in here for our 1,000-plus people. Be sure to leave a like on the stream if you haven't already. And then subscribe to the channel for more NBA content, too. I really do appreciate you guys. Y'all have been absolutely awesome. So I'm very, very grateful for each and every one of you. As we got people watching from all over the world. Comment right now where you're watching from. We got people watching in Australia, people watching in Europe, people watching in South America, people watching in the Philippines, all over the world. So comment right now where you're watching from. JTA said, update us, bro. I'm trying to update y'all on every team here. Philadelphia, I could see as a team trying to dip below the tax. That Paul George suspension opened up a lot of possibilities. We're seeing New Zealand, Detroit, Texas, Charlotte, Ohio, West Virginia, Portugal from Jay Gill. Thank you, Jay, again for being in here today. Good old West Virginia. Love seeing that. Seeing a lot of awesome places. Jim watching from Oregon. Very cool. Boring Indiana, says Van Strife. Houston, says JK Memes. My third trade deadline with you. Appreciate you, my man. BS Express says, you know where I am. Shout out to the Pacers, man. Vegas for JTA. New York for New York City, Justin. South Carolina, we got Sacramento for Brendan. The Bronx, we hear. Minnesota for Spoonfed. That is my home. I was born and raised in Minnesota. Sweden, Los Angeles, Canada, Philly, Chicago, South Australia, Vancouver, Minnesota. Guys, this is awesome, man. We got people from all over Montreal. We got people from Canada. We got Vancouver in here. It's really cool to me. It's one of my favorite things about YouTube. We got another Portugal guy, which is sweet. Thank you, Tomas, for being here. Watching from Wales, says Lloyd. West Virginia, says Jeffrey. Memphis with a crying emoji. Minnesota from Harksey. Very cool. Very awesome. Tanzania, we got Toronto, Louisiana, Spain. Very cool stuff. Very cool. A lot of Minnesota guys in here today, too. I'm sure waiting and just wondering about that Giannis Antetokounmpo news. Watching from the country of Colombia. Appreciate you guys. Love seeing all of the comments there on the side as well. Do I think LeVert is tradable? Yes, definitely. Pedro says just trade Draymond Green even without a replacement. Okay, Hark, thanks for the update here. I would not have been able to live without knowing that. Appreciate you, Hark, for that about an hour ago. Lofo says, hey, just joining what's the news for today. No trade yet, but we are continuing to watch the Giannis news. Jake says, yes, you reading this. Hit that like button now. Kobe says, go Jazz, get someone please, and tomorrow night and trade today, someone please. Kobe's begging for his Utah Jazz to make another move. They were the big news yesterday in the trade for Jaren Jackson Jr. I remember there on the bottom, we have the trade ticker updating all of the different deals that have gone down. Khan says, do I think Brooklyn needs more help? Definitely. Brooklyn is one of the worst teams in the league, but that is also by design. They are intentionally trying to be bad. Scott says, I was wrong once. It's funny. Dub says, no dunks, just ended. We back. Appreciate you, Dub, for being in here. Tim says, do you still think the Blazers are the front runner for Giannis, even though people are saying differently? So here's the thing. I'm very disappointed in this because Giannis is forcing his way to not go there. Portland should be the destination. Portland is the most sensible. I kind of hope the Blazers just say, no, we'll actually keep Milwaukee's picks, because that's what I would do if I was running Portland, probably. But I don't, at this point, it doesn't seem like Giannis will be a Blazer. I know I was saying that on Monday this week. A lot of the reporting is starting to lead me away from that. But I really still think Portland makes the most sense. It just doesn't seem like what's going to happen. Lil Dog says, how bad did the Pistons lose the Jaden Ivey trade? I gave the Bulls an A+, and I gave the Pistons a B+. I did like Detroit getting that pick swap with Minnesota in the 2026 draft. That should move them up about 7 to 10 spots on draft night, which is valuable. but it does hurt to see Ivey go. I really am disappointed about that itself. Colin here says, what are your thoughts on OKC before the deadline? They'll make a small move, but they will certainly stay below the tax. Right now, they're $1 million below the tax line. They will for sure stay below that tax. Gregory here says Bulls should trade Zion. Bulls should trade for Zion. Golden State Warriors need a guard. Golden State needs a little bit of everything. Isabel says, good morning. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to have everyone in here again today. Northside Corey says, on my screen it still says 82 likes. You guys got to refresh your stream if it's saying that. Steven here says, if Garland returns from injury, I think the Clippers could make the playoffs. They've been playing great for sure. They're definitely going to be in that conversation at the very least. Benchmaster says, W. Sheldon, the GOAT of trade week. Appreciate you guys. Let's get some W's in the chat for the chat. Get some W's in the chat for you guys. I want to see those W's fly in here. Appreciate you guys all a ton. Colin says, Davis for Hartenstein. The Thunder won't do that. They don't want to commit to the huge money. Isabel says, is there any way the Lakers can get involved in the Giannis trade as a facilitator? Highly unlikely, but McDaniels is the perfect player to put next to Luka and AR. I would love McDaniels there in Los Angeles. I just don't think, again, if Milwaukee's looking to get Giannis to Minnesota, the most likely destination for the third team to be is Portland. And one thing I do want to go back to, I reposted this a couple days ago because I thought it was very interesting. Here is Mike Schmitz, the assistant GM of the Portland Trailblazers back when he was still a draft analyst with ESPN. Here he is. As far as 6'10" fluid wings who can shoot and handle go, Jaden McDaniels is one of one in this draft. More on why McDaniels is one of the more talented prospects in this class and how he has been developing in Santa Barbara with some real actual workout tape and stuff of Jaden McDaniels pre-draft. It's fun to go back and look at this, see how a player's shot has changed. McDaniels got still a lot of similarities to his base and everything, but he's definitely sped up a majority of his mechanics, which is fun to see too. But Mike Schmitz, who is one of the key decision makers there in Portland, very much likes Jaden McDaniels. Jesse says Giannis is a wolf. They're sold on making this happen. 49er Media says, good morning, everyone. Make sure to hit that like and subscribe button. Yes, if you guys have not subscribed already, be sure to do so. Definitely helps support the channel. Make sure you can see all my future content as well. Real quick, I'm going to go over here. Actually, let's go to this. Where are we at? Content. There we go. Make sure you guys check out this. Check out all my content here at Utility Sports. I've got mock drafts. This came out yesterday. I've got potential James Harden trades, which obviously now happened with him going to Cleveland. It's basically the exact package I posed in there. Besides, second round pick swap was a little different, but I had my trade deadline predictions. Some of those are already wrong, but that's okay. I have every NBA team's best asset, and then 29 Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. So a lot of fun stuff to potentially look at and consider there over on the videos. And then after the deadline, I am planning, this is a little bit of a heads up for you guys. You guys are getting the details ahead of everybody else. But I am planning on doing a breakdown on players making their debuts for their new teams. So Keon Ellis, film breakdown probably. All these different guys you'll see film breakdowns. So Jaren Jackson Jr., film breakdown, all that stuff. So stay tuned for all that content as well. A beam here says Io and Pat to the Clippers. Kelly and Sohan Bulls as an idea for a 3-team trade with John Collins to the Spurs. I mean, possible, right? We've seen the Bulls and Spurs work together on 3-team deals in the past. AR Seattle says, is it possible Lakers trade today or tomorrow? I wouldn't say it's only possible. I would say it's probable. I would be shocked if they don't make at least 1 or 2 trades. to be honest. At least one. I honestly think they should make 2 or 3, but we'll see. Chris says, would the Blazers be better off offering those 3 Bucks picks for Trey Murphy instead of helping someone else get Giannis? I would rather have McDaniels than Trey Murphy. I think Jaden McDaniels is a better player. Yuli Kastner says, KCP for Kleba and Gabe Vincent. What do you think? I mean, that's not the worst. Like, now it depends on what you're getting. If is Memphis like giving you something to get off of KCP's contract? If so, that's not like the worst thing. So Kleba and Vincent to the Grizzlies, and if you're getting KCP, who like at this point you're hoping you get some form of asset with him, right? Like you're getting maybe this 2029 second and a 2031 second or something. Like, because it is a big salary, $21.62 million next year. So I would want second round picks if I'm giving up the expirings to get there. But this wouldn't be like the end of the world for me. And then the nice thing is the Lakers could use KCP as an expiring to trade next year. 2001 Gaming Fan says maybe a fun concept for later, but who do you see as the worst contract in the league? We could definitely put together a video on that potentially there, Epic Wallpapers. Coach Dreadhead said, would you, if you were the Cavs by trading Zoe to the Hornets for Connaughton straight up? I would do that if it was the Hornets. I don't hate Connaughton. Like the Cavs would save a little bit of money there, but I don't know. Bean says, do you think my Atlanta Hawks are making any moves besides the Vit trade from the other day? If they do something, it's going to be pretty small. If I had to bet. I don't think it's going to be anything drastic. Catalan says, Cooper Flake for LeBron James. No. Although if Nico was still in Dallas, maybe. Let's get some me pipe in the chat as well. We have not been doing enough me pipe. Let's get some meeps in there for my fiance. Jesse says, is there any scenario where Wolves could get Giannis? We talked about that, Jesse. Steven says, what would your realistic trade for the Clippers be? I think they trade Bogdanovich and Chris Paul. Yep, Steven, we looked at a couple of those possibilities. Tease here says, I'm waiting on this Domas and Raptors trade for sure. Again, this is going to be one of the big deals of the deadline. I really do think Domantas Sabonis is a very underrated player. He does come with his own host of concerns and flaws as like a playoff performer, this, that, and the other thing. But if you have the right talent around him, he can be really, really, really good. And I think Sabonis, if you send him to Toronto, what I think really the best case scenario here is let's get the Clippers in here too, because I think there's a lot of functionality here that could work between these teams as a whole, and this is something that I would be very interested in seeing happen as a possibility. If we do what I think we should do here is we should trade Pirtle to the Clippers, okay. And we're going to trade Ochai Agbaji to the Kings, and we're going to trade RJ Barrett to the Kings. We are going to have the Clippers send the expiring salary of Bogdan Bogdanovich to the Kings, and then the Kings trade Sabonis to Toronto here. So with all of these salaries, right now it doesn't work because the Raptors are taken back way less. So we need the Kings to get off of another salary in here. If we do something like, let me think here. How do we want to structure this? We need to dip some money from the Kings. So what we do is we probably just remove the Agbaji contract, and he just doesn't get traded in this deal. Financially, this does not work because of the Clippers. So what we would have to do is we would send Chris Paul to Toronto in this deal as well. And we're still hard capped by $800,000. So to make this work, we could use the Beal contract. We could send him to Sac, and then the Kings would send McDermott to the Clippers. Sure. This financially should work. Hold Oh my gosh. We're off by $74,000. These trades, man. These trades. Let's undo Beal then. We're just gonna send Kobe Brown to the Kings. This might work. There we go. Okay. This kind of package, and then the Raptors give up this first to the Clippers. The Clippers give up 1 second-round pick in 2032 to the Kings. And then the Raptors also give up a 2032 second to the Kings. So the overall deal here is, I think, pretty fascinating. But it is one that I'm going to go over to Twitter here and tweet. Let's see if I can go over to Stein. Stein line. Why does this not, like, I'm literally typing in his exact name here. Where was the report on? Can someone take me in the report on the deal? I'm trying to find it. Where was that? I don't know. I can't find it. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna put this in there anyway. Raptors land CP3 and Sabonis. Clippers land Jakob Poeltl and the 2026 Raptors first. Kings get RJ Barrett and expirings of Bogdan Bogdanovic and Kobe Brown. Plus 2 far out seconds. Who says no? This would be an opportunity for the Clippers to have like an actually really good backup big man, like long term. Poeltl, like if you can get an asset to eat Poeltl, the team that eats the asset to eat Poeltl's contract is going to do well in this trade, in my opinion. Very interesting framework. But hopefully you guys are enjoying. Oh yeah, here it was. Okay. Yeah. So thank you, Conqueror, for tagging me in it so that we could remind people as to why. I don't know. It's an interesting deal, I think. Josh says, go Pistons. 49er Media says, I would be shocked as a Warriors fan if we were to trade Melton. Again, that would be if something bigger was happening and the salary needed to be moved. That would be kind of the idea. Lloyd says, hey, man, watching from Wales in the UK. Can you see the Knicks doing anything? Let's jump over back to the trade machine. Let's take a look at the Knicks specifically. When you look at New York, there's a few things that I think are worth considering for the New York Knicks. A lot of different stuff, obviously, that plays into it from a trade financial standpoint. But specifically, the player option that Gershon Yabusele has next year is one of the core reasons why they would maybe make a trade. And I think salary dumping him somewhere is feasible. So if we want to work in that pathway, you're looking for an expiring salary. I think a 3-team deal here that could theoretically make some sense would be Chicago, New York, and Phoenix. And in the process, if you want to dump salary, so we'll see Gershon Yabusele here go to Phoenix. We'll see the Suns send Nick Richards to New York. And the Bulls send, if we do it like this, The issue here, Phoenix would still want to dip below. So actually what we're going to do is we're going to send Yabusele to Chicago, and we're going to send Dalen Terry to Phoenix. And then what we're going to do, the Suns, to get below the tax, will also give up Nigel Hayes-Davis to Chicago. Something like this would work financially here. The Suns get Dalen Terry. This gets them below the tax as well. Gives them a guy who he's not going to play, just being completely frank, but it's part of the process here. Lil Dog wants to know what kind of return Levert would get Detroit. He wouldn't necessarily get you like a return. He would be used in a return package for somebody, which we can look at here in a second. Lil Dog, thank you for the $2 super chat. This is a deal here where Phoenix gets out of the tax. That saves them almost $1.7 million, which would be very nice for them. The Knicks save a little bit of money, and they get out of the player option here for Yabusele, and the Bulls eat Yabusele's contract. And then, New York would probably be willing to give up a second to Chicago as well in this process. So something like this, the Knicks could maybe get a little bit of value out of Nick Richards. The Suns just dip below the tax, which is not a bad outcome here either for them. So I actually kind of like this trade framework because it's something really small. It doesn't seem like, you read this trade, no one's going to be like, oh my gosh, what a crazy trade. But it's a functional trade. It provides value to all three teams because the Bulls get a second. They don't mind probably eating Yabusele's contract, seeing if they can kind of rehab his value. There's a chance he goes back overseas anyway, and then maybe you can void his contract from there. The Knicks get out of Yabusele's money at just the cost of 1 second-round pick. And you also get Nick Richards in the building too, which could be a nice third-string big man for you behind Cat and Mitchell Robinson. And then the Suns here just get out of the tax completely, going from Nick Richards without having to give up a second-round pick to do so. So I really like this trade. Actually, I should almost tweet this one too, because I think this one's actually a kind of a fun trade to talk about. But let's get this one up on the Twitter as well. Let's see if I can. There we go. Really fun, functional trade here for the Bulls, Knicks, and Suns. Suns dip out of the tax and give up nothing draft pick wise to do so. Trade idea here. Let's talk about the Bulls Bulls. Eat Gershon Yabusele's contract. Player option for next season. And get a second-round pick. Get a quality second-round pick in the process. Knicks save a little against the tax this year. Get out of Yabusele's money for next season. And get a big in Richards who can fill spot minutes in the event of foul trouble / missed games for a big. Just 1 second rounder to accomplish. I think this is actually a really good trade. This is a trade that should happen right now. I really, really like that package a ton for them. If this were to happen, it's a really small trade. Again, it's not like a huge deal, but let's go back over to the Pistons now. Look at a possible trade. I think one that people would want to see is Brooklyn and Detroit working together. This would be a way to get a taller forward in the building, someone like a Michael Porter Jr. to Detroit. The Pistons in this package could do something like Tobias and Karis LeVert in this deal. And then the Pistons would give up a first-round pick here, and then maybe even like a first-round pick in 2028, top 8 protected. Kind of low value first. The first this year, it's not a bad one now necessarily because of the Minnesota swap, but a deal like this is definitely doable, Lil Dog. So hopefully that answers your question pretty good. Connor here says we think the Bucks do something stupid at this deadline. They typically do. We'll see how they build it, but. I think that trade earlier, the Hornets-Kings trade, I think I accomplished something positive because both Kings and Hornets fans are mad at me. So Steve here says, if you call me with Terry Rozier, the third salary, I'm hanging up the phone. The nice thing is it's expiring, so GMs probably won't hang up the phone. Twig Gaming says, what would it cost San Antonio to land PJ Washington? PJ cannot be traded this year. He has a trade restriction. I can pull that up for you quick. Let's go over to new teams just to show everybody, because again, there's a lot of nuance in the CBA. Certain guys, when they extend, they become non-trade eligible based on the timing of everything. Lauri Markkanen was a guy last year who, when he extended with the Utah Jazz, he was not trade eligible last season. So. But funny enough, Jaren extended with the Grizzlies, and he was trade eligible very clearly. But there's a lot of like nuance in that. But when we put the Mavericks in here, you'll see that PJ is not actually available. He is trade restricted, so he cannot get traded. Interestingly enough, JC So Cool says Rob Pelinka is the worst GM. Hark says, can you cover Philippine Basketball Association? That is one league that I am not tuned into, unfortunately. I watch the NBL. I watch some Euro League. I watch, obviously, college hoops, G League even. I watch, obviously, the NBA. You guys know. I watch high school basketball, AAU, EYBL, that kind of stuff, too. But no, I cannot cover the Philippine Basketball Association. I do not want to lie to you guys and say that I watch something that I do not. Rod here says the Piston trade yesterday is tied into more moves coming up soon. I do think so. Brendan here says, is there a backup trade for Sabonis? The Hunter trade? I do. I mean, for the Kings, it's basically just about salary dumps. There's a bunch of different ways they could do it. The other way, there's a world where let's do Kings, and we talked about Kings and Clippers a lot. It just makes so much sense, though. Like a Kings Clippers trade makes a ton of sense. Let's look at a Warriors Kings trade. What could we see here? Kuminga. I mean, there's been so many rumors about him to Sac, right? To Sacramento. Do they do it around DeRozan, or do they do it around Monk? DeRozan would be the player I'd rather get rid of if I was the Kings. Issue is financially this doesn't work because of the salaries. And then that's where you run into issues of who would the Warriors include. So maybe we don't do DeRozan, maybe we do Monk. And then this does work, but this doesn't solve anything for Sacramento long term, really. Like, it gets you younger. I mean, obviously the Warriors wouldn't just do this straight up either. I don't know. The Kings are going to probably just do something with the Clippers if I had to bet. I do think Mathurin will be on the move, Dustin, like we've talked about. The Nogs here says, I feel like the Warriors should just trade for Claxton and Michael Porter Jr. We can look at a Warriors Nets trade. I don't mind doing that at all. It's fun looking at all the different possibilities, right? Who knows which teams could be working together, which ones are. Look at this recently successful trade, by the way, on the site. All these first for Giannis, which is crazy. MPJ to Golden State with Claxton. Now that is a good deal of money. You're looking at $64 million, almost $63.5 million. So the question is, if you're the Warriors, how do you get there? This is $47 million. You could maybe do something with Moody. You're getting closer to the ballpark, even with Moody in there, but you're still not there because you are hard capped, and they need to basically send out almost dollar for dollar. So Podziemski would maybe have to be in there. The other thing is, instead of Draymond, you could do something with Jimmy here. But the salary is still tricky because now the Nets are taking back more money. And, like, you could fill that with somebody else who's, like, decent. Like Day'Ron Sharpe and Cam Thomas. And then what if we do a bunch of Warriors picks? Boom, boom, boom. 3 first-round picks from the Warriors for this. I don't know. This is a crazy trade. This is a crazy deal. This would be a huge shakeup to the team. This would be unbelievably insane. IO says, hey, brother, just checking in. Keep up the good work. Appreciate you, IO. Bean says, do you see my Atlanta Hawks making a move? Yeah, we did answer that. Yeah, don't spam. Dennis says, any news on another trade by the Pistons? Hopefully you were able to see the one we just talked about. I do think they'll still be semi-active. Could be Bobby Portis, could be Michael Porter Jr., could be Santi Aldama. Maybe that's a package we should look at, is Santi Aldama, Memphis and Detroit working together. I believe they were involved together in a trade last year even. I don't remember if it was the Marcus Smart deal. That was Washington. I think these two teams were involved in a trade together last year, if I can remember off the top of my head. But Aldama to Detroit would not be bad for like LeVert. And then if you're using another salary, you can't aggregate, unfortunately, Saric. But you could do someone like Sasser if you wanted to. Now, the issue is they did just trade Ivey for Huerter. So would you do Sasser? Maybe you do something around Klintman's salary instead in here. That could be a young player that I could see the Grizzlies being excited about potentially. Like this trade does work. And then the Pistons, maybe you give up, this first round pick this year, which doesn't really have much upside. Something like that. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Aldama to Detroit. I do think he would be a pretty good fit there. He's long, good athlete, moves pretty well. Russ says, I've just tuned in, so not sure if you've covered it, but what would the Lonzo to Charlotte move look like? We can look at that. I know a lot of people want to know about the Hornets and obviously Cavaliers. There's been a lot of discussion about Cleveland so far, which has been a little surprising, but they have completely shifted the league on its head a little bit with the Harden Garland trade. Let's take a look here now. Okay, so we would send Lonzo to Charlotte to play with LaMelo. And the Hornets would give up Pat Connaughton. And genuinely, Connaughton's an expiring and Lonzo's not. So I would assume that there would be a second-round pick going to Charlotte here. Something like this. Lonzo and a second for Connaughton. The Cavs save a lot of money against their cap table next season. An idea like that. It's not super exciting, but it is an idea. Bryce Smith says, any news on the Minnesota Timberwolves? Nothing definitive yet, but I do think that they are still going to be active. Zach says, if Giannis goes to Charlotte, we're going to need hometown legend Concanipple. Jerome says, sorry, not sure if I missed it. Khalil, where most possible destination if being traded? Probably Miami or Milwaukee Milwaukee or Memphis. But I would probably bet if he gets traded, it'll be Milwaukee in a trade for Giannis, but I don't think that will fully happen. I think Ware probably just stays in Miami, Jerome, at least past the deadline here. Why am I a fellow Mavs fan? My favorite player growing up was Dirk Nowitzki. First ever basketball game I watched was a game between the Milwaukee Bucks and Dallas Mavericks. I was visiting my uncle who lived in Wisconsin at the time, so we were watching local TV. I was about 4 years old, and I remember I just really enjoyed the Mavericks. I don't exactly know why. I think it might have been because he was rooting for Milwaukee, and I didn't want to cheer for the team he was cheering for, so I cheered for Dallas, and it just kind of stuck from there. So I've been a Mavs fan since. Twig Gaming here says, how many trades will happen today? Probably a good amount. I think yesterday I expected like 4 or 5 today. If I remember right what I said. No, who knows? I've talked for hours and hours on end, so I don't remember 90% of the things I say, which might be good. But Zen says, what percent chance is it Giannis going to Miami? I think low, like 20% chance, 15% chance. Shabab says, any chance of a Yabu or Jordan Clarkson trade? We did talk about Yabusele potentially going in a trade to Chicago. If we do look at New York as well, the issue is, like, realistically, these minimum contract players could be traded for any other minimum contract player, essentially. So Clarkson could be on the move anywhere with his expiring salary. But, like, what would the deal be? I don't know. Luke here says, for like 4 years now, I've been tuning in for these trade deadline streams. Always beat the group chat to rumors because of this. Thanks for knowing ball, Sheldon. Appreciate you, Luke. Really thankful to have your support and have you in here again this year. JJ Rems says, any thoughts on Jonathan Kuminga's fit with other teams? Yeah, let's talk about Kuminga a little bit. I like his fit with Chicago a lot. I think Chicago is one of the most sensible landing spots for him. That was when they had Nikola Vucevic, though. They don't have Vucevic anymore. So I would say very likely that they are not going to land him. You never know. Never say never, but perhaps. Here's one of the recent trades, by the way. What? The Celtics are not a fit. The Nets would be a fit. The Hornets would be okay. Don't love it for them, but it would be okay. Cavs, no. Pistons, no. Pacers, definitely no. Heat would be an okay fit. Bucks would be a fit because they have no identity if they trade Giannis. Knicks, no. Magic, definitely no. 76ers definitely would be a fit. Raptors, it'd be like a C+ fit. Wouldn't be the worst, but not great. Wizards would be a fit because they're not trying to win right now. The Mavericks would be a no. The Nuggets would be a no. The Rockets would be a definitive no. The Clippers would be a maybe right now because they are going through some changes. Lakers would be a fit, I do think, off of Luka. I think that would be pretty sensible. The Grizzlies would be a fit because there'd be opportunity there. Minnesota, no. Pelicans, really, like, kind of yes, but not one that I would be making if I was the Pelicans. Thunder, definitely no. Suns, definitely no. Blazers, probably not. Kings would be a home run fit because he would just put up numbers there. Spurs, not really. And Jazz, I would prefer for them to not at this point. The Spurs, according to Unholy Trinity here, says have been linked to both Goga and Robert Williams. I hate both of these ideas. I don't mind Goga. Batadze is a solid player. And $8 million is not bad. Like, if it's Batadze for Sohan, I would like that, actually. But I'm not giving up, like, a lot of stuff for Batadze. Logan says, so the thing is, Wolves can't trade a first. They can only trade 28 swap and maybe 30 swap. And 20-32 swap and a bunch of seconds. But, yeah, they don't have the picks. They just have the players that would maybe get Milwaukee picks, which is interesting. Runner Flash says, what's next for the Cavs? Harden fan here, excited to see how he does on the Cavs. What would be good for Cleveland? Rui for Allen? No, I would keep – if I'm Cleveland, I'm keeping pretty much everything else the same. I really think the difference from an unavailable Darius Garland to an available James Harden is a drastic shift on how good Cleveland can be. Mud Dog says, what kind of playing time do you think Rob Dillingham would get in Milwaukee? I would hope he would get 25 to 30 minutes a game. I mean, that's what he should be playing 18 minutes a game right now for Minnesota. And they should just be okay with, hey, we might lose his minutes night to night, but he needs play time. to improve. Like, young players aren't going to get better by only sitting on the bench. Like, I don't think they should just be handed minutes, but should be playing a little. Turtle Master here says Hornets need a backup point guard. Does Lonzo satisfy this? No. Turtle, he doesn't, but I think it would be more so about getting the two of them together on the two Ball brothers on the same roster. Gabe here says, doesn't sound like Pistons moving on from Karras according to JB Bickerstaff. This is so maddening. Hey, it's JB Bickerstaff's favorite player. Coach Morgan says, if there was one trade you could make happen yourself for the deadline, what team are you calling? If I was so it depends on which. If I'm the Lakers, I am trading for Mavericks players. That's the deal. Now, if I'm the Mavericks, I'm trading Anthony Davis wherever I possibly could. But I don't know. Let's hold on. Let me try and cook something quick. This is how much money in salary? This is 22 and a half. It's $40 million. Financially, this will not work. But how funny would it be to see Anthony Davis traded back to the Lakers? This does not financially work because of the apron hard capping. But it's actually pretty close. The issue is the Lakers would have to fill their roster. So just honestly does not work. But let's just be like being more realistic here. Like if we did Clay and Gafford to the Lakers and then take out Hachimura, this financially is like in the ballpark of nearly working. And then we would just attach Dwight Powell. I do think this will work. Yes. So it's a 3-for-4 trade. Lakers would give up 2031 first and a 2030 swap option and 2032 second. So like this kind of deal is something where like if I was the Lakers, I would consider, because I think Gafford is that valuable to them. He would be really, really awesome. A Gafford and Jackson Hayes center rotation is not completely horrible. It's not elite, but it gives you at least, in my opinion, 36 minutes of solid center play. So Coach Morgan says, keep it up. No one working harder than you. Maybe Shams, but it's up in the air. Shams is definitely working really hard. You got to have those fingers ready to text. So he's getting the scoops and he's working hard for sure. Jay here says, I've been seeing some rumors of Rob Williams to Boston. What do you think the Blazers would get back in the trade? Rob Williams to Boston. We can look at that possible framework. Portland and the Celtics working something out together, going from one coast to the other in a deal here. But returning to Boston would be a cool storyline for Robert Williams. I'm not sure, like salary wise, it's just really not doable though. The more likely scenario would be the Celtics get out of the Celtics already got out of the apron. So I think the most likely thing would be Robert Williams would get traded to, say, Milwaukee, and then he would get bought out, and then he would sign with the Celtics. That would be probably the outcome. Darius Garland is not better than James Harden. And if he was, he would have made All-NBA last year. But Harden made All-NBA. So Tim here says, I say we as Blazers fans are okay with getting rid of Scoot, but not Sharp. We can give up Grant, Scoot, all the Buck swaps back to them, and maybe even Hans Niang. Definitely think that's a possibility. Chase here says trade Gafford. I don't completely trust Brett Siegel, but I think he's just saying something that is a possibility. If you look at his coverage, it's a lot of, this team could maybe do this or maybe do that. Bombzoni here says, after yesterday, I'm feeling starved today, even though it's only noon. I am too. I'm going to smash some pizza. Hold on. Pause. Again, what am I doing today? I'm going to eat pizza after the stream. Eric says, what's up, Sheldon? Been a while. since I've been back on, but it's good to see you again, broski. Yes, sir. Glad to have you back in here again, my man. Thank you again for your super chat earlier. Appreciate you guys a ton. We've had 31 super chats today as well. Let's run through them quick. Sam was the one who kicked us off. Let's get some W's and confetti flying in here too as we go through the super chats. Bowden, Crispo, DM, Alt Rock. Appreciate you guys. Tyler, appreciate you for the super chat. Tim, Dirty Old Joan, 2001 Gaming, aka Epic Wallpaper. McLean Garrett, appreciate you, Garrett. Twig Gaming here, super chat. A beam with the 5, a beam with the 2. Jared with the 2. Dustin with the couple $1 super chats. Cold Ones with the $2 super chat. Ryan with the $2 super chat. Jesse. Dustin again with the $2 super chat. A beam. We got to get some W's in here for a beam as well. Michael Orlando always coming in big time. Spoonfed with the 2. A beam with the 2. Eric, thank you again for your $5 super chat. Gerald with the 2. Jesse with the 2. Little Dog had a couple of $2 super chats. A beam with another $2 super chat. He's a real one. And then AR Seattle as well. So there's the 31 super chats so far today, which is absolutely crazy. So thank you again, guys. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to get some more confetti in here too. Hopefully, if it'll work. I look like a goofball until it does. So Isabel says, just came out, Dre and Lakers have mutual interest. What does a 3-team look like between Milwaukee, LA, and Golden State? Interesting. If we were to build that up, I still think for Milwaukee, like the Golden State offer is very sensible, just because of what you would be possibly getting in this, which is some good stuff. And the deal with Milwaukee, if you include the Lakers, there's some other stuff in here that you could possibly get in return too. So in this deal, what we're going to do is we're going to do Milwaukee sends Giannis to Golden State. Okay. Thanasis would maybe go in there too. We'll see. Now, how do we want to build this? We could do Draymond plus Kuminga to Milwaukee plus Moody to Milwaukee. Financially, that should work. Okay. The issue is we need to include the Lakers if we're doing a 3-team deal. So Draymond's going to go to the Lakers, which means we need to have the Lakers send something for Draymond Green. And the issue is they're taking in $23 million. So what we're going to do is we're going to send Gabe Vincent and Maxi Kleba to Milwaukee here. This trade with these guys all involved does not financially work because of the Lakers. We need to shave $3.4 million. Luckily, Dalton Connect makes $4 million. We will send Dalton Connect to Milwaukee in this deal. Financially now, this works, okay? This is kind of the financial perspective. Lakers get Draymond Green for Vincent, Kleba, and Connect. The Warriors get Giannis Antetokounmpo. And now in comes the draft picks. I think for the Lakers, you would probably give up a second-round pick to Milwaukee in this. I would probably hesitate to do anything more than that. And then from the Warriors' perspective, it's that 2026 first, 2028 first, 2030 first, 2032 first, 2031 first-round swap, 2029 first-round swap, 2032 second-round pick. You're looking at 4 unprotected ones, 2 first-round swaps, a second, Dalton Connect, Kleba, Vincent, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga for Milwaukee. That is a very strong package, in my opinion. Very, very strong. Warriors get Giannis, and the Lakers get Draymond Green in this deal as well. This would be a huge trade. This would be one that could shape the future of the NBA big time. It would be tremendous, in my opinion, seeing Giannis next to Curry, despite all of the rumors that potentially would not happen. So very crazy, but this was what the deal would look like in theory here, Isabel. Hopefully that answers it for you. About that time says after what Triple J netted, Sacramento is crazy to think they should get something. The Sabonis hate is an absolute joke. No, it's not Sabonis hate, and this is the important thing about that time. There's this thing called cap tables, and the issue is the Sacramento Kings. And listen, I really, really like Domantas Sabonis. The issue is if the Kings do nothing, they are a second apron team next year. And if you know anything about the Sacramento Kings, you know that they're not good right now. In fact, they're the worst team in the league by record. So do you want to be in the second apron with these guys? Look at the salaries here, just real quick. So if you don't want to take in Jakob Poeltl's contract, and this is the issue. This is why, if you're including a third team, and that's why they would, because the Raptors could just genuinely trade R.J. Barrett and Jakob Poeltl to Sacramento and give them the pick. The reason why that's not happening is because Sacramento is looking at themselves and saying, oh my gosh, if we take in R.J. Barrett and Jakob Poeltl, we have 7 players next year making over $20 million. And one of them is making $49 million in Zach LaVine. So if you want to pay $190 million for 7 guys who are going to get you the worst record in the NBA, you can do that, and that will get you the pick. The issue is if you want to get out of the apron next year, if you want to stay out of the tax this year, you need a third team to help you. And if they want to dump a salary, whether it's one of DeRozan or Monk or whatever, they can do that. The issue is if they had any foresight at all, they probably shouldn't have gotten DeAndre Hunter. I was pretty kind to them, giving them a B- grade in that trade because I don't hate DeAndre Hunter as a player. I think he's an okay player, all right player. The issue is the finances here are screwed for Sacramento, and they're terrible as is. So Araya here says Giannis has the Timberwolves at the top of his list. Dub to Protocol says, I think they keep him. He's a great vibes guy with this team. Isaiah Step says, Sheldon, give me a Marvin Bagley trade idea. He's been balling. I want to see him go somewhere to start. Let's take a look at a possible Wizards trade. Now, I don't know if he's going to get a real opportunity to start somewhere, but one that we talked about earlier that I do think makes a good deal of sense is a trade with the Phoenix Suns, because the Suns are in a position where they are trying to dip out of the tax. And there's a really good pathway here where Marvin Bagley not only goes to Phoenix, but he could be a useful piece for the Phoenix Suns. And then misspoke there. We trade Nick Richards into this trade exception that's about to expire, and we give up a second-round pick here down the road, this 2029 second, for example. The Wizards get Nick Richards. They get the second-round pick. It's a small asset to include in the deal. And then Marvin Bagley ends up in Phoenix, which is a pretty big W, in my opinion, for the Suns, because they dip below the tax. They get Bagley, who can still play for them a little bit this year. I think their offense with Jordan Ott could actually maximize Marvin Bagley's skills a bit. It'd be a definitely interesting outcome. Josh says, would Detroit do more moves by today or tomorrow? Yes, I do think, Josh, that there will be another trade. Yo12 says, if I don't see Giannis on the Warriors by the deadline, I want Curry traded. He's done too much for this franchise just to rot his last couple of years. Crazy. I was not expecting that to be where that sentence went. I thought you were going to say you wanted a different trade to happen for Golden State. That one would be a crazy one, huh? If Steph Curry got dealt, oh my gosh, that would be absurd. That would just be absolutely insane, wouldn't it? Thank you guys all so much for tuning in so far today. It's been just a great time. We have over 1,000 people watching live right now, which is really cool to see. We are at 436 likes on the stream right now. So not bad. Yesterday we were at 578. So I definitely think we can get there if everyone just takes a second to hit that like button. Bombzoni says Bagley has been an 8th or 9th man, but yeah, he's been balling on a minimum. 2, great value. OM Ragey says Sabonis still going to the Raptors. That still seems to be like what I think will happen. T-Dog says everyone liked the video. Meep, love seeing the Meep hype in the chat. Jeffrey here says would love to see Ja to Phoenix. You know what? Let's do it. Let's talk through it. Memphis and Phoenix, we'll put them in the trade machine together. Why not? It's fun seeing all these different possibilities. Okay, we did get a little bit of news here. Actually, I'm going to go over to Twitter real quick. It's not huge news, but it's kind of fun to look at. So I'm going to go over to Etienne Catalan, who does some really great work. Really recommend following this page. Taylor Hendricks will wear number 22 for the Grizzlies. Bane's number now belongs to Taylor Hendricks. Love that. Fun stuff. Walter Clayton Jr. will wear number 4 for his new team, the Memphis Grizzlies. Huerter is going to wear number 27 for the Detroit Pistons. Emmanuel Miller is wearing number 15 for the Cavs. That was yesterday. Schroder is wearing number 8. Keon Ellis is wearing number 14. which is his number. Krejci staying number 27, which is what you would have expected. So, yeah, very good page here, ETN Catalan. Definitely worth the follow over there on Twitter. Okay, here we go. Good news. Thank you for SC Arisen for tweeting this at me. Sarge did not go into the TP. It went into the biannual. Some more moves to come. Yep. So Pistons still have access to their trade exception. Pistons available cap space. Okay. Interesting. Good stuff. Very good stuff. Okay, great. Thank you for sharing that with me, so that way we can get that covered. Raptors are in active talks with Mavericks for Anthony Davis. Let's go build an Anthony Davis trade discussion here. Very interesting. We'll go back over here. We're gonna put the Ja to Phoenix talks on hold for a second, just given that news. But we will circle back to that at some point, Jeffrey. I promise. Let's go over to Dallas and Toronto and build something up here. Shade says to spam that like button, y'all. You guys heard him. What would a possible trade look like? We're going to do Barrett to Dallas and Jakob to Dallas for Anthony Davis to Toronto. Now, if you do the math on those two salaries, the issue here is we are a tad bit short. This is where Ochai Agbaji would have to come in to even the field out. But the issue for Dallas is they are hard capped here at the second apron. So which is kind of surprising. 40. This is 20 plus 27.2, 47.2, 50. This should just financially work. Okay, let's just go get we would just get a third team involved, I guess, or the Mavericks could just send Dante Exum to Toronto. Maybe that would financially work, although, yeah, there we go. So Exum's salary goes with. And then the Raptors give up 1 first to Dallas, something like this. Barrett, Pirtle, Agbaji, and a first. I don't know. I would like it for the Mavericks. I really wouldn't be that mad. And I don't love taking on Barrett and Pirtle's contracts, but it's what you have to do probably. Jim Thurl here says, morning, Sheldon. Anything new? Have there been any deals this morning? No trades yet today up to this point, but we are watching for it. Ashley here says, I know Lakers haven't traded for anyone, but I'd like to know some possibilities. It's really about using those expiring contracts. Justin, thank you for the 2. Says, can you mock up a trade for the Pistons? Yes, we can do that, Justin. But to answer Ashley's question, it would really revolve around trading the expirings of Kleba and or Gabe Vincent plus Dalton Connect's contract to get to a guy like Daniel Gafford or to get to some of the other available centers on the market. There's some optionality there. So Pistons. Sure, let's look at what else could the Pistons do? We'll talk about one with Milwaukee. Justin, thank you for the 2 here. This has been kind of one of my favorites because they do have that trade exception to utilize. So if we do build a trade here, the Bucks could send Bobby Portis directly into that trade exception for Milwaukee, or for that the Pistons have. Milwaukee would get a little bit of extra relief, and then from here, they could send Milwaukee, 2 or 3 second-round picks, something like that. Which, funny enough, we would actually have to trade a salary. We'll just do Isaac. We'll do Bobby Klintman into their room mid-level. And then this does financially work. So using the room mid-level to absorb Bobby Klintman, and then using the trade exception to get Bobby Portis. I did, you have to kind of recalculate some of the stuff because of where the Pistons are at now, salary-wise, and the apron and its status and everything. But definitely big news. Kyle Anderson will wear number 5 for the Grizzlies, and George Niang will wear number 20 for the Grizzlies. Bulls getting Zion or Yves Messi. Maybe Messi if they're getting a soccer player. Sell the team says that's funny there. Pelicans fan. How do you feel about 13-win Pelicans thinking they have a playoff roster? I think they have the semblance of what will be a future playoff roster. I do like some of their young guys. I really like Derek Queen. I think if Herb Jones was healthy this year and played every game, that they would be much higher in the standings, probably like the 12 seed in the West instead of the 14 seed. But they still wouldn't be. They still don't have a playoff caliber roster now. Yo says, why don't Warriors go for Ja? Curry would move to the 2, and Grizzlies could get Pods and Kuminga get younger. I mean, the Warriors could potentially go for Ja Morant. Sam says, do you think there's a market for Towns? Not really, to be honest with you, which is part of why he was traded to the Knicks to begin with, because there wasn't a huge market. Now Pelinka and pathetic Redick is crazy, Adam. That's crazy. Regional manager Michael Scott. Welcome, Michael Scott, to the stream. Says Spurs have picks to spend. That's why they collected them, to get players. Duh. I mean, yeah, but it's also about flexibility for when they need to make trades and stuff. Nikhil and 2 firsts for AR-15. I don't think the first of all, it's an interesting idea. I don't know if the Lakers would really entertain it, though. Spurs have picks. Getting MPJ wouldn't be hard. With a young team like that, he'd be perfect. Should we look at a Spurs Nets trade? This is very atypical for the Spurs to do something like this, but I do think that stylistically he would be a phenomenal addition for them in terms of the shooting he would provide, and then the way that they could build their package is pretty easy. And then this deal, MPJ could go to the Spurs. Financially, this just does straight up work. And then the question is, which picks are the Spurs giving up? Would they be willing to give up this Atlanta pick next year in a draft class that seems a little bit softer, potentially? And then would they give up their own pick in 2029, like top, even like lottery protected? Maybe something like that. What do you guys think? Barnes, Olenek, Sohan, and 2 firsts, one being the Hawks pick next year, and then one being the Spurs' own first, top 14 protected in 2029. For MPJ. I think it's a little bit of an overpay maybe for MPJ, but definitely would help them for sure. Hanson here says, seems like it's been pretty quiet today. Yesterday was pretty loud. Is today going to get any noise? I do think there will be some noise today. I don't want to guarantee it, obviously, because I'm not in control of that, but I just do expect there to be. I'd be kind of surprised if there's not a single trade today at all, so... Landon here says, what's next for the Celtics? Cook up a trade for them. I can cook up a trade for them, Landon. Definitely appreciate all your guys' comments and everything. I've had a lot of fun today. I hope you guys have as well. We got 1,000 people still watching live, which is crazy. Very cool. Let's do a Celtics trade. Let's do it with the Wizards. And this is a very small niche trade, but it is one that still would kind of accomplish the same thing for Washington, where you send a quality expiring contract in Marvin Bagley on a minimum, and the Celtics turn someone like Chris Boucher, who's older, into a younger, a little bit more springy version of a power forward, and they give up the Detroit second rounder. So it's a really, really small trade. It doesn't really move the needle that much for either squad, but the Celtics get like younger and slightly better in the short term. Slightly. Keith Dameron here says, any Rockets trade ideas? Yeah, we can look at the Rockets. We haven't talked as much about Houston today as we did the last couple, so let's get a Rockets deal built in here as well. Thank you guys all for being patient today as well. I know I'm way behind on the comments. It's a challenge keeping up sometimes, but you guys ask such great questions, and it usually leads to a lot of great discussion. So it seems like you guys are enjoying it. I very much am as well. And Kobe White continues to be one of the guys to get to talk about, but we could also build something around a smaller deal if we wanted to. Let's do Dorian Finney-Smith to Chicago, as well as Aaron Holiday to Chicago. Now, Aaron Holiday can veto the trade, so if Aaron Holiday doesn't want to go, he doesn't have to. But realistically, like, I'm sure that they could tell him, yeah, we won't play you at all, so you might as well go now. the can veto thing for role players doesn't really mean a lot because you can just kind of threaten them with, we'll just make sure you don't get any playtime the rest of the season then, unless you let us trade you. But yeah, Finney Smith and Holiday in a couple seconds for Kobe White, something like this. Maybe a third second, fourth second in there. Yes, I am begging for someone to trade for Anthony Davis. Dylan says, sounds like the Bucks are leaning towards keeping Giannis, also trying to get lottery pick to help convince him to stay. The issue with this, it shows how incompetent the Milwaukee Bucks are. They have the swap worst of Pelicans Bucks. So there's no way they have the first pick. There's zero chance. The highest they could have is pick 2, and that would require the Pelicans to move up to number 1 and the Bucks to move up to number 2. The odds of that happening, you're looking at like a 14% chance times a 8% chance. If you do the math on that, it's a 1% likelihood. This is who's running the Milwaukee Bucks front office, by the way. It's insane to me. It's insane. Oh, and Ragey says, the day I choose to work from home, there are 0 trades. It's okay. There's always tomorrow. Work from home tomorrow, too. Just tell your boss, hey, I got to work from home. I'm not feeling good. No, I'm not advertising for you to skip work. I'm not suggesting that at all. JK Memes here says, what do you think a trade for White to Houston would look like? Glad we just did one, actually. So that answers your question as well. Yo says, if I don't see Giannis to the Warriors by the deadline, I want them to trade Curry. We talked about that. Theo Gaming says, I want young players and picks for Giannis as a Bucks fan. I think it's time. We haven't done a Wolves Giannis trade for a little while again. I think we go back to the well here and talk about why this is sensible. Now, if I'm Portland, I probably would not facilitate this, but it does make their team a lot better. So there's at least some rationale here as to why you would potentially do this. But Jaden is going to go to Portland here. And in this situation, we're gonna send Naz Reid as well to Portland again. I just think that package is the cleanest. We're gonna send Dillingham and Shannon to Milwaukee, as well as Leonard Miller to Milwaukee in this. Portland sends Jeremy Grant's salary to Milwaukee, as well as Robert Williams to Milwaukee. Financially now, this all checks out, okay? Now is where the draft picks come in. Since, if we look at it just from this perspective, the Blazers are giving up Jeremy Grant and Robert Williams. They are turning this first of all, really bad Jeremy Grant contract and a non-playable, really, Robert Williams because of injuries, into McDaniels and Naz Reid, 2 really quality players, 2 top 6 caliber players on a good team. Because of that, what they're going to be asked to give up is this Milwaukee 2029 first, this 2028 Milwaukee first, and then this 2030 Milwaukee first, all going back to Milwaukee in this deal. It's a lot to give up, but you are getting 2 awesome players and off of Jeremy Grant's contract. The Wolves, they come in, they offer swap options to Milwaukee on their 2032 first, 2030 first, 2028 first as well. And they could even offer this into Milwaukee as a swap option as well. Plus all of these second-round picks, which I think, again, yesterday was very pointed that they did the swap option with the Pistons in the Conley salary dump instead of giving up seconds. Clearly, they wanted these second-round picks for one reason or another. And then essentially the deal here, Minnesota could even take back Thanasis, which we will do in this trade. And they might even be able to take one more player. We're going to see if Cole Anthony fits or not. It might not. It does. The trade does still fit here. So ultimately, Milwaukee gets Rob Dillingham, Terrence Shannon Jr., Leonard Miller, Jeremy Grant, Robert Williams. They get 3 of their own future first-round picks back in 2028, 2029, 2030. They get a bunch of Wolf swap options in here. Really valuable. Really valuable. And then they get also a collection of seconds. This kind of restocks their whole cupboard in terms of trade flexibility. The Wolves get Giannis, Thanasis, and Cole Anthony. And then the Blazers get Jaden McDaniels and Naz Reid. It's a huge trade. This would be one of the monumental trades in NBA history that would pair Giannis Antetokounmpo with Anthony Edwards. But it would be absolutely crazy. It would be a huge trade and one that does shake up the NBA in a pretty drastic amount. So let me know what you guys think. I might even try and go control minus here a little bit if I can. It's not even letting me. There we go. That way you guys can see more of the trade. It might be a little too zoomed out there, but let's go one more. Hopefully that's visible enough for you guys. When Pacers get Peterson, what do they do with Nembhard? Probably keep him and just bring him off the bench and have one of the best guard rotations in the league. It would be insane if they get that. I like you trying to manifest it as well. Jesse here says most likely Wolf scenario is multi-team deal to address lack of picks. Do it effortless, says, are the Pistons done? No, I don't think the Pistons are done quite yet, to be honest with you. Appreciate all of you guys for being in here, by the way. A lot of great comments and questions and everything. We had people from Memphis, Minnesota, Louisiana, Toronto. We have someone watching from India, which is very cool. Spain. JTA says, you're the best, bro. Every year, you are the plug. Appreciate you guys. Love being able to do what I do. Reggie says Minnesota. Victor Rivera says watching from the country of Colombia. Keith says I like the idea of bringing Chris Paul back to Houston. Don't absolutely hate that. Arizona says King Nacho. Louisiana for Icy Demp. Florida for Kyle Graham. Look at him out on the boat there in that profile picture, enjoying the warm weather. We don't have that down here in the South right now. I'm in Georgia, and we had snow this past weekend, so. Jim wants an update on the Kings. Basically, we're waiting for a Sabonis trade. If one materializes or not, that will be the main question. But at this point, nothing definitive yet as of right now. So I'll hide the financial breakdown. Maybe does that make it easier? No, it does not. We might as well show it then. But yeah, definitely some crazy stuff. But we're in a great spot. Draft rights. Any draft rights players? Matteo Spagnuolo would be an interesting one. Yeah, no. Amani here says St. Anthony, Minnesota goal. St. Anthony, Minnesota goal. Timberwolves. Let's make the trade. We got people from Long Island as well. Very cool. Rube says Ja Morant to the Timberwolves. If they don't get Giannis, they would maybe sniff around that. Ansai says, appreciate what you do, brother. I tune into your lives every February. Appreciate you. Make sure you guys watch the videos too. I know a lot of you already do, but make sure you do tune into some of the content here. I'm going to flip over quick. This week alone, like if you look at the uploads, NBA mock draft here, full first round. Potential James Harden trades, NBA trade deadline predictions, every NBA team's best trade asset, Giannis Antetokounmpo trades, potential trade deadline trades. I had some trade guides come out on the channel as well. A lot of different stuff. I got scouting reports, film study breakdowns as well on some young guys in the league. Lauri Markkanen breakdown, AJ Mitchell hype video, bunch of different stuff. A lot of film breakdowns, honestly. I did get sick for a little while in December. Wasn't able to record a lot, but there's a lot of good stuff on the channel to watch. NBA draft content will be flowing here very, very soon. I'm planning breakdowns for a bunch of guys. Henry Vasar will be one of them. Just a little bit of a heads up there for you guys. But a lot of content. I really hope you guys do check it out and enjoy it, because I put a lot of work into the video. Here we go. The two teams Sacramento still believes are in play for Domantas Sabonis: Toronto and Washington, sources say. Big news there on Sacramento. So thank you for Aquino for tagging me. Beam says, I'm Venkata. I gave you a donation for $50 last year, 2 years ago. Please discuss 4 to 5 Clippers trades that could happen. Venkata, that's right. I remember when you guys change your usernames and stuff, I maybe can't recognize you anymore then at that point. So thanks, Venkata, for that reminder. I appreciate you big time. Thank you again for that super chat a couple years ago, I believe. And yeah, 4 or 5 Clippers trades that could happen. Again, you're kind of looking Kobe White. You're looking at a trade for maybe Malik Monk or DeMar DeRozan from Sacramento. There's 3 off the top of my head. They could be a Jonathan Isaac destination potentially. And then you're also looking at sending Chris Paul somewhere in a deal, whether that's in congruence with something else or sending him by himself to a preferred destination of his choosing. Maybe like a return to San Antonio could be sensible. So Beam, thank you for the $5. Venkata, appreciate you big time, my man. But let's talk about this news here, right? This is obviously very important news. Jake Fisher does a great job covering the league with Mark Stein. And I think this specifically is something that warrants us going to the trade machine and taking a look at. So let's look at what could the Wizards potentially be willing to part with for Domantas Sabonis. And if you look at the Kings and the Wizards, well, they have some good options, right, to get the money to work. First of all, Chris Middleton for Sabonis is a really great starting point salary-wise. And then you have young players. Bilal Coulibaly could be a guy that the Wizards would be willing to expend, perhaps. Bilal Coulibaly. Financially, this trade works, and this gives the Kings a lot of cap relief. A lot of cap relief. Now, from a draft pick perspective, they could give up this Oklahoma City pick. This is a really interesting offer. Here's the deal. I'm going to tweet this. Let's jump over to the Twitter tab. I don't know why. I wish Twitter would just crop these for me. Oh, there we go. No, don't do that. Just an immediate guess, but if Washington is looking for a center long term, now assuming they can't pry Kessler from Utah after yesterday's trade, maybe pivoting to Sabonis could work. This gives the Kings a young talent in Coulibaly to develop and build with moving forward. Great defensive tools, but still raw. And significant cap relief on their cap table for 27 and 28 seasons. And third, pick 30 in the 2026 NBA draft. I mean, it's like not crazy. The Wizards get a lot better here. Just off the top of my head, the Kings are interested in John Morant and believe they can help him return to star form with a change of scenery. Oh, just when I was trying to say something nice about Sacramento. Wow. Appreciate everyone who's in here. DeMar DeRozan to the Clippers definitely is possible. Matt McGovern here says Wolves just need a bench scorer. Go get Monk. The issue is financially getting there is, again, pretty difficult for Minnesota. They technically could, but it would be a challenge. I mean, if you whatever. Sometimes the thought doesn't go through a lot of people's heads about possibilities of doing something after making another trade. So I don't know. This package is definitely interesting. Where we get Sacramento, a young player, former really high pick in Bilal Coulibaly, and then also a first round pick, albeit the last one of the first round this year, and then a lot of cap relief. And then the Wizards would get a super significant upgrade onto the roster in Domantas Sabonis, while they also are not paying a lot of other talents. JTA says, good luck to all your teams. Remember, Jesus loves you all. Amen to that, brother. Magna says, hi, is there a high chance now that Giannis trade won't happen? I think it already would have. Oh, we have a trade. Oh, my gosh, trade. Wizards, oh, my gosh. Well, hold on. Let's go to Shams. We have a trade. Do I have, let me make sure I do have Anthony Davis on the thumbnail. Let me update this quick. Wow, what a crazy outcome here. Well, I almost called it. It's not for Sabonis, but it's a very similar package. The Dallas Mavericks are trading 10-time NBA All-Star Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum to the Washington Wizards for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley, 2 first-round picks, and 3 second-rounders. Okay, this is wow. This is a huge deal. This is a huge deal. We are going to quote tweet this with grades. Welcome everyone to the stream. If you're just now tuning in, Anthony Davis has been traded to the Washington Wizards. What a trade. Washington Wizards, Dallas Mavericks. This is a substantial deal. This is a huge deal. Wow. So the deal here, okay. For the Washington Wizards, I'm going to give this an A+. Almost zero real downside here for the Wizards. They put Trae Young and Anthony Davis together next to a very young, athletic, talented roster. They give up next to no real meaningful draft equity. 30th pick in 2026. Top 20 protected first in 2030 via Warriors. I'm going to change this to the word likely. Likely 30th pick in 2020 plus 3 seconds. Getting Davis. I'm going to pull this up on my phone too, just to make sure I can talk through it. But okay, so they got Davis. Getting Davis, D'Lo, Hardy, and Exum for Middleton's expiring, A.J. Johnson, Marvin Bagley, and Malachi Branham. And the meh picks is great value. Dallas Mavericks. I'm going to give an A. It really nails the coffin shut on the overall return from the Luka deal. It's not fair to judge this based on that originally horrid trade Nico made. I'm going to not give this an A. I'm going to give this a B+. The Mavericks get out of long-term money here. Only take back expirings and A.J. Johnson's contract. This opens up a lot of flexibility for the Mavericks. Welcome everyone to the stream, by the way. This opens up a lot of flexibility for Dallas. and gives them a few potential stabs with picks around Flag's timeline. So it's not the worst. I don't know. Maybe I'll give it a B plus maybe. I don't know. This is the issue is this is what we expected. Those are my grades here. It's a huge trade. The Luka trade does look terrible. So like Luka better saying. Again, this is a crazy trade. Just to recap for everyone tuning in now, the Dallas Mavericks are trading 10-time NBA All-Star Anthony Davis, Jaden Hardy, D'Angelo Russell, and Dante Exum to the Washington Wizards for Chris Middleton, A.J. Johnson, Malachi Branham, Marvin Bagley III, 2 first-round picks. Both of them are low quality. One is this year's first, which is the swap worst between OKC and a few other teams. So it's essentially the 30th pick in the draft. And then a top 20 protected first in 2030, 3 second-round picks as well. Sources tell ESPN. So this is a very, very crazy trade. One that, for me, I think is an obvious no-brainer for the Washington Wizards. There's really zero downside here for them. They have a lot of young players on their roster right now. If we go over to their cap table really quick, they were going to be a potential cap space team. That is not what happens ultimately. If I can get this to update. Which it doesn't seem like it wants to right now. They might be updating it right now as we speak, actually. So that might be why. We'll just go back over to the Utah one is working. They're probably updating this right now. But this is what their cap table looked like ahead of time. They basically had no big salaries. They've got a lot of young guys. They are all pretty much on standard rookie contracts. This is similar in a way to the trade that the Utah Jazz made, but I think the Wizards gave up less pick equity, less value, just in general. And Davis is on a shorter contract than Jaren Jackson Jr. was. And I think the fit with Trae Young is really sensible. I really do like I'm fairly intrigued about the Trae Young, AD, Alex Sarr trio. Mix in some of the young wings. George, Keyshawn George is solid, but also you look at Koulibaly, I mean, a few others too, and you might have something solid with still a lot of future pick control. This is similar to what Utah did, which I've started to like more and more, but with less pick equity out the door and a clear combo of Trae and AD next to young, cheap players. So I don't know. It's similar. It's less risky than Utah just because the contract length isn't huge. My one of my group chats is going off here and trying to message me about this because I'm a Mavericks fan technically, but the Luka trade has stunned me to the point where I now feel almost no emotion. But yeah, it's a big trade today. People were asking, when are we going to get a trade? When are we going to get a trade? Here we go. We've got one. What a crazy deal. I'm going to jump ahead here. I know I'm going to jump over some of the comments. I'm sorry, but I do want to get to where the updated comments are on this. So appreciate Appreciate you guys all for watching. Yes, we do trust Jake Fisher. Davis was traded. AD to the Wizards. Love seeing all the Shams pop in. There's so much. People are like, oh my gosh, Shams, good hair here, says Wizards sold. I don't think they did. And I think the quality of these firsts is the reason why. This is pick 30 this year. Not valuable. This is a top 20 protected pick. Not really that valuable. Now Dallas could use some of these things to maybe make other stuff happen, which would be interesting. Anthony Slater here. Yes, this is this has been how we've been operating the entire week. Like what Anthony Slater is saying here. Yes, true. This is a good point. Yes, thank you for adding. If they get a top 4 pick this offseason, they're going to be in a very prime spot. This is very similar to what the Jazz did yesterday, but Big J says, somehow I'm giving my GM Sheldon the credit for all of this. It's funny because we were just talking about a possible trade of Domantas Sabonis to the Kings. I do like the AD fit better than the Sabonis fit, honestly. Yes, I think there's a lot of value here for Washington to uncover. Washington's going to be really big and long around Trae Young. Very quickly, the Wizards have become a long, athletic team around Trae. Depending on how Sar and Keyshawn George plus 2026 draft pick pan out developmentally, the Wizards could have their real core going forward, plus their own assets and other stuff to work with. Definitely in a good spot. I think like the buy low here on Anthony Davis was pretty smart for Washington. And I say that as someone who has historically not liked Anthony Davis. Colby. I know I've been tweeting about the Wizards a lot, especially a year ago or so. Let me see if I can find something here. Here's me talking about the flexibility for the Wizards. I mean, I've just been very optimistic about the Wizards in general and their possibilities. So it's worked. I mean, everything's worked out very well for them. Michael Winger, Will Dawkins have done a great job. Very clearly, Washington has become a destination. This is a continuation of that. We have 1,400 people watching live. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. We're up to 491 likes, so just 9 more likes to get to 500. And then let's hit that subscribe button as well. We are at 35,672 subs. I know we can get that number up really quick. Big J, I'm happy for you. Happy for my Wizards fans in here. I do think this is a pretty good situation for Washington, given what they gave up. The Wizards really didn't give up much of anything. The Mavericks, I really do like this still for Dallas, which is why I give them a B+. Like they get out of a lot of long-term money. This is really the biggest thing. It's really, really, really solid. There's another trade. Oh my gosh, what? Hold on. What is happening? Oh my gosh. Another one. The Philadelphia 76ers are trading guard Jared McCain to the Oklahoma City Thunder for a 2026 Rockets first-round pick and 3 second-round picks. This was not on my radar. Oh my gosh. I've been begging for the Thunder to get shooting. This is an A+ fit. My goodness. This is unbelievable. Oh my gosh. I can't believe this, dude. That is a crazy trade. Dude, why do we let Sam Presti do these things? Like, I just don't understand. I don't get it. I really don't understand. Yeah, Jared McCain traded. What? Thunder are in talks to trade Ousmane Dieng in conjunction with acquiring Jared McCain. This is going to be insane to me. This is, oh my God, for a Rockets first, dude. What is Daryl Morey doing? What are we doing? This is the league should be upset right now. Everyone should be upset. Jared McCain to Thunder. That's a huge trade. Jared McCain traded. Anthony Davis traded. Both huge trades, just very substantial trades. And something that is going to shake up the NBA for sure. The Thunder just got better. A lot better. And Anthony Davis is a wizard. Not what we had expected today, but sure enough, here we are. Wizards get Anthony Davis. I'm going to try and update the description here real quick. So yeah, two big trades today. Anthony Davis, they're both in succession to each other. Washington Wizards receive Anthony Davis. D'Lo, Jaden Hardy, Dante Exum. Mavs receive Chris Middleton. This is unbelievable to me. Marvin Bagley III, AJ Johnson. This is absolutely crazy. This is a huge acquisition. This is a really, really big trade. Malachi Branham and 2 firsts, 3 seconds. And then the other trade, Thunder received Jared McCain. 76ers receive Rockets 2026 first round pick and 3 seconds. So I'm going to update that on the ticker here as well. Appreciate everyone for tuning in here to the stream. Again, I cannot believe this. He Hoopin says, I'm your biggest fan, Oki. Appreciate you, Mason, for being in here. I can't believe I just said that on the stream. That's criminal. Let's update the ticker here now. Whoops, let's just there we go. Nice. Ticker should be updated and saved. Welcome everyone to the stream. Again, I'm going to give my my grades on this, but geez. I just don't quite understand the idea here. Let's go back over to Shams and see what they're saying. An NBA trade deadline week stunner. Clearly, the Wizards have completed their deconstruction phase and are now moving toward Young and Davis leading a rising young core. Washington has turned its previous Bradley Beal and Kuzma trades into Young, Davis, and 5 pick swaps. Look at how well they've done in all of the discussion. It's absolutely crazy. Yeah, I should have included Trey Johnson obviously in my discussion for the Wizards too. He'll be good. This is trade grades. 76ers. Or let's give the Thunder an A+++. Like 8 pluses in there. And then the 76ers, incomplete. Thunder, I'm going to give an A+ with a bunch of pluses. This is a dream fit. Cost-controlled contract for a few years. Low-quality first-round pick in this class. Could be decent, but... And 3... This is a perfect guard fit next to SGA/J-Dub and a guy who is an elite movement tool for Daignault to use. I don't understand this trade for Philly unless there is something bigger happening with these picks. I'm hoping we see something to explain this. Otherwise, it's bad, even if McCain has struggled coming back from injury. I just don't understand this for the Sixers. I just don't like it. If they think they're being smart by selling early on him, like, it's just not great. Pim Squeezy. Yeah, this is really good for Oklahoma City. They've been badly needing shooting. I really think that was like one of the biggest weak points on their team, and they addressed it here. Tim Jenkins says, "Come on, Lakers!" Geez, thank you, Tim, for the $2 super chat. Appreciate you. Let's get some W's flying in the chat right now for some of these big fun trades. I got some confetti flying into AD and Trae Young now together. Obviously, Wizards cooked, says Kamari. Good Harris says Dallas is in shambles. Eddie says totally unexpected. A lot of crazy moves, but Ben replied on Twitter saying Morey's got to retire. Rigo says, so AD basically have the same value as Triple J. Yeah, because, and if you think about that, like, you know, AD has obviously been the better player for the majority of his career in relation, but Triple J is 8 years or 7 years younger, almost 6 years younger, I think. Brady says DeBonce on the Wizards definitely would be a really great fit. Danny here says Dallas B-, not B+. I totally understand that perspective, Danny. I think for me though, like, Anthony Davis didn't want to be there anymore, and the market wasn't going to be that great. I think the biggest thing is you're not getting any long-term money. You didn't take in the RJ Barrett, the Jakob Poeltl bag contract. You got 2 firsts and you got out of salaries. So, and 3 seconds. This opens up a little bit of flexibility for them. Hurricane Ben, appreciate you for that. Crazy trade. I can't really give the Sixers a grade for this because I have to assume there's something else happening. J Bell says Sheldon, Wizards were my favorite boozer spot because the fit next to Sar was going to be amazing in my eyes. What are your thoughts on this now that AD is there? I still think if you're looking at the future, you still pick him, and Anthony Davis is in his 30s, so you still would go with Boozer, and I still think he'd be a tremendous fit. But if they have the second pick, for example, and Peterson's off the board, you're still in the same spot. If you have the first pick, you have a tough choice to make. You really do. Codeine says, is Ja still a realistic option for Miami? I do think so, Codeine. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Twin Cloud says, a few weeks ago, I thought this would be a quiet deadline. I tried telling everyone on Monday. Monday was like, oh, it seems like the deadline's going to be slow. It's going to be quiet. Not a lot of stuff's going to happen. And I was like, I don't know. I feel like every time something happens, like every time that people are feeling that way is when something big happens. Do I think the Sixers could be swinging for a Kawhi trade using Paul George and picks? I don't know what the deal is going to be here, to be honest with you, Isaac. There's a lot of different stuff that could be happening. Okay, here we go. Thunder guard Shai Gilgeous-Alexander sustained an abdominal strain and will be reevaluated following the All-Star break. That's probably when he comes back is probably when we'll see Jared McCain playing for the Thunder. I can't believe they got McCain for what they got him for. Who's getting traded next? Josh Prince wants to know. We'll see, but I did not have Jared McCain on my radar. This is the what just happened trade deadline. Triple J dealt AD to the Wizards. McCain traded out of nowhere. Harden to Cleveland for Garland. Genuinely, none of this stuff was predicted by anyone a week ago. Like, none of this stuff was getting talked about. Like, genuinely, no one was expecting any of this stuff a week ago, which is absolutely crazy. So, it's literally one of the craziest trade deadlines ever so far because we just have insane stuff happening that no one anticipated. Curry says Shea got struck down after that trade. Check Shams. Capybara here says Wizards are a good team with the lottery pick to come. I think Washington's in a great spot. We have 1,800 people watching live. Everyone, be sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, make sure to go follow on Twitter. Link is in the description there at the very top. Utility Sports Twitter. I will send the link in here as well into the message board. Make sure you guys do go follow over on Twitter. Appreciate everyone. Wizards are going to be something next year as long as AD can stay healthy, but I think they're just trying to go too quickly into a win-now situation. Well, the nice thing is they still have their pick this year. They have a lot of flexibility still moving forward. Entang, welcome to the stream today. Steven says Jazz versus Wizards in the finals 2027. 30 games a season. Yeah, he is making a ton. But the nice thing, if we look at the Wizards cap table, which I'm going to see if it's updated here. We'll give that a second as it loads. AD, Sar, Coulibaly, Peterson, Young. That's a nasty squad. That's what I'm saying. They're in a pretty interesting spot for sure. So we'll see what happens. Crazy stuff. Absolutely crazy stuff. I cannot believe that Jared McCain got traded. Just absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Looks like they're still working on. Here we go. Yep. Let's share this tab. Here we go. So here's the Wizards table now. Going into next season, you have Davis and Young making a lot of money, but then the rest of the team is very cheap. This is very similar to what Utah did yesterday. Although their identities are different, their teams are a little bit different. I do think Utah is a little bit further ahead of Washington right now in terms of the overall talent and everything. I think they have a better coach as well. But this is definitely an interesting composition moving forward, and that 2026 lottery is going to be hugely important. I really think this is it's just absolutely crazy what we have going on. So really, really crazy stuff. Does this mean the Lakers will make 27 trades? Let me go back over here. I feel like the Jazz and Sixers, or the Jazz and Wizards situations are very, very comparable, honestly. This is really crazy. It's really insane what we're seeing. But Jared McCain traded. 1,800 people watching live. Make sure you guys do leave a like on the stream today if you haven't already. Absolutely crazy stuff. Anthony Davis is a Washington Wizard. Jared McCain is an Oklahoma City Thunder, which is just shocking. We are 23 likes away from the like number we got yesterday, 578 yesterday. We're at 555 right now. Everyone go smash that like button. If you haven't already, make sure to also subscribe to the channel, especially if you're new here. That way, if you subscribe, you can comment. It's completely free to do, and then you can hop in the chat here with us. Whoopo says that's just not fun for Sixers fans. Baglin is excited. OKC gonna OKC. I mean, yeah, he's already been hurt, but usually, like, the value for a guy is not going to be higher after the injury. So maybe they should have been patient and let him fully recover and give him a year of time before he's fully back to 100%. What does Kyrie to the Bucks look like? Says Northside Corey. Appreciate you, Corey, for the super chat here. Kyrie Irving, will he get traded? Will he not? I would be surprised. I would be really shocked if Kyrie Irving gets dealt. That would be actually insane. You never know. You don't want to rule anything out. I guess there's always that discrete possibility. Let's go over to StatMuse quick. Jared McCain as a starter, 22.2 points, 4 boards, 4 assists, 45, 39, 82 splits. I can't believe. I just don't understand the upside for. I just don't understand here. I don't get it. For Philadelphia, Mason Plumlee's on the way. Oh man, corner case. So that's hilarious. Utah 1, Wizards 2, Indiana 3 that would be absurd. It would be absurd if that happens. But Utah and Washington, I mean, they're really we're in such a weird spot because we have teams that are focused on the 2026 draft buying. Venkata here says too quiet right now. Lawrence Frank is definitely cooking. We'll see what Lawrence Frank cooks up. But this is a trade that a lot of teams should have been into and in on. I feel like if teams knew that Jared McCain was available, that they would have gotten more than just a Rockets first. Think about the Kings would have loved to get Jared McCain. There's a lot of teams that would have loved to get Jared McCain. Today is the who's dumber, Dallas or Philly discussion. Apparently, I do think this Philly trade is unreasonably bad. I just don't understand it. Been saying McCain, but no Tari. Shout out to He Hoopin. Steve here says when Jared McCain gets 100% healthy, he's going to be a dog. Breaking this was going to be a quiet deadline, says Nick and Dan's. Make sure you guys do join the Discord, by the way. Link is in the description. I would love to see you guys all joining that Discord. You guys have been absolutely killing it today with all the questions, comments, and everything. And what a day we've gotten, huh? The NBA never disappoints. They never do. This has been just an absurd day. Make sure you guys join the Discord. Links in the description. Great place to talk hoops. And shout out to Hulky here for the Jared McCain. I'm sure Grok image edits. That's hilarious. Absolutely crazy stuff. You get a first, though. I'm low-key in. Oh, that was from my Sabonis deal earlier. So one Sabonis team is off the market now too, by the way, for the Kings. No, SP, I don't think so. I still think there could be a lot of stuff to have happen. Kino says, oh my goodness, we still have all of our picks, bro. If we get Darren Peterson or Cam Boozer, my brain, I might cry and buy season tickets. Sid Blue says 14 of 78 over the last 5 games, averages 6 points a game. McCain is not that good, man. This is, again, guys, he tore his ACL last year. He is on a minutes restriction, playing 16 minutes a game right now. If you're going to completely freak out, and by the way, he's shooting 38% from 3. And the pick that they gave up has like 0 upside. It's going to be pick 20 something in the draft. What were his numbers last year? Last year, I'll just read them to you. 25 minutes a game, he averaged 15 points, 46% shooting, 38% from 3. I don't know, dude. I don't know. And he was doing that as a rookie, by the way. I think it's a really good fit in OKC as well. They needed shooting, they got it. When AJ comes back, McCain will be like the third guard off the bench, which is insane. Best bench in the league, gets much better. Literally, like he'll play like 18 minutes a night, and it'll be like, oh my gosh, 18 minutes, and then he'll make 2 or 3 threes in the 18 minutes, and you're like, holy cow, like how do we stop this team? Like Kito's saying, McCain's a smart basketball player. This guy knows how to move without the ball. He's a good screener for his position. There's a lot of value. Good Hair says teams are going to be tanking. Pelicans will get some wins. Definitely. There's going to be some really egregious tanking this year. There's going to be some disgustingly egregious tanking. Rachel says, is McCain better than Isaiah Joe at this point? Let's pull up Isaiah Joe's contract. That's the thing I'm most interested in. Let's go over here, and we're going to pull up the not the Washington Wizards, the Oklahoma City Thunder. Let's view their cap table. So Isaiah Joe, if you look, he's making $11 million next year, and then he is non-guaranteed with a team option that final year. First of all, look at all the team options, because a lot of these guys are still on rookie contracts, but then also some of them are like literal veteran extensions. Like you look at Lou Dort and Isaiah Hartenstein and everything. Just team option everywhere. It's literally all red because it's team options. And then McCain, you look at how cheap he is. Look at the team control here. The Thunder aren't going anywhere. The Thunder could literally run back their roster again next season. It's insane to me. It's insane. Let's go over to Jake Fisher. The second rounder is heading from OKC to Philadelphia per source. Most favorable of those, for Mason Plumlee. Okay, so the biggest thing there is the financial aspect of that. Oklahoma City will not be a tax team, which is, again, good news. Really good news there for Oklahoma City with an Ousmane Dieng move. Yeah, the NBA is not done with tanking, not at all. The heist of the century was last year with the Luka Doncic trade, but Jared McCain got as many firsts as Luka, by the way. This is really good. What? Chelsea here says, I thought AD was going to be a Raptor. We talked about that. Unfortunately, did not play out that way for Toronto. But I think for Dallas, still beneficially that it was not. Brendan, welcome to the stream here today. Glad you're having a great time. Reggie says, does all of this mean that Sabonis to Toronto is the most likely? Yes, I think so. I do think so. Pathora says, sounds like Ousmane Dieng for Mason Plumlee. Yep. Thank you guys for putting that in there. I know I missed that. David says, hey, could you break down what the Pelicans are doing? They have no picks, and they're bottom of the league. Well, they have the swap best next year with Milwaukee, so they don't have no picks. Tim here says, can you do a Sabonis to Philly mock? I don't think Sabonis to Philly is probably on the radar. To be honest, I'd be surprised if that is what this deal's about. Now, I do think we should talk about Philly, Tim. I think you're making a good point there. The question is, what is the Philly trade, and why are they doing this? I don't know where's Philly? I don't know if the Oklahoma City deal's on here yet, so we're gonna put them in the deal, and then let's put Milwaukee in it. We're gonna start with Giannis. We'll start there and then work down. Okay, we'll work. If it's not Giannis, who else could it be? But in the world where, let's see if this trade is on there yet. Okay, it is. So we're going to let's actually go back out. We're gonna go only Philly and only Milwaukee. I'm assuming that pick is. I should have also checked the pick, but the Sixers getting their pick here. Let's actually go over here real quick. I'm trying to figure this all out off the top of my head here when we're trying to look at this. I think that's tweet worthy. Let's go back over to my tweet, my grade here. The 76ers acquiring a 2026 first-round pick means their 2027 first is now trade eligible. Let me look at this quick. I need to do a little bit of thinking here because I do think something is happening. There's something substantial here. There's something here about this that is very weird. 2028, they have the Clippers picking their own. 2027, they have 2 firsts in 2028, their own, and LAC's. They own a Clippers swap best in 2029. 2030. There's something here. To 2032. One 2028 first, 2030 first, 2032 first, all in one deal, while also adding swap options on 2029, 2031. If they wait until the offseason, they could trade the same package plus the 2026 Rockets pick. Something is on the horizon, I think. There's something here. the Sixers have a lot of flexibility because of this trade. They've done something crazy. There's something really weird here about Philadelphia. I hope everyone watching is understanding like how possibly important this could be. Trades are crazy. They really are. I do think Washington will keep Anthony Davis. Wizards Jazz final next year. I hope Hornets make a move, says Colin. I definitely think they will. Daryl says SG is out. Must have had a heart attack seeing his GM steal McCain. Duop says apparently Usman Jang to the Hornets in exchange for Plumlee could happen. Thoughts? I don't mind it for Charlotte. Hopefully they get some second-round capital for taking on some of that salary and helping OKC and Philly both duck the tax, which is what happens here too. Sixers duck the tax. There's something here. Solomon says, I'm surprised Philly didn't get their own pick back. It's only top 6 protected. Yeah, that would have been really nice if they would have gotten that pick. They didn't. But that would have opened up all of their flexibility. But Thor says small markets won't be able to sign free agents. This is what they have to do. Undefeated here says, a thumbs up from Brazil. Will Lakers make something happen on Dalton Connect? I do think that'll happen. Mason, all right. All right. OG Baglin says to come yap in the Discord. You guys heard him. Link is in the description there. 1,700 people watching live. Crazy deals today. Crazy deals. A says it's not even the fact McCain got traded. It's the fact he's on the Thunder. Yeah, that's the biggest thing. Chelsea says, should I sleep tonight? Yes, you should definitely sleep tonight. So believe it or not, GMs and executives, they sleep too. I know they might tell you that they don't. They definitely do. There's something happening here though. I need to. I should have put the Windhorst. I should have done the Windhorst meme on that tweet, but the Sixers have a lot of flexibility now. So let's go back over here to this tab, and we're going to try and look at it. So they now have the Rockets pick, okay, which it doesn't show on here, but they can trade this to Milwaukee. They can trade this as a swap to Milwaukee. They can trade this to Milwaukee. Actually, we don't want to do that. We want to do this to Milwaukee, this to Milwaukee, and then we could do this as a swap to Milwaukee. There's 4 firsts pretty easily. And then you can get to active roster, Paul George's salary, plus, Justin Edwards, for example. Not that this is necessarily the package that gets you Giannis, but you can get to basically a 5 first-round pick package. And if you wait until the offseason, it could be 7 first-round picks. No more Kings, says Kyrie balling for the Moon Squad. Now they play Mars tonight. A11 Gravy says the next trade will be Morant. Clearly the Mavs will buy out Middleton and Mavs and Grizzlies rebuilding. Middleton will probably get bought out. That's, I think, a good point. Jimmy Watson says trade Draymond Green now. I will have to end the stream here in about 15 minutes. I do have to go coach practice and everything. Pranav says we need a Raptors trade. We got one coming for sure, either today or tomorrow. Absolutely crazy. We got a lot of insane stuff going on here. So Coffee and Ball says we're currently at 9 trades, starting with the trade to Wizards trade. Feel free to double check, y'all. This is we got a lot. We've had a lot of trades, if we count, especially if you count the Trae Young trade from a few weeks ago. I don't think Lou Dort will get moved. I'd be pretty surprised. Deadline is tomorrow. We are, at this point, just a little bit over 24 hours away, guys. 24 hours away from the trade deadline here. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Man. Where does Jared fit in? He shoots. He shoots the ball really well. And that is a perfect fit in OKC's roster and the way that they play. They needed a guy who could do that. They got another one. So Mate here says Celtics getting Io or Kobe. They already made a trade with the Bulls, so I would bet against that because usually it'd be pretty surprising to see two teams make back-to-back trades with each other and not just have them be in the same trade because you do have more flexibility the larger your salaries get by combination. Stay Mellow here says, I really don't want Sabonis on my Raptors. I feel like a big who could space the floor would open up the offense so much. Obviously, Miles Turner could be a nice addition for them if they did want to go that way. I mean, right now, yes, because Isaiah Joe's healthy. I think like a year or two from now, you'd probably prefer McCain. And then the biggest thing is they're getting McCain for a low value first, and they're getting him while he has 3 years of really good team control at a cheap cost. Brett here says Pels are tied with last place in the East, one game above last place in the West. What teams will finish the season losing more games than them? I think Brooklyn, Sacramento, Washington will be aggressive in trying to. The Jazz have been really trying to slide as well. So we'll see how aggressive every team is in losing, but they will all try. Moneyman Mac here says Mavs got fleeced. I do think the Wizards did well in that trade for sure. Too Clutch Corey says McCain going to be the J-Dub replacement in a few years. Steven says, I see a Clippers trade coming that includes Bogdanovich and Chris Paul and maybe Beal, but not Kawhi or Collins. I think especially Bogdanovich and CP3 are the most likely for sure. Appreciate everyone in here. Make sure to leave a like and subscribe if you are enjoying. Alex Sparta says Maury is cooking something. If we go back over to this right here again, this is there's something here about this. There's something really important about this. I don't know what it's going to be. I wish I could just flat out tell you like this is just genuinely how it's going to work, but I just can't. I don't know. I am there's the only explanation again for Philly is that there's something else that they're trying to accomplish, and they needed an asset to open up stepping rule flexibility to make a trade. That's really the only sensibility here. But I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. Good Hair says the Grizzlies are going to try and get to the bottom. Yes, they will as well. That's another good poll. Let me just looking at the standings here right now. I guess I can share this tab too. We'll just we'll look at it all together. But the Wizards and Pacers and Nets all have 13 wins. The Pacers technically have the worst record because they have 2 more losses than either Washington or Brooklyn. But these 3 teams will all be very aggressive. You would have to figure Milwaukee could be potentially aggressive to lose. The Pelicans will be trying to win. The Jazz will be trying to lose, and the Kings will be trying to lose. So if we go down to right here, current bottom. Okay, let's go back over to this. And again, the teams at the bottom here, 12-39 Sacramento Kings. (16-35) Utah Jazz. 13-38 Indiana Pacers. I mean, this is going to be insane. 13-38 Indiana Pacers. And then we also have the 13-36 Brooklyn Nets. 13-36 Washington Wizards. This is, I mean, it's crazy. It's going to be a race for the top 3 odds. It's going to be a massive tank off. All of these teams are going to be tanking extremely hard to try and get a top pick in this year's draft. We have trades that are maybe motivating that as well. You look at Washington, who is completely shifting the culture of their team and integrating new guys, and Trae Young might not even play a single game for them this year. With the Pacers sell high on Siakam, Paul George +4 first for Siakam. I mean, Siakam would be tremendous for Philly. He'd be really great there. I wouldn't expect it, but let's go over to StatMuse quick here. Appreciate everyone. Here's the Wizards roster as it currently sits. Trae Young, Anthony Davis, Alex Sarr, D'Lo, Keyshawn George, Bub Carrington, Bilal Coulibaly, Trey Johnson, Dante Exum, Jaden Hardy, Justin Champagnie, Cam Whitmore. Retooled, says StatMuse. This team definitely got a lot better very quickly. And they still have a lot of pick control flexibility. If the Wizards or Pacers land a top 3 pick, then their future is going to be crazy. Same with Jazz. Same with the Jazz too. Sacramento really needs the pick, and Brooklyn really needs the pick. But if the Wizards, Jazz, or Pacers have top 3 picks, it's going to be actually crazy. It's actually going to be insane what happens here. We got a real scary situation. Philadelphia has a lot of flexibility after making this trade. They can do a lot of different stuff now. So they unlocked some of their flexibility. We'll see. But Curry says, Pell's my team, but if DeJounte doesn't get injured again next year, I'm not watching. Or if DeJounte does get injured next year, I'm not watching. DeJounte might not be there next year. We'll see. Theo says, I'm sad my favorite player, Jared McCain, got traded. Sorry to hear that for you, Theo. Mel says the best thing for Philly is to we believe in you like Santa Claus, get your milk and cookies. Kawhi to the Lakers, says Brensky. Probably not. Wrestling players in New York going to make the playoffs is tanking. Yes, I agree. Brensky says, yeah, after Barlow's big performance, we feel good. Is it true that Ousmane Dieng may get traded to Charlotte for Plumlee? Please, no. Yes, that is the truth. Retro says, big up to Sheldon for the content. Appreciate you, Retro. We'll stay live here for about another 5 minutes or so. It's been an awesome stream today, guys. 5 hours, 12 minutes. I'm going to run through the super chats quick here, too. Again, the super chats go a long way in supporting the channel. Sam Gallimore, appreciate you. Bowden, appreciate you. Crispo, as well as DM, Alt Rock, Tyler Gates, Tim Jenkins, you've been sending in a bunch. Dirty Old Joan, thank you. 2001 Gaming, appreciate you, my man. Garrett McLean, Twig Gaming, Venkata, obviously all of your super chats. I'll just show this one, but thank you. Jared Sum, thank you for your super chat today. Dustin Baker, thank you for yours. Cold Ones, thank you for your super chats, as well as Ryan Ball. Jesse, appreciate you big time, my man. Michael Orlando, some W's in the chat. Let's get some W's flying in while we fly through these real quick, too. If I can get the confetti, there we go. Eric Espinoza, Gerald, thank you guys both. Little Dog, appreciate you. AR Seattle, Justin Rocco for the super chat. Big J, happy for you and your Wizards today, my man. Codeine, appreciate you, as well as Northside Corey as well. So thank you to all the super chats. They go such a long way. We had 39 super chats already today. We'll see if we get any more before the end of the stream. But again, I'm very grateful, very thankful for you guys. And I've had a lot of fun today. I hope you guys have enjoyed it as well. If I wasn't coaching, I would stay live the pretty much entire day. I'd probably do like a 14-hour, 15-hour stream. We're already at 5 hours live, and I have not had to get up from my seat one time. So it's a W. Flexer says, Ja to Miami will destroy his career. Imagine the distractions. Kale says, any chance Spurs make a move by signing or by making a trade at the deadline? Yeah, the Spurs will, I think, do something. They would have been a great Jared McCain team, but obviously OKC jumped on that. Tyler says, when you leave, something will happen. I know. I'm traded the moment I get in my car today to go coach. I'm very certain of that. ZDS says Spurs made Olynyk questionable tonight with Sohan leaving as well. Do you think anything comes of it? Maybe including Barnes for filler. Yeah, I mean, they could definitely. They have ways to the $20 million slots. They have $13 million slot with Olynyk. They have $7 million slot with Sohan, and if they combine them all together, the Barnes, Olynyk, and Sohan slots, you can get up to $40 million pretty quickly. So they've got all these options. Wavy Clamps, welcome to the stream. Appreciate you being back in here again this year. He says, what's been Mathurin's value? What can the Pacers get for him? They can either get another solid young player on a rookie contract or some form of protected draft capital, I would say. Anthony Davis's Mavericks tenure lasted 29 games. Should we look it up on StatMuse quick? Let's get this tab open. Anthony Davis stats with Mavericks. 20 points, 10 boards. I mean, at least he was a double-double guy. Let's do record. I think that's more telling. 16 and 13. Dallas did win more with him than without him. They were 6-3 with him this year. So, obviously, very unfortunate with how this has panned out. Just a real dark cloud over the organization since acquiring him for Luka. Not his fault. Not Anthony Davis. I don't really hold it against him at all. To me, it's not his fault. But Nico Harrison should never be allowed in the American Airlines Center again. Appreciate everyone hanging out in here in the stream today. Again, I do think the Sixers getting a first-round pick in 2026 does mean something. Now, it could mean something in the offseason. Could mean something today, tomorrow. We'll see. But Caden says, besides Giannis or Ja, what trade would make sense for the Warriors in your opinion? I think if you do something with Brooklyn, I think there's a lot of stuff you could walk out with. Nick Claxton and Day'Ron Sharpe, Michael Porter Jr., maybe some combination of all of them. Or a couple of them, something like that, I think would be really good. Pibby here says, I would trade Kawhi from the Clippers. GM is playing his best basketball right now, and they're not going to be champions. I just don't think you're going to really get anything for him, unfortunately. So that's kind of the downside. Lucas says, so if you're into the Hornets, if I'm the Hornets, what are you doing right now? I am cautiously buying. I am going to make a small trade for a center that would upgrade the team if I can do that for cheap. Okay, that's what I would do. If I can get a player that I like that doesn't cost me too much draft capital and long-term salary. So someone like Nick Claxton, who's a descending contract for the next 3 years, would be really, really good. SDCRX says this count should be bigger, man. Up the production quality a bit, and I think you can quadruple your following. Appreciate you. It's funny, I actually used to work in production for a TV company. The difficulty here for me is keeping it organic the way that it is while upping the production quality. I think would be challenging. I think one of the best parts about the coverage here is you guys get to have your voices heard and seen and everything in the comments and all that. And then the other issue is just the having to run everything myself while also being the one talking is quite difficult. So obviously the production is maybe not right where I'd want it to be, but I do appreciate your comment here, and I appreciate your kind words as well in terms of the content. Ethan says, keep it up, bro. Appreciate you as always. Thank you, Ethan, for the 2. Let's get some W's in the chat for Ethan. I'm going to throw in some confetti here. I also think I could do lasers. There it is. There's the lasers. I don't know. Last year I had them all. I think I can do like a thumbs up emoji or something. There we go. I don't know. I can do a bunch of different stuff. We'll play around with that tomorrow, I'm sure. Gratitude says, now I don't know who the Sixers trade because of contracts and BJ isn't going anywhere, so I don't know how that works. It could be Paul George. Now, that would probably be in the offseason, but we'll see what actually happens. Cheesehead says, Bucks still shouldn't do the trade unless VJ is included. Organization has been abysmal when it comes to drafting. I want actual young talent back. Totally understand that perspective. SC Risen says, underrated storyline coming off of this McCain trade. Shea out for a bit. If he loses his eligibility, my man Deuce got to be front runner for MVP. We'll see what happens. Cade winning MVP would be sick, but I think Shea will for sure keep himself eligible. And I think Jokic is actually still eligible as well based on when he came back. So. Man, I just love that. This is one of my favorite things here. I don't understand it. Golden State Warriors trading for Embiid, possibly trading McCain to get picks for the future. I don't think they're going to do a rebuild. That would be shocking to me. Mosen here says you belong in a padded room if you think the Pacers would trade Siakam. Sabonis expected. We'll see what happens. That could be posturing. We'll be posturing. Mr. Ray here says McCain traded the Thunder of all teams as well. The rich keep getting richer. I expect him to fully bounce back. Great stream, by the way, Sheldon, putting in them hours. We've been live for 5.5 hours here on the channel. Love seeing all those W's coming in. Curry says if Pels win tonight. JR says Anthony Davis played 29 total games in the Mavericks. Luka Doncic has 29 games this season with 30-plus points. JR, don't rub it in. Don't rub it in for me. Although you should tweet that, JR, and then tag me in it down below, and then I will retweet that, JR. So send that to me. Rich Paul does get his clients paid. That is for sure. Clipped, I don't think this is true because what would have happened if Kyrie Irving didn't tear his ACL and the Mavericks made the playoffs? There would have been no way to guarantee flag to Dallas. Just would not have happened. Make sure you guys do hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. I'm going to check the amount of likes here on the stream too and see if we surpassed that number from yesterday. We did, but we're at the Devil's number right now, 666. Someone please hit the like button. Someone please hit the like button because I do not want the stream to end on that number. I will not end until that number changes. Kyle, appreciate you, my man. Bradley wants to know who my favorite team is. It is the Dallas Mavericks, but I cover the league at large. I'm not just a Mavericks-only person. So there we go. 674 likes on the stream now. Elijah wants to know if there's going to be a next trade in the next hour. Probably because I have to go coach. So I do coach high school basketball, so I'm going to miss it if there is a big trade in the next hour. But after practice, I will come back, get set up and everything to potentially stream again tonight. Probably will stream again tonight, in fact. So make sure you guys are all tuned in. Be sure to go follow over on Twitter. I always tweet when I'm about to go live, so that way you don't miss it. And then also turn on the notification bell, subscribe to the channel, do all that good stuff, right? And then share the video with your friends too. Tell people, hey, I'm watching this guy. If you enjoyed it, share it with someone else that maybe would as well. But appreciate you guys all so much. Really, from the bottom of my heart, I'm very grateful for all of you. You guys are absolutely awesome. Buzzer Beater says, Sheldon, you're a maniac. 5 hours straight and you run the channel in real time. Yes, sir. I do have some help from mods. Shout out to my moderators. You know who you are, Nick. Especially appreciate you, my man. But you guys know what to do here. Hit that like button, okay? Subscribe to Utility Sports if you haven't already. And then leave a like on the stream. And remember, I will be live for the NBA trade deadline tomorrow. I will probably be live again tonight. And I really do appreciate you guys big time. So you guys, I'm seeing Shams fly in here. Okay, no, there's no Logan, you might have gotten me here. Let's see what Shams has got for us. Anything just now? No. Okay. Thank God you scared me. Appreciate you all so much. Thanks everyone for all the support and everything. And we will catch you in the very next Utility Sports video.